This young man is a second-year student at Ninghai University, and because he didn't like dorm life, Transo decided to rent a place outside the school. That day, the pet store received a new batch of special animals. The moment I saw them, I recognized those sea pumpfish with green and blue markings. The gentle nature of the sea slug was unexpected, but as soon as it was released, an accident happened. Transo was bitten hard on the arm by the sea slug. Instinctively, he threw his phone at its head, and suddenly an equal force struck his own head, causing Transo to spin and faint. When he woke up, he realized he could see his own image through the eyes of the sea slug. After some consideration, Tranbach realized he could control the pufferfish, which made him feel delighted. Could this be his golden finger? And finally, his true identity as the protagonist could no longer be hidden. But what can this clone of the termite do? Live streaming my termite does. It have consciousness, or does it go into the sea of sea cucumbers to catch sea cucumbers and sell them for money? Transo, holding the sea pump in his hand, sighed, realizing that someone else's golden finger was not destiny, but had turned into a large tree capable of evolving into a god of the universe, while he only had a tiny termite. Just then, both his stomach and the termite's stomach growled in protest. So it turns out I was unconscious for a day. I wonder what Haibom Tich ate. If it was a termite, then food shouldn't be an issue. A stir-fry, after eating to fullness, Transo cooks a plate of stir-fried meat with vegetables for the sea pump. The sea pump's eyes shine like stars as it devours the plate of meat Transo prepared. As expected, they are all termites, and Haibom Tich can also eat meat. At this moment, the system interface suddenly appeared in front of Transo. Your clone gained 5 evolution points from eating, increasing your physical fitness by 0.5. Character name: Tran. So, level 0, physicality 8.5, mental 12, innate talent, mind control, traits, external defense, basic, 0 experience points out of 1,000, aura perception basic, 0 spiritual points out of 1,000, skills, grasping gesture basic, 48 experience points out of 100, Damquuk basic, 66 experience points out of 100, clone, Haibom Tich, no evolution yet, 5 evolution points out of 200. Could this really be my golden finger? The thought of training with my father as a child flashed through Transo's mind. Debating martial arts without practicing is like not practicing at all, even in old age. The foundation is in the legs, originating from the legs, with the back as the main body. Combining the power of 100 bones, Nation appeared saying Haibom Tich had gained 15 evolution points. Not only that, Transo also realized that his body was becoming more muscular. He didn't look like this before. The evolution points that Haibom Tich received are being transferred back to his body. Once he accumulates enough evolution points, he can complete his first evolution. Maybe it can grow into the legendary beast of my dreams, and I can also become a true martial arts master. So the very next day, Transo began the process of fattening up Haibom Tich, while continuously training to improve his physical condition, and his skill experience points also increased accordingly. 2 days later, Transo was so strong that he broke the training dummy with a single kick. After checking his status board and seeing all his stats had increased significantly, he was pleased and thought to himself that, in terms of martial arts cultivation, he had now reached the level of Ming Kan Din Fong. Your father once said that the realm of ancient martial arts has not yet reached Ming Realm, Dark Realm, and Transformation Realm. Ming Realm Din Fong is already a top expert who can fight one-on-one. Dark Realm can become the top master, fighting 100 at a time. Usually in legends, Hoa Kan can fight 1,000. They are the sect masters recorded in history, rarely seen in the present age. As for Hoa Kan, it is the realm of the indestructible divine insect, only documented in ancient texts. At that moment, Transo couldn't help but be curious and asked, "So what level is your cultivation?" "I once stayed in the Dark Realm for a short time, but before I could finish, you cut me off and asked, 'Where do you come from?'" So, Transo's father was briefly surprised and then replied, "I come from Ladong." Returning to the main story after a period of fattening up, the time had come for Haibom Tich to evolve. Haibom Tich's clone has met the evolution requirements and is about to evolve. Immediately, both Transo and Haibom Tich felt a pain that affected every cell, causing Haibom Tich to run wildly, smashing household items and breaking things apart. But in return, Haibom Tich's body began to change, not only growing larger but also developing sharp scales on its back. After a while, the evolution process was complete. "I didn't expect the evolution to be so painful," Transo marveled. Upon noticing the change in Haibom Tich, Transo immediately commanded it to shake its tail, causing the sandbag to split in two. Transo opened the in place among the stars. He was terrified and only dared to remind him gently before sneaking away. Closing the door, Transo looked at Tich for a while, thinking to himself that Tich's physique was no longer suitable to keep indoors. Before Tich reaches the shore, he stands on the beach, using his consciousness to control Tich to jump into the sea and sense the underwater world through its body. Currently, he can perceive within a radius of 10.5 meters around his body. Thanks to that, Transuo can sense the presence of creatures within his aura range. When he detected a strange fish with 5 eyes, he decided to make it his first prey. Your mutated fish body received 10 evolution points, increasing your physical attributes by 1. As you search for the next prey, Transo silently thinks that after evolution, a full meal usually grants only 1 evolution point. But this mutated fish can provide 10. A mutated creature like that appearing in the ocean, combined with recent news, suggests the world isn't quite peaceful. So Transo continued to let Tich drift and search for prey, and before long, Tich's hungry belly was filled. Suggestion? Today the clone has accumulated 100 evolution points and cannot gain more. Upon receiving the notification, Transo stopped to find a place for Tich to rest. From a human perspective, the ocean floor at night is dark and cold, but in the eyes of the split body of the bubbly pufferfish, it is now shimmering with many colors. As an amphibious creature, the bubbly pufferfish can stay underwater for a long time, but since it has no scales and relies on its lungs to breathe, it needs to surface periodically to get air. With that in mind, Transo quickly found a suitable cave. This place doesn't look bad. Let the clone of Tich rest here. Done, Transo immediately returned home. On the way, he suddenly noticed a car parked outside a house. In this seemingly abandoned place, there are clearly people around, and it looks suspicious no matter how you see it. Transo stopped the car, just then hearing a cry for help, but soon the space returned to its usual silence. When practicing martial arts, you should hide your energy and wait for the right moment to act. Thinking this way, Transo no longer restrained himself and drove away. Inside the house, 2 men peeked out through the door. Only after seeing Transo leave did they breathe a sigh of relief and turn back to the girl who was blinded, her mouth still covered by one of the men. What are you doing, kicking that guy? Weren't you supposed to watch over her? You didn't even notice her mouth covering fell off. Boss, it's so dark, how could I see when I pulled her in? That guy just pretended to be innocent. The troublemaker didn't say anything else. Smuggle people, 3 men, 2 of whom have knives. It's best to deal with them within a minute to avoid endangering the hostage. Without a word, Transo kicked the door open, and while the others were still stunned, he delivered a kick to take down one of them. At that moment, Transo was already sent flying by an elbow from Transo. Boss, you rest first. The last guy caught his head and placed it aside, then still used internal energy, speaking to Transo. Music King Trui, Ninfu. It's the North Pole, Transo. As the exchange quickly unfolds, Ninfu immediately strikes. At first, he used the first step of the Music King Trui to attack Transo, but was easily dodged. Renfu quickly switched to the second step of the Music King Trui, causing Transo to stumble and lose his footing. Then he swung his hand to punch Transo in the face. Expert. Secretly thinking, Transo immediately used the ultimate Iron Mountain How Fist to knock Nanfu away. I didn't expect that on this mountain trip I would encounter the true successor of the La Dong Bak Kuk. The ultimate skill of the Iron Mountain Howl is truly renowned. It's a pity. Yanfu frowned and asked, "What do you mean by a pity? I didn't expect to meet a thug who could use the footwork of King Music Trui. It's a pity that the true legacy of the Music King Trui has fallen into the wrong path." Renpu chuckled and replied, "What does a kid with milk on his mouth know about this? Only after coming down from the mountain did I realize that in this world people have always laughed at poverty, not at prostitutes." While speaking, Nanfu suddenly lunged at Transo, aiming to ruin his eyes, but was once again kicked away by him, rolling on the ground. Fighting against a martial artist is truly dangerous. The pressure he exerts surpasses that of a dozen strong men. Unfortunately, my control over my power isn't enough, so these 3 are probably lucky to have only suffered minor injuries. Next, I need to think of a way to train myself to control my strength. As Transo was lost in thought, the girl's desperate cry snapped him back to reality, and he hurried over to help her, smiling brightly. Just been released, the girl tightly hugged Transo and cried like rain. "Don't be afraid, it's okay now." Transo gently reassures her and asks her to call the police after he leaves, but he has a favor to ask. "If the police ask later, just say you didn't see my face clearly, okay?" The girl nodded in agreement. 10 minutes later, the police surrounded the house where the girl was being held. They stormed into the house with guns aiming to rescue the girl. But unexpectedly, the people they needed to save were the hostage takers. A few hours later, the police from the Public Security Bureau arrived at the Deputy Director's office to report, sir. Here are the documents you requested. Footprints are clearly visible on the damaged door. The depth of the dent and the broken door frame indicate it was kicked open and thrown 3 meters away with a force of at least 1,000 pounds. 2 members of the ambush team died instantly on the spot, while the remaining one suffered a severe concussion and has become a vegetable. According to Lin Ruonya, the person in the dark was wearing a mask, so she couldn't see the face of the one who saved her. Deputy Director looked through the film and couldn't help but doubt how it was possible. The strongest Power King's strength on the strength test machine was only 800 pounds. Applying it to combat, ordinary people normally can't unleash such strength. His power has reached an inhuman level, but the strange incidents lately are becoming more and more frequent. As Guanting finished speaking, thunder roared outside as if signaling an approaching storm. Returning to the main character after rescuing Lam Ruonya on the way back to the city, he again encountered a suspicious ship docked offshore. So he still follows the old way, finding a parking spot and quietly watching. Boss, you just made money and spent 1 million to buy women from Hodao Chok. Isn't that a bit wasteful? That's right. After such a long time and all the trouble, we only managed to salvage a sunken boat and made just over 2 million. Seeing his followers' dissatisfaction, Zhang Changsho sneered and said, clearly having a narrow view. With her around, money is no longer something you just want and get. The 2 underlings were visibly relieved and had no more objections. At this moment, Tuangto asked, have the company matters been settled? Rest assured, boss, I've arranged the boat transportation company over the past 2 days. The office also followed the boss's orders and rented a high-end office building. Additionally, I followed the boss's instructions to have the brokerage company hire a secretary and a beautiful receptionist, ensuring the boss's satisfaction. Tuangto happily said, with the underwater breathing superpower he awakened, he just needed to locate the boats to retrieve those treasures, and then he could ask for as much money as he wanted. Follow me and enjoy the good life. Suddenly, a shadow darted swiftly behind the bushes, making Tuangto alert. Who's there? Transo didn't even bother to hide, and revealed himself. Usually people say there are many handsome men, but someone like you is the first I've met. You're also quite daring, but someone like you won't live long. Tuangto pulls out the spear and quickly rushes to Transo. Naturally, Transo doesn't stand still, lifting one leg, and as Tuangto approaches, he kicks him away. How is this possible? After the boss gained superpowers, his strength and speed doubled, and he easily defeated the man, the henchman exclaimed in shock. The one with glasses saw this and quickly urged them to run. It's no good, run now. But before they could even move, they were knocked unconscious by Transo. After that, Transo tried to use his mind control ability on Tuangto. What is your name and what do you do? Tuangto responded honestly, as if hypnotized. My name is Tuangto. I have a large trading boat. A month ago, I gained the superpower to breathe underwater. I rescued the sinking boat and then sold the valuables on it to the rich kids for money. The mind control works very well. Now he's like a puppet under my control. Transo thought to himself that as soon as he released the mind control, Tuangto immediately hugged his injured arm, grimacing in pain. Boss, what's wrong with my hand? You weren't careful and fell, breaking it yourself. I see. So that's how it is. Yes, sir. Controlling my mind has affected his inner judgment. Transo thought to himself, then gave the order. You go aboard to rest first. I will wake them up and come right away. Yes, boss, Tuangto replied, and quickly carried out the order. Growing your connections can't be separated from resources. Tuangto has a boat and collaborates with the wealthy second generation, so he can borrow resources from him to develop his network. He secretly thought. Transo turned to look at his 2 subordinates, then used mental control on them. The effect of mental control was indeed astonishing. But controlling Tuangto was difficult, while controlling them was very easy. The mental domination was only aimed at those with weaker wills. Transo controls the 2 henchmen to follow him onto the boat, and Truang-hook, seeing Transo, asks Tuangto with curiosity. Boss Truang, who is he? He is my boss, so show some respect. Truang-hook, upon hearing that, politely saluted Transo. Tuangto continued, go prepare the transfer contract so this ship belongs to the boss. After signing the transfer contract, Transo began giving orders, telling the 4 Eyes to meet at the office tomorrow and wait for him. Boss Truang, you're injured. Come with me to the hospital to check. 2 days later, Hai Bong Tich Nyo, living by the sea, hoped to eat 10 meals a day, and her body grew plump. Evolution was just a matter of time. But Transo didn't relax, and was very conscious about training his body and martial arts to improve his control over his strength during combat. The next day, Transo happily left Tuangto's company office. The transfer procedures were completed, Having stayed indoors all day, my evolution points increased to over 90, and my physique grew by 20 centimeters. Tomorrow, I'll go into the deep sea to lead the fish in, and this world isn't just inhabited by people like me with special abilities. Combining with the mysterious creature appearing at the bottom of the sea, I still need to quickly strengthen my abilities. At the same time, outside the harbor, there have been few fish lately, and soon it will be impossible to catch any more, said one of Tuangto's subordinates. The remaining name replied, "There's probably a large school of fish coming, maybe a bunch of sharks. Sharks usually appear in schools, even whales would have to avoid them." At that moment, there was indeed a school of sharks beneath their ship, and one of them opened its mouth to bite upon seeing the sea cucumber. Unexpectedly, instead of being eaten by Haibong Tich, it was turned around and eaten by it, and the entire school of sharks shared the same fate, ending up in Haibong Tich's stomach. At this moment, Transo received a notification. Your clone has met the requirements for evolution. Do you want to evolve now? This time, you can choose independently. She secretly decided to evolve immediately. Just like last time, both Transo and Haibong Tich had to endure pain for the evolution process to be complete. I have broken through now. My physical strength is 13 times that of an ordinary person. My power has reached the great success stage in ancient martial arts. After evolution, my body did not double in size. That makes sense. Last time, the doubling was mainly because I was too weak. The new ability stream makes Transo pay attention. But what exactly is this affinity with water? Transo used his divine sense to check the sea lotus. Oh, his body has grown significantly. The fog density is several times higher than before, and he now weighs over 4 to 5 tons. My strength has doubled, claws now comparable to steel, and my burst power is stronger. My patrol speed has reached 79 kilometers per hour, enough to surpass a large warship. When swimming, the sound is quieter, probably due to the proximity to the water attribute. The evolution is complete, and Transo then turned his attention to business. Did you call Zhang Hu to ask if anyone has been cooperating to find the treasure vault recently? Sir, not at the moment. So we will look for them ourselves. What is the status of the investigation documents? Tuang Huk hesitated and replied, confirming a few locations with sunken ships, but none of the elders can breathe underwater, so The main industries of ancient Z and Hap countries, as well as the shallow waters along the maritime route, have been almost fully explored, but the underground waters still contain many valuable sunken ships. Transo senses from the perspective of Haibom Teach, who is 25 kilometers offshore in the Huanghai area, and after this evolution, he can now breathe underwater. The sensing ability is also much stronger, now able to sense everything within 20 kilometers. After some adjustments, I can act offensively. Supporting my clone is just enjoying life, isn't it? Transo withdrew his consciousness, looked at the time on his phone, almost 11 o'clock, and prepared to reward himself a little. Walking leisurely on the pedestrian street, Transo muttered to himself, "This is truly indulgent. Just one meal costing over 3,000. Although his savings were only 20,000, he was about to inherit Chuang Boss's company. It's also like experiencing the first time of feeling rich. Suddenly, he saw 2 thugs approaching a blonde girl sitting by the roadside. After gaining great strength, the heart of martial arts gradually awakens, no longer fearing danger and willing to act. Thinking that, Transo pointed at the 2 thugs and shouted, "What are you looking at? Get lost!" The 2 thugs, upset about their plans being ruined, glare at him and curse. "Hey kid, what did you just say? Now get lost, I'll pretend I didn't see you." Transo sneered, saying nothing as he unleashed his anger directly. Immediately, the 2 thugs felt as if a fierce beast was staring at them. Afraid, they wanted to run, but the blonde-haired girl suddenly sneered mockingly. "Ha ha ha, are you still men? Yet you're already scared." Transo frowned and wondered to herself if this woman was crazy. Hearing her words, the 2 thugs stopped fleeing and exchanged glances. A woman of such excellence, missing out on her would mean never meeting her again. No, I can't let her be looked down on. Thinking this, they drew their weapons, charged at Transo, and shouted, "Big brother, we have no reason to fear him. He's alone." "That's right, hit him. This guy is too arrogant. Watch me stab him in the back." But this is only a fraction of your swordsmanship. If you had used a single kick, you could have shattered them into pieces. That's why the 2 thugs quickly got back up. They carried each other and ran away, shouting, "It's so terrifying, so terrifying. Demon, truly a demon from hell." Transo also did not pursue. He secretly thought, let them go. They may have committed a crime, but not a serious one. At this moment, the blonde girl wobbled up, smiled, and said, Hey, you're so impressive." Transo frowned and thought to himself, with her current appearance, "She's probably been drugged." He took out his phone and called the police. "Hello, police. There's a woman drinking a shake in front of Bathi Tuang restaurant. She looks a bit unwell." The blonde girl then hugged his arm, giggling and asking why he called the police, saying, "Am I not pretty? Don't you want to take me with you?" A few minutes later, a police car arrived. Transo immediately handed the girl over to the police, briefly explained what happened, and then left. In his mind, he thought finally this matter was settled, and it was time to control the lead to find the sunken ship. As soon as he got home, Transo immediately controlled his clone underwater and found a wrecked ship. The online information that his four-eyed father found was indeed correct. There is a sunken boat here. Now my aura can only sense within a range of over 20 meters. I still need to improve further, I muttered to myself. Transo controls his clone to enter the wrecked ship. After some searching, he unexpectedly found a place filled with gold bars. Oh, he's rich now, all gold bars. Feeling excited, Transo immediately called Simu. Simu steered the boat east for 3 kilometers and threw a sinking hole down. Four Eyes replied, "Yes, boss." Also on the phone, Four Eyes immediately went to prepare. When passing by the bow, Four Eyes asked, "Hey demon, under your command is the boss Tuangto. Do others know how to breathe underwater?" Chuang Hook replied, "Don't talk nonsense. Don't ask about the boss's secrets." A moment later, Transo loaded the gold into the sinking chest that Sim Mat had lowered, then called Sim Mat again, saying they could start retrieving it now. So, the sinking chest was pulled up. A few minutes later, Four Eyes reported back, "Boss, the gold has been loaded onto the boat. We're heading back." At the bottom of the sea, Transo continued to explore the boat and found a very solid black object. It looked like a piece of metal, extremely strong, capable of tearing through ordinary metal easily, but it left no trace on it, so it must be a special metal material. It must be a valuable item for research. As Transo was about to swim away with the metal piece, he was suddenly attacked by a fish, many times larger. "You ambushed me again. You're pretty tough, even though you're taller and bigger than me. When it comes to attack and defense, you're not a match for me." With that, Transo turned Haibom Teach around to counterattack. A few minutes later, the big fish sank to the bottom of the sea, while Transo swam away with the black metal piece in his hand, quietly thinking that the taste of this spiny fish was also pretty good. A few hours later, at a spot on the beach, Transo kept punching a large rock, thinking to himself, the submerged rocks around are soaked in seawater with extremely high hardness. The night is quiet, perfect for testing his strength. The effect of force is interaction, but my bone density is 20 times that of an ordinary person. Plus, the external force reduces my strength, so my hand is only slightly sore and tired. This slight soreness was quickly healed by my body's recovery ability. After evolving during this period, my physical fitness has already reached over 200. Although I haven't tested it, my fist weighing at least 3,000 grams means I can deliver a punch of 1.5 tons. With the added external support and the use of the Bat-Cuck Queen technique, I can easily punch straight through a person's body. After a while, the sweaty guy lying on the ground muttered that the punching bag at home wasn't enough, and he couldn't train at the park anymore. Now with the information spreading, he's afraid someone might record him and post it online. If people find out I am a superhuman, it will be a huge problem. Only on the deserted beach where no one is around can I train freely without worry. It feels great, this incredible healing ability. I healed in less than a minute, and the wound on my hand was gone. Now, Haibong Tich has also brought the black metal piece ashore. Zensuo immediately went over to check the piece of metal, thinking to himself that the black mineral was irregularly shaped, emitting a metallic glow, but nothing special inside. The weight of this piece was nearly 200 grams, heavy and very solid. Even the scratches from claws are hard to leave any marks. It's probably very suitable for making weapons, but with my current strength, it's unlikely I can craft a weapon that fits well. Next, go handle that batch of gold first. The next morning, as soon as Transo stepped onto the boat, he asked immediately, "Where did you put it?" "Boss, they are all on the boat, cleaned up completely." After saying that, Tranhook led Transo to the captain's room for inspection. Looking at the gold bars, Tranhook sighed and said, "How much money would this be? I've never seen so many gold bars in my life." Transo said, since the gold isn't stamped, it was probably personally minted and can't be sold as antiques. An hour later, carrying a backpack full of gold, Transo entered a jewelry store. The receptionist saw him and bowed, saying hello. "May I ask if the store buys back gold? We offer buyback services. Are you looking to sell rings or necklaces?" Transo unlocked his backpack for Latan to see inside and said, "I want to deal with this." Latan's eyes lit up and said, "Sir, your gold is too much. Please follow me upstairs. I will take you to meet our general manager." A few minutes later, guided by the receptionist, Transo met the store's general director. The gold shop's general director warmly shook his hand and said, "Hello, I am the general director of this gold shop. May I ask your last name and how much gold you want to sell?" So opened his bag again and said, "Chuan, I want to sell this gold." The gold store director looked it over and said, "Mr. Tron, I need to have someone inspect the quality of the gold. Please wait a moment. We hope the test results are ready." The gold shop director immediately informed Mr. Tran that your total gold weight is 112.506 grams. Since it is not pure enough and is custom-made, we will buy it back at 400 yuan per gram. "Do you see any problem?" Transo smiled and said, "Okay." Not long after, Transo left the gold shop with a few more messages on his phone. "Your account has received 4,500,000. So secretly thought that someone his age who is still studying could now gain hundreds of friends from just one exploration. This makes me feel a strong sense of wrongness. Go buy the car first. This one has a very low chassis and is inconvenient on the bumpy roads by the sea." A moment later, in a luxury car dealership, Transo was following a staff member to look at cars when he suddenly saw his ex-girlfriend, Tutin, leaning against the chest of a young man with brown hair as they entered. Previously, he spent a lot of his savings chasing after her. She often chased after luxury, and after seeing something better, she would sing and dance with the rich kids day and night. Tutin also saw Transo. She said to the brown-haired young man beside her, "Honey, that guy is the sycophant who used to pursue me." The brown-haired young man, hearing this, looked at Transo and sneered loudly, "A poor student coming here to look at cars." Tuang, angry, said, "Who are you calling poor?" Transo reached out to stop him and said, "Forget him." Tutin said, "Why don't you let me speak? Aren't you just a poor student? Can anyone here afford to buy this? Honey, forget him. Let's look at the cars." After saying that, she pulled the young man with brown hair. After a moment of choosing, Tutin pointed to a red car and said, "Husband, I like this one." The young man with brown hair said, "This one? Let me help you check it out." In his heart, he whispered that money was just to impress women. "I only have a few thousand in living expenses. How could I really buy a luxury car for her?" Meanwhile, Transo was carefully inspecting a white car. Its high trunk could store things and meet various needs. Then Transo handed the card to the staff and said, "This one, swipe the card. May I ask if you want to swipe the card or pay in one installment?" Transo smiled and said, "Pay in one go." Not far away, Tutin was startled when she heard that and thought to herself, what he wants to use his card to buy that car. That car costs 2.38 million. The brown-haired young man approached her and said, showing off in front of you, "I don't believe his card can cover 2.38 million in one go." Xiaoqin laughed and said, "That's true. He even ate instant noodles for half a month to pursue her." Then, the young man with brown hair took Xiaoqin to the office of Tron and said, "Students are students. Going shopping at luxury stores is one thing, but wanting to buy this car is another. Tiểu tình mày là la bạn gái cũ của cậu, nhưng cậu cũng không cần phải lắm về vay dầu. Trông thế quẹt không ra tiền mặt mặt biệt mấy." Tuang hỏi, "Liên quan gì nguội, mua nổi nguội tin sao?" The young man with brown hair replied, "If you can afford it, call me 3 days here. If not, just call me 3. Tuang agreed immediately, "Fine." Xiaoqin sneered and said, as if he really could swipe it out, "But he's just pretending to have money." At that moment, the sales clerk happily ran over and said to Mr. Tran, "Sir, here is your key and card. The car is now yours." Transo smiled and said thank you. Tuang proudly looked at Tutin and the young man with brown hair. The young man with brown hair whispered in panic, "He really bought it. That's 2.38 million. Tutin thought in amazement, "Transo, how is he so rich?" Zheng Hu approached, grabbing the young man's shirt and saying, "It's time for you to keep your promise and call my boss, sir." Transo spoke up. "Four eyes, no need to waste words on someone like this." Hearing that, Tuang released the young man with brown hair and said, "Our boss has good intentions. If someone here today dares not call out that third person, see how I fix them." The young man then followed Transo onto the car and left. Xiaoqin reacted quickly, chasing after the car and shouting, "Transo! Transo! Listen to me, Transo!" The staff saw this and whispered among themselves, thinking they met a wealthy heir but missed out on a true potential player. Isn't that how it is? Only realizing the loss after it's gone? Over here, Transo drives with Zheng Hu to the rooftop terrace, where the restaurant offers the best service and flavors in the city. As soon as he sat down, the waitress brought over a menu and asked, "Sir, what would you like to order?" Transo looked and ordered a shrimp dish for 5,888, a king crab for 7,888, and added this. A while later, two beautiful girls sat next to Transo, taking turns feeding him. One girl fed him food, and Transo silently marveled that the high fees made sense. It's truly worth it. Having had so many meals with giant snakes, it's now my turn to enjoy the life of the wealthy. Suddenly, Transo's phone rang, and he immediately took it out to check. Tour guide. The semester starts in a week. Everyone remember to arrive on time, and don't forget the schedule. Jiang Yuan Zhong. Received. On Mong Then. Received. Kok Tri Sao. Yes, boss. He turned off his phone and thought to himself, I almost forgot. I am still a second-year student after enrollment. My time will be limited. I need to earn more money quickly to upgrade my little snake and break through the dark realm. Swordfish. The fastest swimming fish with a top speed of 90 kilometers per hour, but the current speed of the small snake is faster. Thanks to this, it easily catches prey and gains 10 evolution points. At this moment, Transo used his psychic ability to take control of the snake's body and began searching. He thought to himself, the sailfish is truly delicious. After eating my fill, I should keep looking for treasures. When my senses spread out, I can feel things dozens of kilometers away. But unfortunately, even after exploring the ocean floor, I haven't found any sunken ships, and days have passed without any gains. The world is starting to mutate, and I don't know if the government secretly maintains a superhuman organization. In general, after gaining special abilities, I need to be even more careful in my actions and avoid provoking trouble. The next morning, Transo and Zhang Hu went to a skyscraper in City N. Since Tuangto's company moved, I haven't been to see it yet. This is the most luxurious place in N City. Tuangto invested heavily in decorating the company, he whispered. Then Transo and Zhang Hu left for the Tianlamsi Industry Company building. The receptionist saw them and announced, Assistant Zhang, they've arrived. Zhang Hu took the lead and said, Zhao Nin, tell everyone to come to the boss's office. Zhao Nin replied, yes. A moment later, in the boss's office, Zhang Hu looked at the employees in front of him and pointed to Transo, saying, this is our company's boss, Transo Tran Tiet Sin. The employees greeted the boss. Several female employees with shining eyes looked at Transo, thinking to themselves, so he's the boss, so young, so handsome, and so wealthy. Tuangto continued working, pointing to a girl with orange hair and introducing her. This is Nin Nai Han. Nin Nai Han greeted the boss. At this moment, a girl brought coffee to Transo and said, hello, boss, here is the coffee you needed. Tranho immediately introduced her. This is your secretary. I am Lan Nguyen. Transo nodded and said, leave the coffee here. He continued to look at the report in his hand and thought to himself although it's a packaging company, it seems to have everything needed. Spending tens of thousands to keep the company running for a month, it seems I need to find more sunken ship museums. Then he looked at Zhang Hu and said, Zhang Hu, let's end the meeting here. Tell everyone to get back to work, and you should also go back to the ship to oversee things first. Zhang Hu responded, strange, boss. When everyone left, Transo calmly said to himself, the effect of mental control is stable, but subconscious hypnosis doesn't mean there are no issues. They still need to avoid too much contact with external things. System notification, your physical condition plus is not a flock. Your physical condition plus is not a flock. Transi smirked as he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, taking a sip of coffee and quietly thinking, this feeling of a split body going hunting and lying still to become stronger is really satisfying. Meanwhile, his clone was tearing apart a newly caught triggerfish and pondering silently, is this a triggerfish? But this fish is only about 2 meters long, while this one is 4 to 5 meters and moves at an incredible speed, with teeth as hard as blades. If it weren't for my strong external defenses, I might have been injured by it. From its appearance, this kind of fierce fish is becoming more and more common at the bottom of the sea. This meat is clearly different and can provide more energy. Return to your original form. The system reports that your clone, after attempting to devour, has gained 90 evolution points, and your physical body has increased by 9. Feeling the body's strength increase, Gensuo clenched his fist and thought to himself, there's a problem. That fish must have an issue. Now I feel my muscles and bones are all enhanced, 10 times stronger than before. It's a pity that in such a vast ocean there seems to be only one mutated fish. Meanwhile, in the office of Tianlam Marine, Sister Lan Nguyen, are you asking if our boss has a lover? What do you mean? Do you want our boss's strength? Xiaoning, why are you starting to act up again? The three girls looked at Han, while To Lan Nguyen and a long-haired black girl were chatting when Transo approached and asked, are you all still not done messing around? To Lan Nguyen greeted the boss, saying we still have some unfinished business. Transo thought to himself that with his hearing, he already knew what they were whispering about when he was on the plane. To avoid awkward misunderstandings, just pretend you don't know anything. If you all try your best, I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight. The three girls exclaimed happily, "Really? Thank you, boss." That night, Transo took the three girls to Van Thuong Tien Hai restaurant. Ningyi Han secretly thought that the boss's car was a luxury vehicle worth over 2 million. Really impressive. The long-haired girl looked around the restaurant and whispered that the decor was too luxurious. After a while, a banquet table floated in front of the three girls. The waiter approached Transo and said, "Sir, the total bill is 49,999. Transo handed the card to the waiter and said, "Swipe the card." The three girls thought to themselves in amazement, "Is the boss from some wealthy family? So luxurious. The boss is as rich as gold and sand. Following him must mean having money." Transo looked at the three girls and spoke, "Tonight I have something to deal with. I'll call a car to take you home after dinner." The three girls shouted, "Thank you, sir." At night, Transo returns to the beach to train as usual. The sea breeze is refreshing, truly relaxing the mind. Late at night, on the deserted rocky beach, I never stop training. My physical strength is over 20 times that of an ordinary person, and my punch force has reached over 2 tons. With external support, my power doubles, and now my punch strength is close to 5 tons. But the greater my strength, the harder it becomes for me to control it. Only by constantly training myself can I become familiar with my power. At this moment, Transo saw a boat approaching the shore in the distance. So even in such darkness and this remote place, someone is coming. Feeling suspicious, Ben moved closer, hiding behind a large rock to observe. "We've done this many times, and you still don't trust me." "Boss, these days the inspections are strict, sticking to the old rules. One hand delivers money, the other delivers goods." "Boss, the goods are good, not bad at all, a happy cooperation. We have a good partnership." Hearing this dialogue, Transo secretly thought it was an illegal transaction. But they all have guns, so I need to be more cautious. A few minutes later, the transaction concluded, and the group on the boat set out again with the suitcase of money. Only the 3 people carrying the illegal goods remained on the shore. At this moment, the blonde gang leader spoke up. "Old 7, recent investigations have been very strict. Be careful." The 2 henchmen responded, "Yes, boss, rest assured, we are all communicating secretly, so if there's a problem with the goods, it won't be traced back to us." At this moment, Transo suddenly jumps down from a branch, grabbing one of the henchmen by the neck with his hand and kicking the other in the head, quickly taking down both. The boss, terrified, pulls out a gun to shoot, but Transo rushes forward, punching him out. After dealing with the 3, a glint of cold light appeared in Transo's eyes as he looked out at the sea and softly said, "These people have long lost their humanity and are just harming the people." Offshore, the snakemite clone quickly approached the illegal cargo boat and used a powerful suction to split the boat in 2. The smugglers also fell into the sea because of this. They shouted, realizing they had encountered a big fish. "What is this?" When they fell into the sea, they saw the shape of the Moi snake clone. So they quickly surfaced, trying to swim away and screaming in terror, "Monster! There's a monster! Help, help, run fast! Boss, save me! Save me!" The boss gritted his teeth and drew a pistol, knowing he couldn't run anymore, risking it all because he didn't believe anyone could block his bullets. Without hesitation, he confidently fires a shot at the clone of the snake mound, but it causes no harm. The clone of the snake mound looks directly at the boss. The boss shouted. Trembling, how could this be? Then he was dealt with by the snake mound clone. After dealing with all the illegal traders, the Moe snake clone grabbed the suitcase, bit into it, and swam back to the vow table. Later, in Transo's room, he looked at the suitcase full of cash on the table and quietly said, "1 tiger, 1 game. 3 million is 300 tigers." Currently, the cash in front of you and the numbers on the bank card give people very different impressions. The next evening in some coffee lounge, the 2 young men quietly discussed while looking at Tolan Nguyen. The woman is so beautiful, exuding an elegant and cold aura. Tolan Nguyen approached the table where Transo was sitting, handed over a document, and said, "The boss, please sign." Seeing this, the 2 young men at the next table silently thought, "He is her boss. He looks too young. The young boss is too young." Over here, Transo stood up and said, "Let's go back to the company and call everyone for a meeting." These 2 young men sitting nearby are whispering that this guy looks like a huge mountain. This young man's presence is truly intimidating. A moment later, in the meeting room, Transo pointed at the large screen and said, "If you do every detail well, you will be the heroes of the company. As long as the company's KP is keep rising, we'll give everyone a big calendar at the end of the year." At this moment, Transo's phone rang. "You take out your phone to listen." The voice on the other end says, Transo, the registration deadline is today, and you're the only one left in the class. Transo replied, sorry about that, I'll go right now. He turned off his phone and told everyone in the room, I need to go register at school. Nothing special today, everyone can finish work early. Also, while I am not here, all company matters, big or small, will be handled by me, Ninfu. After you left, Ningai Han exclaimed, the boss is still a student. Another girl said, with the boss's calm demeanor, I thought he was a rich second generation with a good background. About an hour later, at the university parking lot, Transo just parked his car and immediately drew the attention of other students. They whispered and discussed. Oh my god, that's Transo. He's a second-generation rich kid. This is a car worth over $2 million. What? That car costs over $2 million. This quickly became a hot topic on the school forum. Wow. Admission notice. On the last day for students to register, they were amazed to see a new student who is tall, handsome, wealthy, and driving a car worth over $2 million. The comment section, is that person Transo? One summer, he's so handsome. Is being handsome important? Driving over 200,000, his assets are definitely over $1 billion. He's not a student. He's a second-year finance student in our program. Yeah, starting from this semester, he's in his 3rd year. His name is Transo. In a girls' dorm, a blonde girl who was drunk and kissed Transo in front of the pedestrian street was also watching the forum and quietly said, I recognize him too much. Especially the clear black and white eyes like stars shining with a colorful glow. The finance department. I didn't expect him to be at the same level as me. Over here, Transo was walking and thinking, my physical strength and power increasing very quickly, as if I only knew how to do Bajikwan, Thangvantung, and Dan Kwok. You need to learn some skills to better manage and use your current power. Looking at the people practicing martial arts in the West Kondu community not far away, he thought to himself, acting tough, someone like that could be shattered with a single slap. To control his power, he can only rely on himself to train more. Soon, Transo had already registered. You immediately left the school and went to Long Nang Steel Industry. As soon as you saw the receptionist, Transo spoke up, I want to order a batch of steel, about 100 tons. The receptionist smiled, gestured to invite him, and said, yes, sir. Please come to the VIP room first. I will contact the sales director to assist you. A few minutes later, in the VIP room, the sales director entered, nodded politely, and shook hands with Transo, asking, hello, sir. May I know which type of steel you wish to order? Transo replied, 1 steel pillar, 2 meters wide and 5 meters long, with several steel plates added, weighing 1 ton, 5 tons, 10 tons, and 20 tons, respectively. The sales director said, hello, sir. Based on your needs, the total selected weight is about 200 tons. The estimated price is around 700,000. The final price depends on the finished product. Transo smiled and said, all right, no problem. Let's sign the contract. The next morning, Trunghuk took Transo to Tuangto's simple port and said, boss, this area is all warehouses of the locals. System notification, your clone has gained 8 evolution points through consuming efforts, increasing your physical body by 0.8. Tran, so thought to himself, enlightenment, illusion, transformation. Above transformation. Right now, I'm not even at the transformation stage yet. My path is still very long. So, you start walking around the warehouse area and quietly think by then, placing the steel master in the warehouse, this will be my training ground. I can only gain up to 100 evolution points a day and have to wait a month for the next evolution. Compared to the progress of the Moxibushin snake, my body's development is still too slow. Meanwhile, at the scene where Transo is dealing with 3 illegal buyers, many police officers are investigating the scene. Next to the deputy director reporting La Hao, the man named Hao, who calls himself La Lao Dai, is holding a small entertainment shop and over a dozen soldiers. His right hand was cut off by a hard object with immense force, leaving only a small connection. Iron Old 7. The victim's back was struck violently, internal organs shattered, and he died instantly. All 3 people died within a minute, killed by the same person. The deputy director spoke, his power astonishing, acting quickly. Who could possibly reach such a level? At this moment, the radio on his side suddenly crackled. Captain, a new corpse has been found at sea. Returning to Transo, he has already gone back to Thien La Maritime Company. Now you're comfortably lying on the massage chair, listening to Talan Nguyet's report, boss. The company has no work every day and the staff are just playing. Shouldn't we hand out some flyers? Transo said, no need. Doing business is like fishing. Someone will volunteer to take the bait. Hearing that, a worried look appeared on Talan Nguyet's face. Even though the boss is a wealthy heir, can they really avoid bankruptcy like this? Someone willing to bite the bait but not promoting it, who would actually come forward with money? As she was thinking this, outside the door, Nin Yai loudly announced, "Boss, someone is here to see you and wants to discuss a business deal." Talan Nguyet was surprised and thought to herself, is it really possible for someone to proactively bring money? A few minutes later, a man in a white vest walks into the room. As soon as he enters, he looks around and asks, "Where is boss Tuang Lao Dai?" Transo spoke. "He and his men have all pledged loyalty to me." The young man in the white vest tidied up his clothes, smiled at Transo and said, "Impressive. You've once again won over Elder Long. Let me introduce myself. I am Vuong Thien Hua." Transo smiled and said, "So you are Mr. Wang? Let's sit down and discuss this slowly." Talan Nguyet spoke up. "Boss, I'll go brew 2 cups to serve you both." Transo nodded and said, "Go ahead." At this moment, Vuong Thien Hua spoke up. "Brother, I have a shipwreck from hundreds of years ago in my possession, worth at least over $1 billion. So, can you do it?" Transo asked. "After this shipment arrives, how does Boss Wang plan to split the profits?" Vuong Thien Hua replied, "I have the map. I'll give you 3. The international team's price is only this much." Vuong Thien Hua was silent for a few seconds before asking, "So, how do you want to split it?" Transo replied with a smile, "At least 5 years. If you're not willing, then forget it." Vuong Thien Hua thought that now the law was complete and he couldn't save himself alone. He could only rely on Han. So he asked, "Are you sure you can bring him up?" Transo smiled, extended his hand, and said, "Someone like the elder. I have many under my command. If Mr. Vuong doesn't believe it, he can come and see for himself." Vuong Thien Hua shook hands with Transo and said with a smile, 5 years is 5 years. Let's work happily together." Transo smiled and replied, "Happy cooperation." On the other side, in the police station's deputy director's office. Such a prominent scar. But there's no creature with such large claws. Maybe it's an unusual creature. Thinking of this, the deputy director sat down at the computer and wrote a secret document before sending it into the internal communication system. Over here, Transo has returned to Tuangto's port because the steel shipment he ordered has arrived. I secretly followed and asked, "Boss, what do you use such a big slaughter beast for?" Transo replied, "The owner of Tran Hai at Kangbien can calm the Long Vuong of the 4 seas and intends to capture Phuong Tui Mak." Ailan Nguyet thought to herself, the boss knows too much. Transo took out his phone and checked his account balance. Seeing that he still had 321,800 yuan, he silently thought that money really wasn't enough, and with a blink, only this much remained. Then, since it was getting dark, Transo took the initiative to take Lan and Nguyet home, and when they reached the gate of the complex, Lan Nguyet got out of the car and smiled, saying, "Sir, sorry to trouble you again. Do you want to come upstairs for a glass of water?" Transo said, "No, I have something to do later." Ailan Yue said a bit disappointed, "I see." Watching Transo's car drive away, she shyly thought to herself why she was so bold to say such things, as if her bra hadn't been tidied up yet. Meanwhile, Transo was driving and thinking to himself that he accidentally broke a chopstick during dinner earlier. I still need to keep practicing control. That's the most important thing. At night, Transo returned to the beach to stab stones. After punching until exhausted, he closed his eyes, used his sensing ability, and thought to himself that he must control and maximize his strength perfectly. His external sensing can now cover 30 kilometers, and he can feel the movement of the wind and grass around him. 3 days later, after persistent training, Transo's aura perception experience increased by 15, and with the enhancement of aura perception, his strength could multiply many times. At this moment, at the bottom of the sea, the snake-like clone was hunting prey on one side while swimming alongside Vuong Thien Hua's boat. When he saw his boat slow down, Transo guessed they were close to the sunken ship and immediately called Vuong Thien Hua. "Boss Vuong, my remaining team has arrived. When do we strike?" Vuong Thien Hua said, "Your efficiency is really fast. I'll get ready a bit. Let's start." Transo replied, "Okay." That night, Vuong Thien Hua called Transo. "Bro, I don't see the rest of your team anywhere." Transo said, "You're underwater now. Just tell me the location." Vuong Thien Hua replied, "I see. Impressive. 200 meters to the left of our boat at a depth of 7,800 meters. Hearing that, the Moa snake clone swam down to that spot and thought to itself, "Even with my physique, the water pressure is quite uncomfortable, but it seems there's nothing here." So the main body reported back to Vuong Thien Hua that at 800 meters deep, there was nothing within a 200-meter radius. Vuong Thien Hua said, "So quickly you've checked already. Your efficiency is impressive." He thought to himself, Only about 20 minutes have passed, and you've checked depths of 700 to 800 meters already. How is that possible? At this moment, his subordinate reports that after hundreds of years submerged, Deputy, it's he. The location has shifted about 1,000 meters to the east. The clone of the centipede snake immediately went to check it out, and based on his sense of aura, he truly discovered a sunken ship. After a while, the valuables were all transported onto the boat. Wang Tianhua's men checked and reported, Boss, there are 8 broken ones and 3 intact ones, estimated at 300 million. If sold separately, it could add another 200 million. Wang Tianhua happily said into the walkie-talkie, hearing old brother, the general situation is like this. Transo responded, take care of the other matters. I only handle the money. A few days later, Wang Tianhua brought several suitcases of money to meet with Transo. When he saw him, he ordered his men to open the suitcases and said with a smile, we sold about 2,300 million in total. Each person gets 1,150 million. You count it. Transo smiled and said, no need. I trust you. Ha ha, little brother is sensible. Next time our boat team has news, we'll contact you again. Without saying a word, Wang Tianhua led his men away, while Transo looked at the cash in front of him and thought to himself that the money problem was finally solved. But my strength is still too weak. I must train until snipers and grenades are useless against me, so I can try bigger things. The next day, at Tianlam Marine Industry, as Transo entered the company, the black-haired girl approached with a resume in hand to report. Boss, someone sent a CV yesterday claiming a monthly salary of 50,000 and can guarantee 200 clients per month. Let me see it. After saying that, Transo took the file to look at a few lines, then immediately crumpled it and said, the one who pushed it away is a scammer. At this moment, Nin Ngai Han stepped forward and asked with a smile, Boss, why haven't you been to the company these days? A few days ago I took on a big order and casually made a few million. Nin Ngai Han's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, Ah, boss is amazing. Transo smiled and looked at her, saying, Didn't I say before that after completing this order, I would treat you all to a meal? Tonight, I'll take you to the rooftop to relax. Nin Ngai Han raised her hands in celebration, saying the boss is so handsome. The black-haired girl watched Luang Transo blushing, thinking to herself that this job is really good, easy work, high pay, and the boss often treats them to meals. Unlike that friend of mine, even at the company director's office, she still wants to follow secret rules. If the boss wants me to follow secret rules, should I go along or not? In the evening, on the rooftop outside the sky, Ning Ngai Han spoke at the banquet table. I didn't expect the boss to be so good at making money. The black-haired girl also said, going fishing with a boat just a few days and already hundreds of thousands. Transo chuckled and said, lucky, fishing in the Blue River, already a few 100,000. At this moment, a man with orange hair approached their table and asked Tran, So, excuse me, you are Mr. Tran, the owner of Tianlam Marine Industry, right? He immediately introduced himself. Hello, President Tran. I am Lai Tiande, Vice President of Thien Hong Group, and a friend of Wang Tianhua. Li Tiande got straight to the point. President Tran, I want to go fishing. Are you interested in collaborating with me? Tran so happily replied, as long as I make money, I care about everything. Come to my company tomorrow to discuss. All right, President Tran, see you tomorrow. Xiao Hai watched his figure and couldn't help but marvel. I didn't expect this person to be so young. Nai Hin, standing nearby, asked, Sister Xiao Hui, this group is very big, right? Yes, madam, their chairman has assets worth tens of billions, richer than the richest person in that city. He shares the same surname as Chairman Tien Hong, so he's probably one of his descendants. Nai Hin couldn't help but marvel. Tens of billions, Lan Nguyen added. And I happened to meet the son of the richest man while having dinner earlier. Transo listened to everyone's chatter and couldn't help but feel a bit amused that the son of the richest man was also interested in the shipwreck. The sea lizard was diligently catching fish, which was quite fitting, as I just finished talking with Xiaoning about a fish worth over 10 million. Now I've caught you, and not just one, but 2 of you. It's night, and right now the scene around the warehouse near the beach is very quiet. Transo looked at the spoils and thought to himself, a fish worth over 10 million, but its meat is just so-so. He calculated for a moment, this isn't really a fish, it's clearly money, and the next step is just to find someone to buy it. The scene shifts to the next day. Transo is practicing martial arts when Lan Nguyen calls over, Boss, young Master Lai has been waiting at the company for a long time. Transo quickly responds, I'll be there right away. This is the Thien Lan Shipping Company, and the supercar quickly pulls up here. Mr. Tron, I have the exact location of the sunken ship in my hands. Tron. So couldn't help but be surprised. With the wealth of the Thian Hong group, it's surprising that Mr. Lai is also interested in the ship incident. He casually replied, "It's money. Who wouldn't want to make it?" Transo began negotiating. "So after the goods arrive, let's split it 50-50. Thian Roy generously agreed. "No problem." He thought to himself, judging by his appearance, it's clearly not just some treasure on the boat. There's something strange. Transo continued, "By the way, Mr. Lai, do you know anyone who owns a high-end seafood restaurant? I have a 4-meter-long bluefin tuna here, and he couldn't help but marvel. Tran Tong is really impressive, to be able to catch a bluefin tuna like that." Tian Riyi continued, "Actually, I own a seafood restaurant here. Let's hang out and I'll introduce you to some friends." Then everyone headed to the warehouse, where someone immediately ran inside, and Manager Lin reassured him, "Don't worry, the fish there can't escape." The fish butchering staff happily reported, "Boss, the quality of the fish is perfect. All aspects meet grade A," Manager Lam observed and agreed. "Your fish is in top condition, we're friends. So what do you think about the price of 7 million each?" Tran so quickly agreed. "All right, let's go with that price." Lan Nguyen Tum thought to herself, "A single fish can be sold for an astonishing 7 million. Oh my God." The scene shifts to the Van Hao International area, where the shopping center is bustling with activity. This is the place where all the top luxury goods are gathered. It's considered a place of extravagance and waste. Finding items for the boss is too easy, and the staff secretly rejoice when they see Transo ready to pay. Big clients are coming. The scene shifts now to the warehouse, where everything is very quiet. After they finish shopping, Lan Nguyen Tum thinks to herself, "Oh my God, a watch for the boss costs over 2 million, and he also bought many luxury items for himself, also more than 2 million. Then he immediately told her, "Ling Yue, I want to buy a villa. Please keep an eye on that for me. It should be bigger and more spacious. The location can be a bit off, because I prefer quiet places. And the price should be around 30 million. After hearing his request, she immediately agreed. At this moment, the scene shifts underwater, where the chameleon is swimming deep below. The chameleon silently thinks, "It's a pity my strength isn't enough. Otherwise, the 2 submarines would be torn to pieces." Thinking of that, the newt kept swimming around to check further, then suddenly he discovered something. "It seems like there's something fishy over there, so for now, I'd better go investigate first and not take any risks." So it turns out that there is a giant crab over there. Its bright red color is very eye-catching. Seeing it raise its claws, the lizard just smirked inwardly, thinking how easy it was to deal with this. The crab immediately raised its claws to attack, and the lizard quickly swam away. It bit down tightly, thinking to itself, "It's much stronger than that mutated fish." Immediately after, the lizard rushed into the nearby mountain, causing it to collapse. The lizard thought to itself, "The power this monster spews out is over 10 tons. That's interesting." Immediately, a fierce burst of energy struck the crab, causing the water bubble to explode. The gecko carefully observed the opponent. This one couldn't be devoured all at once. It had to be absorbed gradually. Transo is opening his laptop to monitor the strange events at sea in recent years. He can't help but be amazed. Giant tigers, enormous tiger heads, and now a giant spider. This world is changing in a terrifying way. According to the information you provided, China's SSN-69B nuclear submarine went missing at a depth of 600 meters in the Pacific, with its last message being attacked by a giant unidentified creature. Another report states that the nuclear submarine of Country E in North Bangduong was struck by an underwater iceberg, resulting in 127 casualties. Transo muttered to himself that everything had happened over the past 2 years, and it seemed that the deeper the water, the more powerful the unknown biological monsters became. This crab's stats are also extremely superior to the giant fish. It far surpasses it. Down here, the lizard hurriedly hugged the giant crab, calculating its size now at 18 meters. Meanwhile, Transo was training and silently calculating in his mind, so his physical strength has improved over 100 times. Now my strength in both bones and muscles has reached a new level, so even if I hit a bookshelf, I no longer feel pain. I look at my hand and even a pistol can only scratch my skin. Furthermore, based on their appearance and my reaction speed, normal bullets wouldn't be able to hit us right now. At this moment, Huyen Khan is at Tanhua bookstore, seemingly searching for something. Transo was focused on reading while thinking to himself, "This world is more complicated than I thought." Studying and reading books is always the right choice. Those pretty girls over there are gossiping about him. Wow, he's so handsome. The 2 books Transo is studying are Xing Yiquan and Ba Jiquan. Transo silently told himself that continuous learning is the only way to keep progressing. Right now in the warehouse, his mind was still working constantly. The Batkuk Queen and Han Yai Queen look simple, but to truly integrate and understand them fully is actually quite difficult. At the same time, his phone suddenly rang. The caller was Li Tiande. Transo quickly answered. Day reported that our boss Tran had arrived. I responded immediately, "Okay, send me the location. My people will be there in half a day." The time escape deadline has arrived, and down here, Qinong is still exploring the treasure. At the same time, Li Kongtu asks him if Boss Lai has found any gold or broken pottery, and if Boss Tran has seen any special box. As long as I find the box, I can give you everything else on the ship. I'll ask about it. Qinong quickly picks up the box. These piles of gold are worth 200,000 now, but what about that special box? Suddenly, it looked at that thing, and Transo's thoughts echoed. A pile of black mud. I really don't know what he wants. According to young Master Lai, I quickly brought that muddy barrel back to him. After seeing what was inside, the manager's hair stood on end, and he gasped in shock. How could this be my herd? My herd over here. The police are investigating just like the dead bodies. All the blood in their bodies has vanished, their muscles withered away. They look like they've been dried out, but the time of death was only 10 hours ago. We just need to wait for the investigators. Kanduk silently thought, the victims are all thugs with no family, yet their bodies are healthy. Immediately afterwards, he quickly ordered, close all entertainment venues in the city and prepare a report. And the police responded promptly, yes. Time quickly moved to midnight. Another person drained of blood, and the killer still remains at large. When the case was reported, Kwanduk immediately became furious. What? Clearly everything had already stopped, so how could there be 4 more people dead? Over here, Transo was training while thinking, and after a few days of practice, both my 8 Extremes Fist and Form Yi Fist had made significant breakthroughs. The system notification, you need to name the new Joe technique, and Transo has decided, so let's call it Ice Fist. It is a combination of the 8 Extremes Fist with the 8 Extremes Stance and the Xing Yi Fist with half a step of Ice Fist, each step a powerful punch, as heavy as a cannonball. Over here, a large ship is hurriedly setting sail, heading out to fish along the sea. The boat driver couldn't help but feel happy now. Oh, after chasing the fish school for so long, he finally caught some. But he still had to be careful. This time, the investment was huge. A fishing net costing several million, no mistakes allowed. The crew member hurriedly ran in to report, "Boss, there's a hole in the middle of the net. All the fish are escaping." He was startled and shouted to quickly pull up the net. The sonar clearly detected nothing. The crew member couldn't help but wonder, but the net wouldn't come up. It's really troublesome, boss. Down here, the lizard is greedily holding a fish in its mouth while clutching its chin with one hand, catching dozens at a time as food naturally comes right to my door. It's really comfortable. It can adapt to water attributes, and the wind and sound devices can't detect me at all. I've eaten my fill and I'm ready to go home. Look at that torn and shredded net. The captain couldn't help but be stunned. What's going on? My net is all ripped and the fish are gone. Which monster or deity is behind this? Cut to the port now. He's lying peacefully in the sun, and on the other end of the phone, Zep-chan says, "I'm back in the blooming city. To show my gratitude, I will take you to a wonderful place tonight," said So-chan. Lord Lai invited. "Of course I must go see for myself." He cheerfully said loudly, "The Electric Cloud Pavilion is reserved for Master Li." The girl replied, "The Electric Cloud Pavilion is always for Master Li." Immediately after, they quickly left to enjoy the luxurious decadence inside the Electric Cloud Pavilion. Transo silently thought, the king must have had his reasons for not intervening early. This place really is great for relaxing for a bit. After unwinding, ting, he quickly drove down a quiet street. Transo couldn't help but wonder if something was following him. This aura made him feel very uncomfortable, like the sensation when the giant demon was pushed into the dark town that night. He sneered and looked back. A monster or demon. Interesting. It's been a while since I moved my body. "Hey guys, want to race?" He casually turned his head back to look at them, a look of disdain on his face. Immediately after, Transo's car aggressively sped up to cut off the front, successfully leaving the two behind. They couldn't help but stare angrily as smoke billowed. "This guy is too strong, doesn't fear death, huh? He's even human." Transo smirked. With this speed, even a gem wouldn't keep up. How can that freak keep up? It seems this freak's strength isn't weak at all. Now, Transo's car had stopped by the beach, and he shouted loudly, "Come out! I am not a bad person!" Immediately, a girl without clothes peeked out, saying, "Your brother's story is interesting. I was just swimming at the beach earlier. My clothes got taken. Could you give me a set of clothes?" Transo immediately leapt forward, wanting to get her clothes, "So I'll get them for her right now." And then, he suddenly threw a powerful punch from behind the corner of the tree. But she quickly transformed, evading the surprise attack in an instant, leaving Transo stunned. The beautiful girl from before suddenly turned into a demon, her bloodlust overwhelming. She truly wanted to devour him. Transo was surprised and asked, "What are you?" And she replied, "I am also human, just a more perfect one. My name is Amtiu." She then used her long tongue to bite him, which is like consuming hundreds of people with strong blood energy, enough for me to complete my first evolutionary stage. After learning about Ah's background, Transo quickly leapt into the air and struck through two sources of internal energy. His body moved swiftly and narrowly escaped. If he wants to eat me, let's see if she has the ability. Ying Xiao was stunned. Her speed was too fast. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted, causing a shockwave that shook everything around. Amtiu lay sprawled on the ground, unable to believe what he saw. How could it be? How could it be? There was clearly no aura of a conscious being on that person's body. Immediately afterwards, he didn't stop and struck the dry tree forcefully, splitting it in half. But Transo didn't stop there. He continued to attack all the trees around Tamatopio. As he fought, Transu secretly observed that Amtiu could merge with both trees and rocks, but each time he attacked her body, her aura weakened a bit. In just a moment, he had cut down all the trees here, and Amtiu lay sprawled on the ground. Transo looked at him, combining the dry trees. This is truly a very good survival skill, but it's a pity that the person who encounters me will answer my questions, then I will let them die happily. Ah, said cunningly, look at my appearance. Do I look like I'm afraid of death? The moonlight is so beautiful, it's a pity I will never see it again. But it's okay, I have avenged myself. If you give me another month, I can finish the shadowing process. And even if the god of war comes then, I won't be afraid. But unfortunately, in an ordinary city, I encountered a monster like a human. And as I speak, my body gradually dissolves. The system now displays a notification that because he has eliminated a contaminant, he receives 10 attribute points. Transu couldn't help but wonder what contaminant and attribute points were, glancing at the system explanation and quietly pondering. He already possessed extraordinary power, and someday even a lizard might too. At this point, Transu's expression suddenly brightened, and he laughed wildly. Thinking of a fierce red-eyed beast without needing to breathe fire, Transu imagined becoming a true version of Godzilla. The scene shifts now to the warehouse, where the surrounding atmosphere remains extremely peaceful. Transo is deep in thought, studying about the contaminated, the awakened. But even on Google, it can't be displayed. The toolbar appears, and no related search information is found. Transo stretches and yawns. It seems the government has already blocked this information, which is fine. My current strength is still too weak. I'll wait until I become stronger before engaging with that world. He silently calculated to himself that if his physique broke through to 10,000, the system then displayed a message saying that Transu had to choose an attribute to strengthen. So, for now, he could only enhance a basic element. And Transu quickly chose to enhance his lightning element set. In no time, the system notified him that he had used extraordinary ability points and gained mastery over the lightning set. Transu couldn't help but feel pleased as he looked at the small lightning set emanating from his fingertips. A version with lightning set abilities, huh? Fine. I accept it. Controlling the set also records experience, and even the Senra can improve through practice. This is not a problem. Over here, the lizard is as if being empowered by him, its tail immediately lighting up. The lizard is fighting another monster, both of them rushing at each other wildly. Of course, the lizard is still better than it eats while secretly thinking that it's another mutated sea creature. No worse than the giant spider from before. The lizard glances around, and the divine beast also has the ability to control lightning sets, even stronger than me. The scene shifts to N City Airport, where Quan Duke is already there to welcome the distinguished guests. As they arrive, he quickly approaches them. You are colleagues from the Special Agent Bureau, right? I am Quan Duke, responsible for receiving both of you. The other person stepped forward and introduced himself. I am Huang Quan Fong. Please cooperate with us this time. The other person stepped forward and introduced himself. Nam Kung Kim, the head of Special Case 907, take us to see the body. They then went to the laboratory, where a dried skeleton was laid out on the table. Quan Duke said this person died last night and is the only body found. At the same time 4 days ago, 4 people mysteriously died every night. Quan Fong quickly channels his internal energy into that sharp object, a stream of blue light forming into a female figure. Kung Kim also notices, observing the face of the woman for a long time, silently sensing. Then Kung Kim briefly said, the aura of extinction is dead. Quan Fong couldn't help but be surprised. What, already dead? At the warehouse, Transo continued practicing and thinking. My power is increasing too quickly. I basically can't control this kind of strength. Now I don't even dare to go to Nin Nahin's house for fear that sitting down might break the sofa. I remember she asked me, "Boss, do you want to go upstairs for a cup of tea?" But I quickly refused. No, I have something else to do later. Back in reality, he continued to suffer in his mind, even more afraid to get close to her, worried that he might accidentally scratch her frost. The next day, the super staff was introducing the property. Sir Tran, this is villa number 88. The main building is 560 square meters, with a 70 square meter front yard, plus a backyard over 200 square meters and an 80 square meter swimming pool. The buyer will receive all the equipment worth over 10 million when paying in full, Transo said. The total price is 34 million. 25.5 million. If it's okay, I'll buy it. As he was about to transfer the money on his phone, suddenly a loud voice shouted, "Boss, there's a monster! Save me!" At this moment, Kung Jian and the military officer are standing high above, looking down at the city. The officer reports, "Captain, there have been no unusual incidents since last night. The contaminant has truly been eliminated." But it's strange. It's in a state of disintegration. With this kind of power, it can't kill people. And ordinary people can't do anything. He wondered, "Captain, why don't we stay and investigate further? It would be a good opportunity to see what's happening in this city." Kung Kim said, "If you have time, practice cultivation, or else when the face comes, you'll just be a target dummy." Hearing this, the guards couldn't help but be startled. Face the impossible. Kung Kim recounted that the professor speculated that the upcoming spatial disturbances would be over 10 times more intense than those 20 years ago, and the top priority was to enhance overall strength and wait for that day to come. Only then could we avoid wasting the country's efforts in nurturing us. Kai Nyong here has finally found a treasure, something valuable, but the dredged silt is too rough, and many broken ceramics. A shame. After Kinong brought the treasure back, Transo quickly posted the antiques on the trading site. Transo secretly rejoiced, making a fortune. Items from the Song dynasty worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan. Unfortunately, he accidentally damaged many pieces, estimated to be worth hundreds of millions or more. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts, asking what he was touching, why he was panicking, and if that guy was so bold and telling the girl not to talk nonsense after witnessing everything. The man chuckled coldly. "But did you say I accidentally touched you, or do I need to touch you again?" The customer sitting next to him couldn't hold back. "Why are you so shameless?" "I've seen everything," he shouted. "So what if I saw? If you've got the guts, come and hit me." Transo immediately felt indignant. This is so interesting. I've never seen anyone boast like him in my life. Han laughs loudly. "Today you've met me, aren't you convinced? If you're not, come and fight me." Han mocks Tran. "So, if you have the guts, come and hit me. But you're just a hot-blooded youth who only dares to move his mouth." Finally, Transo couldn't hold back anymore. He clapped his hands and asked the staff, "Do you have cameras in your store?" The female staff member was clever, quickly understood, and unplugged the power cord. Then she loudly told Transo to come out, signaling that our camera was broken. Hearing this, he immediately smirked cunningly while the other guy turned pale in fear. In just a moment, his face was beaten so badly by Tran, so that he was covered in blood. The pervert collapsed on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Immediately after, he disdainfully waved his hand, indicating that he was dirty. Transo smiled brightly and said loudly, "So there are people who actually enjoy being beaten. How ridiculous." Scene, at this moment in a house near the river. At this moment, he gazes at the lightning in his hand, silently thinking that 100 years of life is just a fleeting moment compared to a star billions of years old. Transo silently vows that one day he will break free from this mortal limit. On the second day, Transo told Lan Nguyen to spend some time studying accounting books because soon she would be in charge of the company's financial records and her salary would be doubled. Hearing this, Lan Nguyen couldn't help but feel happy and immediately agreed. "Yes, sir." Seeing Transo get into the car, she couldn't help but wonder where they were headed next. But he just smiled softly and said to buy some things, and soon they arrived at a grand building where a man dressed in Chinese style stepped forward with a friendly smile and introduced himself as Gao, the owner of this antique shop. Transo continued, asking Mr. Cao to help him appraise this item, and he immediately welcomed the distinguished guests, inviting you both upstairs for a more detailed discussion. This time, the item you want to sell is an antique plate placed inside a red silk-lined box. Mr. Cao. And it then tasted it, he thought to himself. It has the salty smell of seawater, probably just recently pulled up. Then he told Transo, "Young man, this is genuine, but it comes in a pair. And since you only have one piece, its value won't be very high." Transo couldn't help but frown. It was part of a pair, and when he picked up this porcelain vase, there were many broken pieces around it. only this one was intact. The dealer pretended to look regretful and said, "That's really a pity. If it were just this piece, I could offer you at most 4.5 million. Transo immediately took back the item and said, "All right, let me think about it a bit more." Then they quickly left, and now on Leng Yue Baya Street, the shopkeeper said, after moving through so many stores, "It's still Mr. Cao who is the most genuine." Transo asked again, "Is that really the case, or is the number he gave just the highest, and he sold it to him?" He silently recalled, but there was something very wrong with this person's eyes. Clearly there was a devil in his heart. The scene shifts to a luxurious villa living room where the man speaks, saying he has found a lead on the sunken ship. Mr. Cao discreetly hands over the item, revealing that this ceramic piece bears official marks, which is the shipment we have been searching for. "Boss, this porcelain was sold to me by a young man. He must know the details." The man immediately ordered, "Send the information to Holai. I want all the details about this person within half an hour." Mr. Cao quickly followed suit, and within just a few minutes, his phone buzzed with a notification. "Boss, are we planning to cooperate with the person behind him?" This man's name is Dohong, and his face involuntarily shows a scheming smile. "Cooperate?" Soon after, Mr. Cao quickly met with him for the deal, smiling happily as he said, "Please enter your information here. When there's a pandemic or an auction, we'll need your details." Transo quickly replied, "All right." That night, he lay on his bed unable to stop thinking, as today's auction went extremely smoothly. Why do I always feel like there's something off about Mr. Cao? I hope there's nothing unusual about him. The next day, Transo was in the elevator, telling himself that nothing strange happened last night. Maybe I was overthinking it. Forget it, just go to school and see. Transo silently thought that after digesting the sea monster, his strength and muscle density had increased 50 to 60 times compared to an ordinary person, and he wondered if he could withstand a bullet now. Outside the elevator, a person dressed in full-body clothing was waiting. As soon as Transo arrived, he was immediately subdued, told not to move or speak, and to follow him, with a gun pressed against his back for intimidation. "Sir, I don't know where you're taking me. I don't think I have offended you all." The driver spoke, "Taking you to meet someone, so just be honest." Immediately after they arrived at the location, the guy with the gun shouted loudly, "Come here," another one reported. "The boss has been brought here." The fake-faced boss sneered and said, "Let me see what kind of person you are that made me wait all night." Transo now no longer pretends, straightening his back and sneeringly asking why there are only a few of you, while the other guy looks confused. The little brat was very scared just now, so why is he so calm now? It's a bit strange. His way of speaking is a little frightening. The scar-faced boss stood up fiercely and ordered, "What are you standing there for? Kill him!" As soon as he finished speaking, one of them rushed forward, aiming his gun at An. But Transo quickly leapt forward and kicked the lying face guy hard in the face, blood spraying out. The gun flew high into the air and then landed right into Transo's hand. "They couldn't help but be startled, kid. Put down the gun, can't you hear? Big brother told you to put down the gun." The scar-faced man sneered. "You only have one gun, but I have two, and your gun only has one bullet. Kid, you're surrounded by us." He calmly asked again, "Don't you guys understand the situation yet? Or should I say, you've been surrounded by just me? Tell me, who is the one behind you, and then I'll make you die quickly and painlessly." Immediately, a loud gunshot rang out, creating a huge noise. Finally, he fired. The henchmen saw their boss get shot in the head and fall, and they were all shocked, boss. They immediately shouted to each other, "His gun is out of bullets! Kill him now!" Transo focused, threw the gun away, and gathered his inner strength. Immediately after, Transo's hand quickly caught the bullet. The guys were stunned and terrified. What the hell? How did he do that? Oh my God, a monster. He's a monster. He actually stopped the bullet. He looked at the bullet in his hand and couldn't help but smile proudly, realizing he was this strong. And just like that, screams echoed through the abandoned warehouse. "Transo buktoigun, noidi, I bao den." The guy, terrified, cowered in a corner and said, Chairman Dohong of Longhua Group, whose shop on Old Street is also his, is now at Kwangson Villa, number 3. Now, on the ground, the corpse of the boss from earlier still lies there, motionless. Tron. So quickly pulls out his phone from the old man's pocket and calls the number in his contacts. "This is Transo. Is it Dohong? I will visit you tonight." Mr. Cao couldn't help but be startled. Demanding 20 million is no small words. Quickly, Dohong ordered, "Get ready. With this amount, you could buy dozens of lives. Let's see if he has the guts to take the money." And then Transo immediately rushed towards Dohong's house, moving at a speed that seemed like a car. Transo clenched his teeth in thought as he ran. His physical strength and speed had already reached 120 meters per second. At Dohong's villa, he had many guards ready with guns waiting for Transo. Cao Tianxin was anxious, thinking maybe the young guy had been taken away and didn't dare come to the mansion, suspecting he might have killed 7 Black Tiger men, including 3 with guns. This kid is not simple. At this moment, a loud noise echoed through the villa, followed by a power outage, causing the guards to panic and scramble in chaos. Inside the room, they were making a fuss, starting the backup generator to secure the area. The camera at the gate was broken, and the enemy's speed was too fast. Dohong angrily slammed the table. Regardless of who it was, once he saw them, he would shoot without hesitation, regardless of life or death. Along the corridors, the bodies had been cleared away, and all the security guards were eliminated. The loud commotion outside made everyone inside the room tense, and they stood ready with guns. The old man's door immediately swung open, the tension in the air thickening. As soon as Dohong saw the door open, he shouted out loud, "So you are the awakened one!" Transo said nothing, immediately leaping to strike and take down all those guys. Seeing his commanding presence, he was frightened and retreated. 500 million. "Master Tran Tien, can I buy our lives for 500 million? Tran so coldly said, "I was tempted too, but too many people have already died. I can't let you live anymore. Tell me about the awakening, and I will let you die quickly." Hearing this, Dohong couldn't help but feel terrified and looked at him, sweating profusely without realizing it. Then he immediately recounted, "Old man 99 from the highlands, my 10 brothers and I fought over territory. Old man 99 from Ho Sun." A man covered in flames fell from the sky, and immediately Ho Sun town turned into a sea of fire. The next day it became a lake, and the government named it Lake of Despair. Hearing this, he immediately thought to himself that the awakened person is truly powerful. Luckily, he didn't waste this time. Seeing Transo appear distracted, he quickly drew his gun and shot fiercely at Transo, shouting loudly, "Damn it, you bastard!" He scoffs and strikes out, destroying everyone within a few steps. No matter how much wealth you hold, it's no more than an eyeless ant to me. Soon after, Transo quickly leaves and the police arrive. This place has long turned into a sea of blood. An officer promptly reported to Quan Duc. 31 bodies in all, including the chairman of Longhua Group. He surmised that, if he wasn't mistaken, it had to be Transo, likely the one who also killed the group in the mangrove forest. Quan Duc thought for a moment. The third Devil's Land was acting strangely. The second wave of gunfire was about to hit, originally planning to give him a big break to enter the Devil's Land. But he was too ruthless and bloodthirsty. His path was a bit misguided. Now, the scene shifts to the warehouse at the port, where a small item is neatly placed on a large table. Transo silently thinks to himself that half of the grilled chicken he left behind has disappeared, and there are still traces of oil, indicating that whoever came here did so in an unusual manner. Right now, the lizard is underwater catching fish, holding a big fish in its mouth but still greedy. There's more on the other side, so I'll go check it out. At a depth of 1,200 meters below the ocean floor, the lizard is thinking, "This seems to be an active volcano, and the atmospheric pressure at this depth makes me feel a bit uncomfortable." The scene shifts to the morning at the port warehouse. A shadow follows behind him, sometimes hidden, sometimes revealed, carrying a bag of fried chicken. Transo quickly notices and hides in a corner, silently thinking, "No one can escape." Transo couldn't help but feel pleased with himself, immediately sneering before launching a flying kick, smashing down with a powerful punch that caused a huge explosion, rocks flying everywhere. But surprisingly, no one was there. He was also stunned, nothing at all, just disappearing silently like that. Suddenly, at the same time, the system sounded an alarm warning that your body is being eroded by contaminated energy. The message said that because your body is strong, it can resist for now, but after 5 hours your immune system will be destroyed. Transo couldn't help but be surprised and immediately stepped into that space, which was a different world. Right at the door, Transo saw a thin figure along that path. It just saw him and its eyes lit up, then quickly flew over as if to devour him. He immediately raised his fist but couldn't help wondering what kind of monster this was. It lunged at him and his punch immediately struck it, causing the monster to explode. Above the door, on the wall, a line of words appeared. "Ho Sun Town welcomes you." He quickly entered the town of Ho Sun, the place Dohong mentioned, which had collapsed into a lake overnight. It turns out that Ho Sun was not destroyed by humans but was pulled into another world, abandoned and returned to a place that is somewhat unfamiliar and dangerous. He kept looking around carefully, not noticing a girl sitting on a tree watching him intently, holding a chicken in her hand. Then suddenly she angrily bit into a large piece of meat. Transo still focused his internal energy with 2 attribute points, fully enhancing his abilities and thunder attribute powers, boosting attribute points and control abilities, plus 20 experience points and 2 mental strength. According to the information he found, Hoshun town was flooded, 180 people went missing, and 30,000 people had to evacuate. Transo calculated that if more than 30,000 people and the town of Hosun all turned into zombies, how many attribute points would that be? Immediately, he picked up the phone and called. "Hello, Leica, it's me. Please help me find out where the people who evacuated from Hosun 20 years ago are now." The voice on the other end responds, "Hosun town, got it? I will bring you the news tomorrow." On Monday, ask the management to build me a small steel room and make a giant sword for decoration. The 2-meter-long, thick, heavy, hard, and sharp knife made him feel uneasy. Master Tron, sharpening the blade tomorrow might be difficult because pain is under the control of the government. So Tron forced a smile and asked, "Manager Lee, do you think someone would kill with a 200-pound, 2-meter-long sword?" He broke out in a cold sweat. So Tran quietly calculated that after all, the demon corpses are also strange creatures that can infect. Besides the steel sword and the iron house, I need to get a set of steel armor. Then, he and Thien Ria quickly met at the seafood hotel, and he reported that the information from the survivors in Hosun town was very chaotic. The government said it was stabilized, but I conducted a special investigation and found no information at all. Immediately after, on the way back to Transo, he couldn't help but feel proud. Just as he had thought, more than 30,000 people were all buried there. Under the sea, the lizard continued fishing. Quietly pleased, today was a good day, catching over 40 fish, only 300 more evolution points needed to complete Stage 3 evolution. The scene shifts to a luxurious Sahua villa with vast architecture. The Rain Clan members quickly introduce her as the owner of the villa, Miss Lam Thanga, and Mr. Tron truly has good judgment. Transo hurriedly thought, all the money is here now. Once Miss Lam finishes counting, we can start the procedures. Thanya couldn't help but look fierce, over 20 million in cash. At this moment, the evolution points have also been added. The gecko is deep-sea fishing at 1,500 meters and beginning to evolve. It curled up into a ball, surrounded by a sphere of fire, and at this moment, Transo and the lizard had already merged into one. So when it evolved, he evolved as well. At this moment, Transo became more agile, staying about 100 meters away, and he could even hear the ants carrying food clearly. He continued listening, and about 300 meters away, the patrol guard was complaining about life. Transo's strength and speed have doubled, but he can still control them easily. His speed has reached the Earth stage, his stamina increased by 1,000, and his mental power has risen to 200. The system reports that the talent compatible with water, fire breath, and lightning is not bad, and he quietly speculates that this new ability might have been gained from eating mutated piranhas. Thinking of it, Transo recalls in the chameleon's memory that its body had grown to 40 meters, no longer just a giant lizard but clearly Godzilla. But the energy in his body is still too weak, and the power of his fiery breath is also quite ordinary. As soon as he saw those glaring red eyes, the lizard immediately sensed that there was a huge figure down there. The lizard calmly opened its mouth to assess. This guy's bite could tear apart a battleship. His strength isn't bad. It tore as it spoke, but still, it's just not bad. The lizard quickly carried the loot away. This tigerfish brought over 2,000 evolution points and had a lot of intense energy. This cave is the habitat of the giant tigerfish. They arrived at a nearby place and seemed to have seen something terrifying. The lizard immediately spat out the prey from its mouth. Seeing the scene before it, it thought to itself, truly frightening, yet it also felt an inexplicable sense of fear. It seems like there's something inside this skull, and the energy in my body is boiling over. According to the system, the lizard can absorb this, but it can't help but wonder if it can also absorb the prime. At this moment, the lizard's body suddenly glows, and the system displays a message. Your clone has absorbed an ancient element, achieved super evolution, and is now absorbing the power of the Sichvium. The lizard opens its large mouth and immediately condenses its strength. The power immediately shot forward, causing a massive explosion that shook everything. It couldn't help but marvel at its incredible force. Just a burst of energy was enough to make an island disappear. Now switching to the warehouse, Transo looked satisfied. This knife weighs 200 jin. Very comfortable to hold. Then I'll call you the Heavenly Warblade, a 2-meter sword with a titanium armor. This titanium alloy armor is also very good and very flexible. Transo smiled faintly and looked over. Now that he had evolved, he could sense her presence. I didn't expect it to be a girl. Is she a survivor from Hodao Town with superpowers, or is she also a monster? As night fell, he immediately headed to the town, and Transo looked at the crowd in front of him in surprise. And at night, Hodao Town started to become lively. He quickly swung his sword fiercely at the wave of corpses, while also enhancing the weapon, the Tuang Thien Badao. Immediately after, his agility and sharpness quickly improved. As he swung his blade on this side, a large monster with glowing red eyes appeared, charging straight at him. Transo sneered and nodded in approval, his speed truly fast, but at this moment he had already killed quite a few enemies. Corpses scattered before him. He looked at his weapon and calculated. Armor and protective sword gained an extra 5 points. Immediately after, 2 enemies quickly closed the distance to him. Transo didn't hesitate and charged forward, swinging his sword fiercely at them, fresh blood splattering everywhere. When he landed, the system kept adding achievement points. Transo quickly realized that the approaching opponent was a big guy, which was good. All the skill points had already been added, so he decided to test his hand. The giant and Transo are punching each other, neither willing to give in. He immediately flies back after the close combat, thinking to himself, his strength is truly immense, yet not much weaker than mine. But his speed is slow. If that's the case, then I might as well give up. Then he swung a sword at him while I simultaneously dodged and flew away. When the system announced it, Transo realized that it was level 5. No wonder its strength and defense were so formidable. It took more than 10 slashes to kill it, and now I just need one final deadly move to finish it off. From the other side, a clear voice shouted a warning to him. Run! Run! Tron so silently thought the girl was the one who stole his roasted chicken. Yet she was reminding him to run quickly, but in her eyes. There is no malice in it at all. He gently patted her head and said, Your name is he, right? My name is Transo. From now on, you will be my little sister, and I will protect you very well. Let's go. I'll take you home to buy you some new clothes. From now on, Transo has a little sister, and he's no longer lonely. In the car, Transo couldn't help but ask, what is that dark tide that engulfs the earth? Do you know? The girl looked at the desolate scenery and mumbled, What, the dark tide? I also don't know, but it's dangerous. Transo took the girl to the shopping area, and he was now dressed in a white dress and clean shoes, looking as beautiful as a princess. Transo pointed at the dishes on the table and said, Done shopping, let's eat now. And he immediately ran over excitedly upon seeing the food. He was eating fried chicken while secretly thinking that in the previous battle, the outer shell covered his entire body and the energy of the fire was accumulated inside him. Then it suddenly erupted with immense force, which could be considered a lethal blow. 80 attribute points, all of which were used to enhance the outer shell for me. I have broken through to the intermediate level, my strength has increased at least 3 times, and he looked at him in surprise. At this moment, the scene shifts to the bustling Nindai building, where a group of people are gathered doing something. The bespectacled boy looked excited and asked, After this training, I heard we will reach at least the rank of 2nd lieutenant. The blond boy couldn't help but wonder. At the same time, someone outside responded, Yes, the city has established a special department, and after completing the training, you will be promoted to the rank of Shaoyi. But after training, there will be many dangerous missions, and you can choose to participate or give up. Everyone is excited. I agree to join. Right now in the warehouse, Transo is still training intensely, punching the heavy bag tirelessly. Transo thinks to himself, My grandfather's training harnesses the firepower within his body and unleashes it in a storm. This is my deadly move, and each punch weighs at least 150 tons. I call this attack the ultimate flame. Is 100 punches the limit? Then if I face that demon again, I can take it down with just 3 punches. Right now, in the Nindai garden, the air here is incredibly pure. The girl sitting in the car couldn't help but be impressed as she watched him pass by. He's so handsome. That car isn't cheap at all, the guy behind casually commented. Clearly he's just a spoiled rich kid. Nyoknya immediately shouted, You're not allowed to talk about him like that. The bespectacled friend was surprised. Nyoknya, why are you defending him? The person sitting in front recounted that a month ago, he had rescued Lam Nyoknya from 4 kidnappers. The blond guy sneered. That guy who looks like a gigolo, but he managed to save someone from 4 kidnappers. No wonder the glasses-wearing one was so furious. Kidnapping. Those people really are playing with lives. The girl admires him even more. Is he really that amazing? Today, Transo decided to take Hehe to the park. The 2 siblings sat quietly watching the crowd go by. Down here, the lizard is diving deep into the sea, and at the same time, a ship passes by. It thinks to itself, so inside the ship are just a bunch of bags, this crazy logic of the mixed-eating gang, no wonder, just the right opportunity to test my divine sword skills. The sailors on the Sona ship saw a large creature approaching from 100 meters away, a huge object rushing toward us rapidly. Danger is imminent. It's about to ram us. At this moment, the lizard's claws fiercely scratched a large gash into the hull. The water quickly flooded in, damaging the two rear cabins and causing them to start sinking. Sona's mechanical system also malfunctioned. The captain shouted urgently, "Close the doors and hurry up to prevent the water from flowing back. Activate the multi-beam mode, lock onto the target direction, and draw a surrounding diagram." The sailor reported in fear, "Captain, it's a long and narrow creature over 40 meters long, bigger than a blue whale." He couldn't believe his own eyes. How could such a creature exist in the world? Even blue whales are only over 30 meters long. "Hurry up! Close the rear door of the ship. Surface quickly. Surface quickly. The ship is severely flooded and still under attack. Fire torpedoes immediately, accelerate to maximum speed, and use all your strength to surface." Seeing the boat become so chaotic, the lizard was secretly pleased. What's wrong? It swam away, reaching a speed of 200 kilometers per hour, and the torpedoes couldn't catch up. This is fun. It's only just beginning. From afar, the large boat was drifting aimlessly straight ahead. The gecko used its strength to hold onto the boat, then charged into the grenades. Immediately, the boat exploded, and of course everyone on it was gone. The chameleon didn't just watch silently. The power of the torpedo explosion still made him feel uncomfortable. If he had been hit directly, he would definitely have been injured. It seems he still needs to keep increasing his strength. The scene shifts to the party, where a dancer on stage is gracefully performing her moves. The young man below can't help but get excited. She's a first-year student in the foreign language department and one of the 4 beauties of Tanfo University. And this is Tian Tian with her unique peacock dance move. Transo immediately recognized her as an acquaintance and smiled softly. So it's her after all. He stood below, couldn't help but exclaim, "Beautiful, so beautiful. Go." After finishing her dance, her hair also fell down in long strands, shining with a beautiful golden color. She was still performing her act when suddenly someone approached from behind. The young man carried a bouquet of flowers and said, "Tian Tian, I first met you and was captivated by you. Will you be my girlfriend?" She couldn't help feeling embarrassed. "What's going on? I'm performing right now. Go down." Everyone below is buzzing. "What era is this? Still playing this kind of game? Stop embarrassing yourself there." Tian Tian spoke up. "Senior, the audience below doesn't agree with me. And I also don't like you." After the fake party ended, Tian Tian approached him. "Senior, you still recognize me." Everyone couldn't help but whisper in surprise, "The beauty queen is waiting for him." She stepped forward to remind him that last month he called the police to rescue a girl who had been drugged. And Transo immediately remembered, "Oh, I have a memory of that. So what is she looking for me about?" Transo scratched his head and smiled brightly. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. See you later." As soon as he left, she secretly smugly evaluated that the car was worth over 2 million. The shoes he was wearing were Gucci, costing more than 30,000 a pair. This is the true style of the second-generation wealthy Tranchin, not like that guy Ngui Tuan. Over here, Transo had already put on his armor and carried his sword as he headed to a secluded place. He recalled that, according to he needed to find a cave before the dark tide arrived, or everything on the surface would disappear. The cave is 30 meters deep, about 4 or 5 meters wide and high. Very good. Just after entering, he already defeated a level 2 mutated ghostly sword monster, its body frozen on the ground. Next is a level 3 mutated ghostly fog, a creature whose entire body burns like fire. Transo couldn't help but be surprised that this ghost had evolved the ability of flames. "No wonder I feel a bit uncomfortable because the weather is so scorching. System, can I add anti-evil spirit resistance to my clothes?" He approached it to observe. The demon armor is of a superhuman level, so it is almost immune to normal flames. Meanwhile, the lizard secretly calculated that there aren't many fish in the deep waters of the Pacific Ocean. So it's hard to find mutated fish. Instead, it's better to hunt fish in human fishing grounds. Somewhere, the lizard couldn't help but feel happy, as these 20 fish are equivalent to what it catches in half a day in its own waters. Up here, Transo is struggling in battle, biting his lip and thinking quickly, moving so fast that he's already broken the sound barrier. Over here, the demon beast, upon hearing him, immediately lunges forward, drawn by the fresh human scent. Transo couldn't help but think for a moment. The digging technique of this demon beast was surprisingly exquisite. He calculated that when it swung its digging, his arm would double in size, and the trajectory of the spear would change. Immediately after, Transo pressed the person down, realizing it was time to end. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly wiped it away, and the demon spirit looked on in surprise. At the same time, a very strange face appeared from its chest, with red eyes staring directly at him. Instantly, that face blew out a large flame, and Transo quickly drew his sword to block in front. He looked directly at it with a serious expression and said, "Absolute flame." As soon as Transo finished speaking, that face was momentarily stunned, seeming not to understand what he was trying to do. But of course he didn't give it a chance to understand. The fierce sword slashed down forcefully, and immediately it couldn't withstand and was destroyed. And this reward is that he has obtained the core element. Transo's sword suddenly appeared in the shape of a heart. The heavenly wound sword had used combined encrypted materials. Transo quickly tests the new power of the sword, sweeping it fiercely. Its effects delight him, as it can transform the energy of fire and lightning into a blast of sword aura. Switching scenes now to the other side of the small town, Transo is watching another monster. He quietly thinks, what if the spider turns into a demon? Nah, forget it. This forest is too quiet, a bit eerie. Better to head back first. In the warehouse, as soon as he returned, the girl happily greeted him, and he, Transo, helped her close the door. He couldn't help but be surprised. How could she close an invisible door? This must be related to spatial powers. The mysterious girl is more than I thought. It's better to seal her away to prevent the demon from escaping when I'm not here. At this moment, the system detected a storage space where I can exchange 10 attribute points, so I quickly made the exchange. Transo held the spear in his hand, knowing exactly what he needed. Just as he was about to complain about the inconvenience of carrying and storing it, it granted him extra storage space. Down below, the chameleon swam while pondering. In just 3 hours, its body grew a year older, reaching 6 meters, gained over 500 evolution points, and the human breeding ground smelled much better. The fisherman couldn't help but be surprised when the fish died. Jamada-Ekun, look, what happened to that fish? So strange. Not enough oxygen, maybe. They saw it bleeding near the surface and were startled. Oh no, there's blood in the sea. Something has happened to the fish. Immediately, the lizard sped up its tail, causing everything to turn into debris. Now at the villa, Transo was calculating, still having over 100 attribute points left, and it was finally time to improve in all aspects. He leapt into the air, sensing that his aura perception and sensing abilities had increased from 100 meters to 1 kilometer, and Uebu could even temporarily fly without using her wings. After returning, Transo immediately ruffled Hihi's hair, and at that moment, the news reported a terrifying black fog appearing in Tesla City in northern Europe, covering hundreds of kilometers and causing over 50 people to go missing. Hearing this, Transo kept thinking, the black fog, it's very similar to the dark water field in Hosan Town. It seems this peaceful world can't last much longer. Over here, in the waters near Okumachi Island, a large ship swiftly glides across the sea, and a lion man steps forward. Suji Motokun, has Professor Kant's research made any progress yet? Han Talik Matkwa said that the professor had extracted a super-level gene from the giant beast, and moreover, we have found a way to revive this monster. The lion man couldn't help but wonder, super-level genes, does this mean superhumans can now be mass-produced? Yes, sir. And not only that, the super creatures will also be under our control at the same time. Those two quickly stepped onto the ship and said, Professor, the nuclear microenergy transfer has been completed. The other person continued immediately to the location. They are holding a giant, ancient beast inside a glass cage, its limbs pierced by a long sword. Immediately, the technicians quickly report that the electric ring is installed and the nuclear energy has been connected. The professor couldn't help but feel satisfied as nuclear energy was transferred into the giant creature's body and it was about to be revived. It was smart enough to know that the electric ring would kill it, so it would obediently lie down and submit to our control. Sujimoto flattered. The professor intervened. You truly are an outstanding scientist, even better than Stang. Looking at his work, the giant beast remains motionless inside the glass case. Ga laughs loudly. Success is near. The ancient beast is about to be revived. All of this was seen by the lizard, which scorns these thoughts. These fools actually want to revive that ancient beast. How pathetic. Immediately after, the lizard decided to stop this and revealed itself. Ken shouted loudly, It's a mutant. Everyone stop it or we will all die. Sharpshooters, fire. Ken immediately shouted in panic. Tsujimoto, let's get on the train quickly. Over here, the security team keeps firing at it, and one of them even throws a bomb. Dr. Ga hurriedly runs forward, but those attacks seem to have no effect on the gecko lizard, which still stands there calmly. Not only that, at this moment, the gecko lizard begins to destroy everything around, making Tsujimoto startled. The angry face of the lizard beast emerged from the thick smoke, glaring at the group of people. Despite their fierce fight, it hadn't even taken a scratch. The guards couldn't help but be startled. That was a 24mm armor-piercing bullet, plus a missile. This equipment could start a small war. The iguana looked down on them, thinking that this was the Superhuman's strategy all along. Then it opened its mouth wide and roared loudly, causing the people there to feel like their bodies could no longer withstand it, and they spat blood and skin. Doctor and Tsujimoto were terrified, hiding behind the large rocks, while the lizard continued to break through on the other side. He glanced contemptuously at the two leaders, thinking, "You want to run?" And then a loud explosion sounded simultaneously as the monitor dragon looked up. Inside the experimental container, the beast showed signs of movement. The lizard couldn't help but be startled by this internal force. It actually awakened, and the aura was truly terrifying. Its mind shouted, "Stay away, stay far away," then kill it. Immediately, the gecko, with considerable internal strength, launched a surprise attack. The giant beast was startled by the sudden assault. "I just revived. My flesh and blood are still not strong enough. Don't—" The system quickly notified that the ancient venom had been damaged. "Do you want to absorb it?" The lizard was curious. "Damaged flesh. All right, go ahead and absorb it." Transo is sitting at a coffee shop with he, looking grim and deep in thought after absorbing the damaged venom, yet just lying there makes him stronger. The girl still innocently devours her food happily. At the same time, Transo's phone suddenly rings, and Thien sends a message. "Hey, are you free tomorrow? Let's go out for dinner." Transo immediately agreed and replied, "Okay, I'll pick you up at 11 tomorrow." At this moment, inside the infusion bag, Transo was rolling his eyes, thinking how powerful these blades are. Even a heavily armed tank could be torn apart by them. The level 4 monster was successfully killed by him, its body cut in half. Transo couldn't help but wonder. "It's only level 4. I thought it would at least be level 5. At this moment, a strange wave suddenly appeared in his mind, and So-chan silently thought, "I can feel it." Over here, a giant monster continued to rush toward him. Transo also didn't hesitate to face it, stepping forward to strike a powerful blow. Transo secretly calculated that it could actually damage his superhuman demon armor with 50 attribute points, enhanced demon armor. And so, the giant beast was immediately knocked into the air, causing a massive explosion where he stood. Transo charged straight at it, but the monster created a protective shield from within. He silently thought, "It actually has an energy shield, if that's the case." With that in mind, he fiercely gripped his sword and struck forcefully, causing its body to be torn apart. "Tuit VM, you have slain a level 6 demon and earned 200 attribute points." Transo received 100 attribute points for his inner strength, upgraded his external armor, and another 100 points to enhance the Shichvium, increasing the temperature of the sword's flames from 3,000 to 10,000. He looked into the distance. The range of his sword aura had reached 30 meters. That dragonfly earlier, just one knife was enough to kill a little friend. After returning home, he continued to secretly calculate, strengthening the outer armor and adding the deadly flame. From a distance, there is Shichvien Dao Qi. I can feel the aura, and also various demonic armors and demon-slaying blades. Transo still channels his inner strength. Next, they will practice Ice Fist, the Cloud Wave technique, and Thunder Control. 2 days later, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Wasn't that the beauty queen from the first heaven, Thien? Even the beauty queen can't resist the temptation of luxury cars. When did the atmosphere at Ning University become so bad? Down here, Tian smiles happily. "Senior, it's on me. What do you want to eat?" Transo says. "Let's go have seafood." The two of them then arrived at the restaurant. He chose the menu: wild lotus flower, 4 caddies, 2 portions of braised pig stomach with national sauce. Thien silently lamented her hardship, calling over 70,000, but in her budget, she only had 10,000 for 3 months of living expenses. And now it's all gone. "I only brought 1,000 yuan. Can you lend me some later? I'll pay you back afterwards." Transo smiled and said, "It's okay. The bill has already been paid, so just enjoy your meal." Thien couldn't hide her admiration and said, "Big brother, you started your own shipping company. That's really impressive. I heard you rarely go to school. It turns out you're busy with your career. The most attractive men are those who are busy with their work." He replied, "Not exactly. The reason I don't attend school is because I'm busy fighting monsters and leveling up, and I also don't have time to manage the company." She sang and shouted, "Is this a game where you level up by fighting monsters?" Because Thien looked so happy when she saw the food that Big Crab is really huge. Suddenly, when he looked at the plate of food, he couldn't help but feel uneasy inside. If the end of the world were to happen, He wondered if such prosperity would still exist. Now the scene shifts to a luxury shopping mall where Transo and Tian walk together. She blushes secretly, thinking that he said they would go shopping after eating, but it turned out to be for leveling up, a meal costing 80,000 yuan, and then casually buying clothes worth over 300,000 yuan. Oh my god, my monthly living expenses of 2,000 yuan are even less than one of his shirt buttons. Transo casually took her hand and said, "Let's go, let's buy some more clothes for you." And Tian couldn't stop her inner shouting. Why is he holding my hand like this? Doesn't he think I'm reckless? Oh my god. After shopping freely for a while, Transo generously said, "Pack everything for me. Swipe the card." The sales assistant immediately recognized her as the very beautiful girl from before, but in just 1 month, she had been replaced by an even more stunning girl. Tian couldn't help but be surprised as she carried a bunch of luxury items in her hands. Oh my god. The first time we met, he bought me clothes worth over 300,000. Is this what you call spending money like water? She looked at Transo with confusion, thinking what he might do next, whether he would take her to a hotel, and she wondered what she should do. At the same time, in a nearby gym, a dark blue light suddenly appeared, causing passers-by to feel frightened. Transo quickly closed his eyes, sensing through the ultrasonic waves in his brain. She hesitated and wondered, does he have no feelings for me? No. Maybe he wants everything to happen gradually. Am I overthinking this? At this moment, Transo doesn't have time to pay attention to the beauty anymore. He quietly calculates that he feels a space tear nearby, which is a bit strange. After a while, Transo followed his guest to the gym room, which was now stained with blood. Transo was accepting it, but this is the real world, yet the aura of contaminated power appeared. Then, after chasing it for a while, they finally met. The black monster was annoyed, but realized you had found it. Well then, go ahead and die, and as he finished speaking, the monster rushed forward. Transo immediately delivered a kick, causing its body to explode. The system promptly announced that you have killed a low-level contaminated monster and earned 5 attribute points. Transo silently thought to himself, it's indeed just contamination, not demonic possession, similar to the previous Yin Xiao. The monster's corpse lay sprawled on the ground, and once the police arrived, they quickly cordoned off the area to investigate. Quanduk feels a bit disappointed. I wanted to use this contaminant to test the results of your half-month of hard training and see if anyone has awakened. But someone went ahead and killed it. It seems this person with superpowers has fire abilities. He couldn't help but wonder when the city had started to see fire-type superpowers. Right now, Transo was sitting at home watching the news, and today, hundreds of space tears have appeared all over the world. Unfortunately, I have to tell everyone that the end of the world has become a reality. Transo told himself that the end of the world had actually arrived 99 years ago, and over the past 20 years, the number of deaths on the apocalyptic battlefield had reached 500,000. More than 20 years of peace built on the blood of soldiers, and now we have entered a new era of global evolution, where everyone has the potential to become extraordinary. He looked at his phone, thinking that this publicly available information was just a summary and not comprehensive enough, especially regarding Mathay's news. If you want to get more comprehensive insider information about Mathay, you need to report to the Special City Bureau first. At the same time, underwater, the Kinyong is fighting a giant mutated fish. Kinyong's body suddenly reacted to something, and from what it saw, this fish could turn seawater into heavy water. But for me, it's useless, so it continued to move forward. The giant fish was soon struck by an attack from the giant eel, which, in pain, thrashed wildly. The eel greedily thought that if it devoured this whale, it could gain at least 10,000 evolution points. At the City Special Bureau branch, everyone is abuzz talking about how the guy who killed the contaminated monster yesterday was really impressive. He's much more powerful than us, and he's also a superhuman with fire abilities, definitely someone who has awakened within the people. The girl he saved was secretly thinking, could that be him? With his expression that day, even now, she was afraid she couldn't do it. At the same time, Kwandung entered and said, "Someone registered for evolution today. Do you want to go see?" Seeing everyone so excited, he was pleased and thought it was good. At this moment, Transo has finished putting on his protective gear, and everyone can only see him through the glass door. A girl from the team immediately recognized him, realizing he was the one who drove the luxury car in the courtyard that day. The girl blushed shyly, thinking to herself, it really is him. Kwanduk had suspected from the start. Hearing his subordinate say that, he fell silent, thinking, it really is him. Kwanduk then guided Transo, informing him about the evolution candidate and explaining that a strength and speed test would be conducted. Do you have any questions? I have no questions. This testing device can display a maximum force of 150,000 kilograms, so just hit it with full force later. That guy looked at your friend Lao Li and asked how many stars his strength was. Lao Li replied that yesterday he killed an impurity and is even stronger than us, probably around 3 stars. Everyone was buzzing and speculating. Maybe he's a 4-star. What are you thinking? A 4-star punch needs to reach 5,000 kilograms. It's not easy to achieve. Judging by his appearance, he seems very confident that he can blow up the testing machine. Come on, our team leader is a 5-star evolved person. His strength is only 10,000. So immediately punched forward with great force, causing everyone to tremble again at 12.186 kilograms. See, this is really 5 stars. That's right, a super powerful 5-star evolved person. He silently sighed, still unable to control his strength and might have accidentally hurt someone. Quan Duke looked at Transo. If you have indeed reached the 5-star standard, you could go to the city's special agency to receive 50,000 yuan a month. If you agree to join the Special Operations Department, your salary will be doubled. You will be directly appointed as Deputy Director of the City Espionage Bureau and promoted to the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. Are you interested? But Transo quickly refused. No way, I'm used to being free and unrestrained. He also didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, all right then, was the contaminant from yesterday the one you killed? Transo also honestly agreed. That's right. Quan Duke continued, you have awakened the fire aura ability. Your fire aura is very strong, comparable to those awakened individuals I met 5 years ago. With your talent, you could join the Special Agent Bureau and even become a battle god general, and possibly take on disciples too. Hearing this, Transo secretly wondered, is a battle god general a person on the heavenly flower list? Then he muttered to himself, better to keep my giant snake god secret. Besides, I have my own way to become stronger. Then Transo replied, no, but I appreciate the good intentions of the bureau chief. The scene shifts to a certain division where the news of Transo being a level 5 evolved person has spread. Tianyu immediately called him, but you're actually a level 5 evolved, the top among the people, huh? From now on you have to protect this little brother. Transo was surprised. Oh really, Director Li? Then the two of them chatted happily for a while. After hanging up, Transo sighed tiredly. I've received too many calls today. My classmates I haven't contacted in years are calling to congratulate me. Could this be what it feels like to be a saint in front of others? Remembering the giant salamander, after swallowing the head of the giant whale, its body length has reached 90 meters, and my stamina has increased by 1,800 points, with strength rising from 29 tons to 70 tons. According to the evolution system, my overall strength must be at least level 7 or level 8. After some theoretical calculations, level 7 is the peak of the awakened, but the gap to a 10-star divine general is still an absolute difference in strength. In a peaceful world, even as strength improves daily, if there are no opponents with comparable power, a hint of sadness appears on his face, leaving only an uncontrollable emptiness. But now, it's different. With the apocalypse erupting, terrifying monsters will tear through the void and conquer reality. And also, countless awakened experts, immortals, and even divine warriors have entered the arena. And Transo also knows that they have all stepped into the stage. With my current rate of growth, it won't be long before I can rival the battle god general. As he thought of this, he stood up straight. Transo secretly smiled with determination. No, I must surpass even them, become even stronger, and survive. Suddenly, his phone rang loudly, and everyone in the team knew that Transo was an evolved person, causing the girls to be both excited and admiring of him. The innocent words of the 3 girls made Transo smile uncontrollably. He chuckled while reading the messages. Then he pretended to be serious and replied, don't be lazy, work hard for me. Each girl had a different expression. Lan Nguyen immediately replied, yes, boss. Just now, sitting upright at her desk, she also responded, yes, sir. Lin Nguyen saw his message. She lazily smirked and immediately got to work. Meanwhile, at the warehouse by the ship, Transo had already arrived. Transo reached out and the sword quickly appeared, dragging it along the ground. Noticing a small figure watching him, Transo spoke, we're back again, Tiohei. The little girl stepped forward and stammered to him, little clown, open! And immediately a door opened. Looking at Transo, the door opened, and now she has changed so much compared to when she first came back with him. Afraid she might be in danger, Transo immediately told her to wait here and not go anywhere. Let him go in and check. She obediently stepped aside to make way for her older brother. Transo stood in front of that door as if his feet were stepping on something. As he stepped in, he couldn't help but lift his hand to his nose to sniff the air. This smell was definitely wrong. He looked at the scene in front of him with curiosity. wondering why every time he opened this door, it led to a new place. He glanced at the little clown and calculated if he wanted to stabilize the world behind the door, he would need the girl to keep the door open. But Transo couldn't help but worry that if he did that, what if a more terrifying monster discovered the existence of the door and he had to deal with it? He remembered the blue-eyed monster chasing him that day, which could deduce his location based on where he disappeared. And there was also the fire demon chasing after him. But once the door closes, the next time it opens will be into a strange new world and he'll have to explore again. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sneer. Was this a completely random new instance? Transo did not show fear. Instead, he felt nothing in particular. At this moment, the system displayed a warning. The burning storm, with temperatures so high they could instantly kill most living beings. The crimson flame reduces the burning effect of the high temperature, but Transo still stands tall there. He smiles softly, luckily protected by the crimson flame, so the hot wind even feels a bit more tolerable. At this moment, his body is being invaded by contaminated energy, but Transo's physical body has successfully adapted. His resistance can temporarily withstand the erosion of the contaminated energy for 15 hours. Transo calculates that 15 hours, although his physical condition is very good, still isn't enough to completely resist the contaminated energy. He imagines that those who awaken as divine warriors might be able to completely ignore the pollution. What level of power have they truly reached? Forget it. There's not much time left. Let's first see what this world has. Tran. So closed his eyes and sensed as waves quickly radiated from his mind. Transo stands in the vast emptiness, quietly listening to everything around him. Then he opens his eyes. With no breath of life or demon, this is a completely desolate world. No wonder this hellish world seems to be a place where life cannot be born. So, let's go back and protect the girl to open another door. After all, the dungeon can be opened at will. Lost in thought, at that moment, something emerged behind Transo, startling him as he turned around. From the fire pit, a dark, fierce monster floated up, and Transo immediately swung his sword fiercely at it. The flames dissipated and then gathered again, indicating that this thing is also quite difficult to deal with. It lunged towards him, and through the system, Transo learned that this is a level 3 toxic smoke monster. Transo couldn't help but be surprised that even his skills couldn't detect this monster. It seems there's still some excitement left in this world. Of course, it didn't give him time to think, and the monster immediately lunged again. Transo stood still without moving, and it suddenly charged at the sword in his hand. Based on his observation, Transo deduced that this demon creature was not a living being. If it is a demonic creature, then only lightning strikes can eliminate it. Nothing else will do. Transo's entire body immediately radiates an electric aura surrounding him as he carefully observes its movement speed. Then, Transo quickly gathered his internal energy to condense the lightning bolt. He moved his body, and immediately, a fierce and swift attack shot out towards the monster. That lightning seems to draw the power of the thunder god into it, striking with such force that the monster couldn't withstand it. The creature let out a cry, and instantly all the fire on its body was burned away, leaving only a skeleton. After the system announced that he had killed it, only a decayed skull lay there powerless. Transo looked at it in surprise. A level 3 demonic creature, it didn't seem strong, but because it was immune to physical attacks, the armor's energy couldn't harm it. Additionally, maybe because it was born in magma, fire attacks have no effect on it. You look at the lightning on your hand and smile faintly. Perhaps it's just luck that I happen to have the skill to control it. Otherwise, the battle could have been very difficult. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in the distance, and Transo couldn't help but be startled. As soon as he saw the girl, his face darkened instantly, and he became furious. Didn't you say that you should stay outside the door because it's very dangerous in here? Seeing Transo's anger, the girl looked up sadly and explained, feeling worried and scared. Unable to resist the cuteness of my little sister, Transo muttered under his breath and walked away. Knowing the outside might not be safe either, he stepped forward and softly instructed, "From now on, you stay behind me and stand a little farther away, and don't come any closer or eavesdrop." Understood. The girl immediately cheered up and obediently followed, then disappeared. Transo continued forward, staying alert and observing his surroundings. According to Transo's senses, there seems to be something in the distance. Suddenly, the volcano where Transo is standing erupts fiercely, making him startle. And so he immediately shot forward, luckily reacting quickly, as the flames soon engulfed the spot where he stood. Transo soared like a bird, flying over the treacherous cliffs, with the fire below spreading further and covering everything. Although he had escaped the danger for now, Transo still felt uneasy and continued to fly higher to find a better vantage point. Finally, he found a foothold and chose to land on the highest cliff to observe the entire scene. The fire hasn't reached where he's standing yet. Transo looked at what was in front of him with a cold gaze. And this is it. Instead of a building, it looks like some kind of seal or prison, and it can even completely conceal the aura of a powerful demon beast. He moved closer to the chain. So the true reward of this world is actually Vandenfell, the Fire Wing, a real dragon, a fully black-scaled red dragon, confined and only able to lie still. He looked at it with pride. I can't even imagine how explosive the scene of the fiery chains, lightning, and dominance would be after adding countless attribute points. The dragon now stood up, still very arrogant despite being bound by chains. "You foolish human! Do you really think you can challenge me? How amusing. This is my world, intruder, and since you've come before me, I will show mercy and give you two choices," it said, glaring at him. "The conditions are as follows. First, I can completely bury your house here, and of course Choco won't leave anything behind. And the second option, I am happy to accept some new people into my servant ranks as long as they kneel here and praise the great name of Vandenfell at the door." Instead of following its command, he chuckled and said, "Who are you?" "I have no interest in knowing, but I am very interested in that cactus," Transo said with a completely indifferent expression. "He has never seen a human so arrogant in front of him," the angry dragon roared loudly. At the same time, from beneath the magma dragon, the fire people immediately leapt up. Transo couldn't help but feel amused. "I thought you were some kind of high-level demon or monster." Wait a minute, turning into a toxic smoke demon. Could this be the result of agreeing to become your servant? The black dragon immediately ordered, "Kill him and drag his corpse into the Dragon River Dongnam." Instantly, the fire people received the command and rushed toward Transo. He looked at them and suddenly burst into loud laughter. From within Transo's body, a dragon of power immediately surged out, resembling long, thick cords. They wield powerful lightning dragons, wrapping tightly around their targets. The firemen are caught by those cords and then immediately explode. The dragon looked on in confusion, wondering what had just happened. Had all my servants been wiped out in an instant? So then gathered his inner strength again, and thinking about it, having a black dragon as a pet might actually be pretty interesting. He slowly turned around and asked it, "Why don't you become my servant?" The dragon immediately looked at Transo as if he were a strange creature, then roared in anger. Immediately, rocks and earth burst out from where Transo was standing, and he quickly withdrew his sword, gripping it tightly as red veins from his heart spread across the blade. The lava erupts in flames, and only then do they begin to engage in a real battle. Facing such a formidable enemy, Transo shows no sign of worry. In fact, he even gives it a smile. Immediately after, Transo fiercely swung his sword directly at the dragon. It was restrained by chains, limiting its movement, and the attack aimed at its neck cut deeply, causing the dragon to cry out in pain. From that cut, a stream of fiery gold-like lava flows out. It is so furious that its breath becomes rapid, and it says, "I will send you to hell." Immediately after, it also gathered its internal energy to breathe, and the dragon couldn't help but laugh loudly at him before blowing out a large flame toward Transo. This is Hellfire Dragon's flame, obviously much hotter than lava. Meanwhile, Transo quickly raises his sword, using his body of Jijvm to withstand the flames. It seems this method is quite effective. Transo's surroundings are protected by a small circle, enough to prevent the fire from burning through. Seeing the scene before him, Transo couldn't help but feel proud. It's just like that. That dragon immediately opened its huge mouth, sucking up all the fire from beneath the lava. Then, furious, it grew even larger and looked at Transo, transforming into dust for me. And so a huge flame, as if from the end of the world, immediately shot toward Transo, and the dragon couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. It looked at him boastfully. "In my world, no one can withstand my Hellfire Dragon even for a moment. I thought you were really strong, but it turns out you just blow a bit harder than a big hairdryer." The dragon couldn't help but feel terrified inside, wondering what was happening. Soon after, it continued to gather its strength. And of course, Transo didn't just stand still to be attacked. At this moment, he propelled himself upward with internal strength. Just as the dragon opened its mouth, Transo kicked out, aiming to strike directly into its mouth. When the flames burst from its mouth, he quickly dodged aside. Transo landed nearby and said, "I possess the extraordinary power of fire and the energy from the Demon King armor, so my current fire resistance is already activated. I hardly need to pay attention to the little heat from this dragon's breath. The dragon here is quite surprised. So you're even immune to my dragon breath. You're quite interesting." it said, as it lifted its leg and slowly crawled away. Immediately, the dragon lunged forward and opened its huge mouth. So what would happen if my sharp teeth tore it apart? As it fiercely bites down with its sharp teeth, it seems this dragon truly won't stop until it kills him today. But Transo is faster, quickly leaping up to dodge the attack and biting it. Transo shot straight at the dragon's neck, catching it off guard and unprepared. His eyes now revealed a deep, intense look, and a smile crept onto his face. Immediately, Transo drew his sword and slashed a long line along the dragon's back, causing fresh blood to gush out. His movement was incredibly smooth until the sword suddenly was taken away by something. Transo also couldn't help but be surprised. He paused briefly to observe what was below. Suddenly, the torn wounds on its body immediately spewed out a large flame. Transo then descended to the ground. No wonder it's called the Fire Wing, as it can truly turn red. But now, it's just the last desperate struggle of a person, armed with fierce spirit, unleash. I still use my inner strength to show off a little. This is the new technique I just discovered on the fiery wings, Crimson Flame. Frenzy. It seems to roar in anger, daring to secretly learn and mix my powers. Die for me. Once again, Transo instantly leapt into the air, startling the dragon, and then fiercely swung his sword down onto its neck from above. Transo's sword was incredibly sharp, slicing through the dragon's head with ease. In the end, he successfully defeated the level 5 dragon-type monster, and gained many more points. Transo's face now seems engulfed in flames as he stares at it, and says, "You have no more chances, trash." Wandering around to look at the dragon's scales, she couldn't help but be curious and observe it closely. The girl sitting in front of the head couldn't help but marvel at how powerful it was. The fire dragon was dead. At this moment, he closed his eyes and focused, relying on the enhancement effect of 4,000 physical points, burning only a tenth of the blood energy, yet the resulting power was already terrifying. This level of body consumption, even a mortal could keep up with their recovery speed. In this state, it is called the first form of the blood crown. He approached the dragon's corpse, silently contemplating. Scales, teeth, flesh of the transformed dragon, even the hot, molten blood are all extraordinary materials. Just giving this head to the government would earn at least 100 million. The only problem is, when selling this level 5 dragon's head, how should I explain its origin? If I say I killed it alone, wouldn't that reveal my level 6 or even level 7 strength? Then Transo reached out to lift his mischievous little sister down in here and said, "Little Jester, tell the story of that fierce dragon again. I'm thinking for now, let's keep it quiet. Dragon meat might taste really good." Transo had to spend 200 attribute points to make room for the inscription. Then it immediately vanished, and he successfully captured the dragon's head. Transo couldn't help but feel pleased. With 400 attribute points, enhanced perception, I need clairvoyance ability to see hidden intelligence information. The little clown nervously watched his evolution with 400 attribute points boosting his 3 armaments. A powerful aura flowing around him, and Transo smiled contentedly. His entire body now seemed enveloped in strength, and Transo slowly descended to the ground after completing his evolution, feeling a hint of surprise. "So, you also awakened the King of Beasts." He extended his hand. "This is the aura of a king, a legendary power that can instinctively make people feel fear. It's an extraordinary force that can make others tremble and become immobile under its gaze." But thinking about it, Transo couldn't help but sigh in frustration. Then he immediately tried his power, using this to clean up the mess, which proved to be very useful, but indeed, it had vanished without a trace. The scene shifts to a vast sea area, where the oceanic fishing vessel of Country L is operating. The crew on board is hauling up the nets, everyone excitedly shouting, "The fish are coming up! They're coming up! Hurry up!" But unlike usual, there were only a few small fish and crabs left in the net, and the crew couldn't help but wonder why the harvest was so small. One of them looked grim and said, "What's the big deal, as long as the fish aren't dead?" Suddenly, one of them stammered in panic, "Look quickly, what is that?" Under the sea, it seems like something is protruding above the surface. Right above that cloud, a bolt of lightning suddenly strikes from below, startling everyone. And then another lightning bolt crashes into the water, causing the fish to jump wildly. The fisherman couldn't help but rejoice. "Look at all these fish. I've never seen so many in my life." Turns out the creature below is a lizard. Maybe this is how it repays after eating its fill. At this moment, deep beneath the sea, in front of the gecko, is a large cave. Transo on this side can feel it. The 3 energies have made the pressure of the lizard even stronger. Wherever it passes, even the fish become motionless. Then he used his inner strength again, and Transo couldn't help but feel excited. Merging the fire chain and thunder peak, I can actually fly. The barrier cannot fly, it is a desire deeply ingrained in human genes. As he flew, he thought that as long as he circulated the energy of thunder and fire, he could ascend to the sky and descend to the earth, escaping the pull of gravity. In just a moment, Transo soared upward, like a deity from a mythological film. Suddenly, he froze slightly, as if he had seen something. Transo silently thought that his intuition told him there are still many undiscovered places in this world. Even he himself believed that the owner of the fire wings in this world has yet to fully experience everything that exists here. In the end, the fire wing is just a trapped dragon here. There must still be something even more powerful. I need to go over there and see what exactly happened. After flying in the air for a long time, he is now in the ruins of the giant's kingdom. The walls here are roughly carved, but over time, they have developed water stains. And the patterns on this also seem somewhat symbolic, similar to those on the pyramids. Transo guesses, could it be that an ancient dragon civilization once existed here? Then what could make the ancient dragon tremble in fear? Thinking of this, he couldn't help frowning and questioning himself whether he was a dragon god or a true god. Then Transo looked at the stone door again with caution, feeling that if he stepped inside, he would face great danger. But without entering the tiger's den, how could he catch the cub? Immediately afterward, Transo used all his speed to rush in. Despite knowing the danger, he couldn't resist his curiosity. Once inside, Transo couldn't help but be surprised. It seemed that in front of them, Hoaduak was just a little brother. At this moment, a series of urgent alerts appeared rapidly, indicating that the contamination level here was rising sharply. Transo thought to himself that his intuition was correct. There was something unusual in this land, and even before the true form revealed itself, it had already proven to be causing terrible pollution. So I immediately shouted loudly, "Stop hiding and running around, I know you're here!" A loud echo echoed with Transo's voice. "Stop hiding and running around, I know you're here." The echo. What happens next surprises Transo, leaving him stunned for a while. Suddenly, a beam of light of unknown origin shot straight at Transo, making him more alert. But Transo calmly shouted, "Someone." Immediately, a muscular body with 4 arms quickly appeared, and the creature responded to Transo, the Ascendant, awakening. Then the monster swiftly shed its white outer layer, revealing a dark face. On its face, there is a red vein, and at this moment, the strange object before Transo couldn't help but feel cautious. Suddenly, for some reason, it strangely moved its hand toward him. And even stranger, it seems to have no fingers, its face now furious, and it uttered 2 short words, eternity. Transo's eyes froze, and he couldn't help but be alarmed by this one's stance. Transo's sword quickly plunged into the crack with a loud bang, forcefully causing the earth and rocks to shatter. From his hand, a dark aura surged toward him, but Transo swiftly created a protective barrier in front of himself. Before this, Transo silently thought to himself that the venerable in front of him couldn't be a level 6. After trying to hold on for a while, a strange feeling suddenly appeared in Transo's mind. He seems to pretend not to realize it. No, this guy is definitely a level 7 demon beast. He is getting more and more aggressive, that hand clenched tightly, and the short, sharp words are spoken. Kneel, submit, surrender. Immediately, the ground where Transo was standing sank rapidly into a large hole. Transo couldn't help but feel angry, clenched his teeth as he looked at him, wanting to make him kneel. Someone who wants to die. Then, immediately, Transo raised his face to the sky and let out a furious roar. Under his pressure, everything here kept being thrown into chaos and scattered in the air. An immediate shockwave erupts, a loud noise shakes the entire area, and Transo's body suddenly appears engulfed in blazing flames. Then he calmly chuckles. It seems someone has amplified his power and aura, making Transo's presence extremely dangerous and fierce. He shouted loudly in the form of the blood saber first. That guy still stands silently watching Transo as if he doesn't care at all. Seeing Transo at this moment, she sneers contemptuously at him, deep in sight. As soon as he finished speaking, the shards of stone immediately shot back like sharp arrows directly at him. Transo quickly leapt up, swinging his sword lightly at the stones. But wave after wave, it was as if a heavy rain of rocks was falling before him. The sword in his hand was working at full capacity. Transo moved lightly like spinning a fan, continuously blocking countless attacks. At the same time, a loud explosion sounded and headed straight toward the large cliff. So that was his slash. The monster couldn't see it because of the speed, and in an instant, his arms were cut off. Not just his arms, his entire body was sliced apart, and as Transo landed on the ground, his body disappeared. Suddenly, a hand from behind his head pointed directly at him, making Transo look on in horror. He's not dead. Unlike the previous monsters, this one's fighting ability is even more terrifying. He looked at Transo with contempt and said, and then a loud explosion shook the entire tower inside. Hey, don't stay silent in the smoke. I was momentarily pleased thinking I could kill you, but the surprise is not over yet. And now his face changes expression. Transo's fierce face and terrifying gaze emerge from the smoke as he grits his teeth in rage, entering his second, bloodthirsty form. No need to say, the monster is now extremely frightened, and he quickly retreats to keep his distance from him. Immediately, the forearms moved again with internal energy, striking at Transo once more. But how could he let him fulfill his wish? Transo swiftly delivered another powerful blow, causing the area to tremble. His face and eyes had completely changed. A triumphant smile now appeared on Transo's lips. Before he could let him strike, that painful tongue once again fiercely slashed into his body. But he suddenly disappeared, and what Transo just cut was only a clone. Suddenly, before Transo could rejoice for long, a sharp pain pierced through him, causing the monster to grimace in pain. He hadn't had time to understand what was happening before being defeated. Transo coldly smiled. Under my bloodthirsty form, anyone slower than me must die. But suddenly, at that very moment, his two arms quickly grabbed hold of my hands. His expression is unclear, but he is trembling all over, looking up at the sky with a wild, arrogant roar. As he finishes speaking, the place where Transo stands suddenly explodes, as if the monster wants to send Transo to eternal damnation. Transo disappeared. His sword was flung far away, hitting the ground with a loud bang. Luckily, he was not dead. Like a demon emerging from the smoke, Transo appeared, his weapon only delaying my attack. This time, I will send you to the heavens myself. And then, Transo immediately charged at him with all his inner strength. Come on! The guy could only stand there with a cruel look, as he helplessly raised his hand to block the attack. At this moment, he punched fiercely with his bare hand, sending him flying far away. His body slammed his head onto the ground, shattering the stone beneath. But of course, it didn't stop there. Another explosion rang out, and the monster continued to soar upward like a ball thrown carelessly. Watermarks now appeared on his face, and he felt a wave of pain spreading through his body. From afar, Transo immediately charged forward like a missile. Facing him directly, the monster couldn't help but be startled, and Transo smiled kindly at his opponent. Immediately afterward, his hand mercilessly struck his face. Transo pressed him down from above at an extremely fast speed, and the impact upon landing caused the ground to crack and splash water far away. It seemed like the danger had passed because the threat had been eliminated. But no. From behind him, a familiar hand made the sign of a box. And of course, Transo could feel him immediately turn around to observe. Before Transo could regain his composure, the ground where he was standing suddenly collapsed. From the cracks in the rocks caused by the water, chains quickly emerge and attack Transo's legs. In an instant, his arms and legs are bound. They look fragile, but are actually incredibly strong. The thing that restrains Transo is the dragon's sealing barrier that absorbs the power of the sealed object and enhances the seal. He quickly realizes that the more force he uses, the harder it is to escape this binding. And that must be how you bind ancient dragons and turn them into slaves, right? However, your ability to stop me is still a bit lacking. As he finished speaking, he quickly tensed his body. A powerful internal force erupted from within Transo, like endless flames burning fiercely. At that moment, a smug smile still lingered on Transo's lips as he looked at it and continued. Because I am different from those foolish dragons. And immediately after, those chains were quickly torn apart by Transo into pieces. And very quickly, Transo had completely broken free from his restraints, looking at him closely and clearly enunciating each word. I am Transo. At this point, Transo couldn't help but look at him with a contemptuous expression. The monster was taken aback, staring at him in confusion, and only then did it realize that Transo was a formidable enemy, quickly retreating. Beneath his feet, the ground continued to crack open with a loud rumble, sparks flying as if the king of hell himself had come to claim lives. It seems that all that power is focusing on his legs, and his inner strength is growing stronger and stronger. Breaking free, Transo disappeared before the stunned eyes of the monster. Transo unexpectedly appeared right in front of him, causing the monster to be taken aback. Transo's expression was grim as he clenched his jaw and swung his fist toward him. Meanwhile, he quickly looked for a way to escape, but of course, Transo's speed was still faster, and the monster was sent flying by a powerful punch. Not giving him a chance to rest, Transo continued to charge with incredible speed, throwing another punch that sent the monster flying once more. But Transo has no intention of letting him go. He continues to chase and fight relentlessly. The body of the guy is repeatedly beaten, falling apart everywhere, from all directions. He feels like his body is about to burst apart. Transo is clinging to the top of the monster's head, and it seems that after this, he is his greatest fear. As the monster's body hit the ground, Transo lunged straight onto it, like a demon emerging from hell amidst the thick dust and smoke. The monster's eyes are now filled only with images of him, and at this moment, to it, Transo is a source of fear. It seems this time it was badly wounded, lying motionless with a large hole in its chest. Transo holds up the monster's heart, smirking. I take your power now, and finally he has defeated it. The fire chain power has been upgraded to a higher level and can now bind monsters below level 6. But because Transo's body has been excessively drained, the level of pollution is gradually rising. Hearing this, little he quickly ran over, worried, saying pollution. Danger. Transo sweat profusely, exhaustion clearly visible. The prolonged battle has worsened the pollution. I can no longer stay in this world. Losing the protection of the deity has caused the Dragon Kingdom and giants to begin collapsing. Transo pushes himself to the limit, rushing at top speed towards the door to return to the real world. After leaving, little he quickly shouts and rushes to close the door. Transo closed his eyes tightly, his body seeming to lie still and lifeless. He looked at him and quickly announced, "The door is closed." At this moment, a stream of fresh blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth. Transo weakly said to himself, "Once the door is closed, contact with that world will be lost, and I don't know where the door will open next time." Lo lắng tiến lại, Transo nhẹ nhàng xoa đầu em gái, "Anh không sao, nhận vuốt sức mạnh lớn, thi vọng thời cũng phải trả giá ma." Những lúc này, anh thầm suy nghĩ, mặc dù nguyên lý của xịt viêm huyết bạo rất dọn dàng và thô sơ, nhưng chỉ những mối cố thể chất dạng sở mỗi cố thể thổi dòng vuốt. If an ordinary person tried this, just the first form would be enough to make the blood in the whole body surge and run out until it turns to dry bones. So if I want to take a further step and break through to the third form, I need to improve my physical condition even more. At this point, Transo struggled to stand up. "I'll hold your hand, little one. If the portal has closed, let's go back and rest early, good girl." The scene shifts back to the ruined palace of the giant kingdom. Surprisingly, the ears of that monster are still moving. He's not dead yet. His heart has definitely been taken by Tran. Now he only has a hollow strength left. It seemed like the monster had been killed by him, but at this moment, he opened his eyes again. The monster slowly sat up. A sudden wave of pain from the left side made him flinch in surprise. Looking at the heart in his hand, he finally realized his own heart had been taken long ago. Anger and helplessness are consuming the monster's mind, and he can't hold back, shouting loudly that causes the surroundings to shake. Meanwhile, a soldier urgently reports to the radio, coordinates 95, 35 degrees, 120,000 meters away, a level 5 large contaminated monster requesting heavy artillery strikes. Inside that pit, hundreds of monsters keep emerging relentlessly, making anyone who sees them tremble. From above, missiles head straight for them, and then more bullets are fired. This is a mysterious place in City. Smoke and fire quickly erupt in City, and no one knows where they came from, as if they are as numerous as Tuangto. Set looked on anxiously. Should we extend this second attack by another 6 minutes? Hopefully these monsters won't escape. An ally of Mr. Tranon, don't worry. Set, these monsters are constantly devouring their own corpses, and just now they weren't even moving. Set continues calculating. First, what is the current level of contamination? Mike replied, the contamination level is 15.5. He continued, with our resistance capacity, we can still hold out for another 8 hours. Set chuckled softly. 8 hours is enough time for us to bring the goods back. Tara also added, the corpse of the 7-headed level 5 monster is highly valuable. Even a mutilated body can fetch a good price. Mike interjected. This money still needs to cover the support fee from the base's firepower. Seth couldn't help but be satisfied. Having a third of the remaining amount isn't too bad. Looking at the monsters exploding before him, he continued, in the way of the Z Nation, this is called you get what you release. Without artillery support from the base, any level 5 monster, when it has enough blood, can pose a challenge in a one-on-one fight. It's time to get to work. That level 5 monster, hand it over to me, Tara, and Mike. Let's quickly gather the monster remains. These monsters are enough to extract 5 bottles of pure energy, 3 bottles we keep for ourselves, and the rest, sell. According to the black market price, each one is worth $20 million, enough for us to enjoy for a while. Then, suddenly, a huge figure gradually emerged from the fog. It's the monster that fought Transo, but now it's in a larger form. Set couldn't help but be startled, looking at it in shock. What is this thing? At the same time, strange scales began to grow on his face. The monster quickly changed its attack direction towards everyone, slowly rising up and staring intently in that direction. Mike hurriedly checks the data and is startled. The pollution levels are 19, 38, 97, 175, 297, 531. Before he can finish speaking, its whip suddenly strikes fiercely, cutting off Mike's head. At this moment, Set began to feel fear, trembling all over as he ordered to run. Run now! But it seems it was already too late, as his two companions had been killed quickly. And finally, those sharp spikes aimed directly at him, the monster stared intently at its target. I don't know if it was the one that fought with Transo, but at this moment, its expression was much clearer than before. Its sound causes Set's grief to bleed endlessly. His head feels like it will explode. And finally, his entire body detonates, the explosion echoing across the area. An urgent alert was issued quickly, warning of the Face World event. A high-level Face World defense program was activated for the benefit of all humanity, carrying out operations to eliminate threats. Satellites and helicopters quickly took to the sky. Chaos was everywhere. A large missile was immediately dispatched, heading straight for the monster, and a loud explosion followed. After fighting that powerful monster, his body was exhausted. When he got home, Transo slept a long sleep. Never before had he slept so peacefully. After waking up, Transo's body relaxed. After changing clothes, as usual, he would go to the next room to wake up his little sister. Little clown, it's time for breakfast. Heh. Really is a sensible little girl, even though she's still asleep. She sleepily ran to open the door. So, hugging. Seeing his chubby little sister in front of him, Transo couldn't help but sigh softly and then smile affectionately. Immediately, his tall body hugged the little girl tightly in his arms. Truly, I can't do anything with you. Feeling warm inside, the girl had fallen asleep again on Transo's shoulder without him noticing. He kept holding the little girl on his shoulder when suddenly there was a noise outside the door, and a girl with a figure like Sunny was waiting in front of Transo's house. She seems to be a fast food delivery girl, with a sign on her back introducing herself as a courier, fast order, defeating your hunger. Unlike other delivery people, she looks very poised and immediately says upon seeing him that Tran Tien-Sin's takeout has arrived. Transo immediately opened the door, and upon seeing her, he couldn't help but scrutinize her more closely. The little clown still slept soundly in his arms, and Tu Yen quickly handed over the bag with a gentle smile. He remained silent, glancing at her motorcycle parked in front of him. Transo couldn't help but marvel. This was the first time he saw a beauty riding a motorcycle worth hundreds of thousands to deliver food early in the morning. Tu Yen also refuses to give in. I've never seen anyone live in a mansion worth hundreds of millions. Every day, they order takeout and have it delivered. Younged it. Transo smirked maliciously at her. Beautiful girl, you seem to understand me very well. Immediately after, he heightened his alertness, channeling his internal energy, and a powerful force quickly enveloped her. Standing before this pressure, she naturally couldn't take it, and the food bag in her hand dropped to the ground. Tu Yen's whole body was trembling. Surely not someone from the city, no, definitely not the first evolved person in the country, Transo. Although still very scared, she tried to say, "Today I finally met someone real." Seeing her reaction, Transo became even more distrustful and cautious. This girl is very strange. Then Transo spoke, "Tell me, what is your purpose in approaching me?" "Of course I'm pursuing him." Then she immediately turned and left, but still remembered to say, "You didn't hear wrong. I want to pursue you." Tu Yen softly left her final words before getting into the car. "Remember clearly, I am Huang Fu Tu Yen living nearby. We will meet again at the next station." Transitioning scenes, Tran. So couldn't help but be surprised and said, "Brother Lee, aren't you exaggerating a bit? In our city, isn't there a special task force? If pollution appears, they will definitely go there first." Tianruo replied, "How can a special task force compare to the younger brother? You're not part of the government, so you don't have to be responsible to anyone. If you want to take action, just do it." So Tianrui just pointed at him and said, "So, little brother, the important thing is who your younger brother wants to help." Hearing this, Transo couldn't help but wonder and asked, "What does Brother Lai mean by that?" Tianrui continued, "Your younger brother Yi still doesn't know. Since news about your younger brother Lan has spread since yesterday, most of the owners of the villas around this mountain have changed hands this morning. Because your younger brother's good reputation has spread far and wide, the land prices here have increased several times, and all the wealthy people in the city are now rushing to move here. These people gathering here seem to be in need of your younger brother's support, but in fact, they are the source of your separation. Whether you want money or some kind of connection, they will never refuse. But the price is that while you're here at the villa, you have to act." Hearing this, Transo couldn't help but put his hand to his mouth to focus and think. Tianrui continued. Everyone here is in business, so they all want to save face. They want to invite you to dinner, but are afraid that knocking suddenly might upset you, so they asked me to come here. After listening to his analysis for a while, Transo finally made a decision. Fine, I can go there. Tianrui happily smiled. That's good then. I will definitely wait for you at the Lam Tu Hotel at noon. No meet, no leave. Tranan remembered. Oh, right, little brother. I think I just saw Huang Fu Tu Yen. Do they know each other? Transo replied casually. I don't know. The girl just ran over and said she wants to pursue you. Tianrui said. Her personality is very domineering. She's been like that since she was young, and whatever she is, once she sets her sights on us, she must get us back. Tianrui couldn't help but worry and advised him to be careful later, as she was targeting him. Behind her was Huang Fu Tai, the richest man in City N. No wonder Ziyen had such a domineering personality. The phone notification screen appeared, showing news from January 25th, Wednesday, December 28th of the lunar calendar, the latest updates from the other world's contamination source. Country Z has mobilized its strongest armed forces. Now the pollution has decreased and social order has been restored. The contamination, however, continues to spread, with hundreds of casualties. At a temple in Country L, a woman was buried alive by a monk. The fog encountered pollution, and the cursed mission turned into a vengeful ghost that slaughtered 20 people in the temple. The news was broadcast across the city's skyscrapers, making everyone passing by look up. Country Z has devised a strategy to face the end of the world 20 years in advance, building a complete defense system and securing resources across the country. The situation is rapidly worsening, and signs of the end are becoming increasingly clear. Wealthy and powerful people from around the world flock to Z to find refuge. Border crossings are overwhelmed, and even black market and refugee visas are sky high. At Nintan University, the sky is clear. Sunlight shines on the classrooms, flower petals drift gently in the breeze, and students walk across the campus. In the classroom, Tian was wearing her headphones and flipping through her book, muttering her lessons to herself when suddenly a female classmate turned to her and said, Tian, do you think the end of the world is really coming for us? Then what's the point of studying so hard like this? Tian continued, flipping her book as the girl next to her kept talking, saying she should find a job at a multinational company after graduation, or go abroad to become a translator. But given the current situation, not to mention multinational companies, it's still uncertain whether any foreigners are still alive during this time. It's better to find a local man with strength and marry him first. Tian put her headphones aside, her face showing a hint of serious reflection. In Tian's mind, an image of Transo using his illusion power immediately appeared. Transo, an awakened one after a year, possesses extraordinary abilities that even fire cannot match. And his name is very famous on the internet, even more so than some top stars. She propped one hand on the table to hold her chin and kept thinking, there are thousands of comments about him on major social forums, but as more people follow, doubts will also grow. The girl beside her cheered up, leaning towards Tian and asked, so how are you and your super boyfriend doing? The green-haired girl looked at Tian with a mischievous smile and asked, have you two slept together yet? Causing Tian's ears to flush immediately. She continued to imagine that this time it was her and Transo, two people who looked perfect together, well-matched and handsome and beautiful. Truly a perfect couple, Tian thought, with strong abilities, impressive wealth, and an appearance so beautiful and flawless that there was nothing to criticize. Transo, officially, was her boyfriend at Nin University. Then Tian daydreamed again, her gaze gradually lowering, no longer feeling shy like before. But honestly, do I really have feelings for him? Suddenly, Tian's phone rang loudly. It was Transo calling, and her friend glanced over curiously. Tian blushed and turned to her friend, saying, I'll go answer the phone first, and her friend cheerfully nodded and waved her hand. Go ahead. Tian walks out into the corridor, holding her phone in one hand and placing the other over her chest, and she says, Senior, you're looking for me. At this moment, Transo just finished training. He's putting his semi-form shirt back on and catching his breath, and he responds, there's a nearby rice restaurant. Do you have time to go there with me? Tian smiled gently, her voice slightly trembling. Yes, I have time, and Tran. So on the other end of the line, also happily replied, that's good then, at Sona Huangdin, a luxurious and solid villa that is also modern. And at home, Tu Yen took off her hat and threw it onto the sofa. Fu Tai immediately asked the girl if she had met him. She replied, yes, I have met him. He cheerfully smiled and asked Tu Yen what kind of person he was. Tu Yen, while chewing on her hair tie, responded to her father's question. Knowing that Transo was aware she was investigating him, her serious, oppressive expression resembled that of a regal figure. Suddenly, a past memory appears. Transo is holding a little clown in his arms, his aura dark and intimidating, making her step back. Futai then laughs loudly and says, "Looks like your father's investment was right. He's very strong." Tu Yen continued speaking, raising her hands now. "But if Dad wants to use millions or hundreds of millions to bribe him, it probably won't work." The father then sneered mischievously and said, "After all, Transo is just a young man in his early 20s. How can a veteran businessman like you not be able to handle him?" Tu Yen lowered her head, leaning on the table with both hands, and moved closer to Futai as she spoke. "The world is very different now, Dad. Your voice can't solve everything, but strength can." He looked at Tu Yen with a conflicted expression, his face creased with worry. "You just left for a trip, are you serious? What did you say to him?" At this moment, she stood straight with her arms crossed in front of her chest. Tu Yen raised her voice, saying, "I'm not pursuing Transo for my father, or expecting anything from him." Futai was surprised and let out an exclamation, "What?" The girl smiled and looked straight at her father as cherry blossoms began to appear around them. Futai looked helplessly at her and asked, "Are you serious about this?" "Yes." Tu Yen smiled, her face slightly blushing, raising her hand to cover her mouth, and replied, "Of course I am serious. After all these years, Transo is the first man to truly move my heart." He slammed the table hard and said loudly, "Now don't talk about City N, even City H, or the neighboring City S. All the most powerful families are after him, and Dad knows very well the tricks those people use to lure others." Futai now looked at her with a serious expression, his eyebrows furrowed, and he said in a deep voice that talent, women, power mean he still has greed, desire, and the urge to control. Then those people can completely defeat him and make him kneel and beg to join them. Father looked straight at the girl and said, "Girl, how can you compete with them if you only listen to poetry like that?" Tu Yen placed her hands on her hips, her determination blazing, and said, "I told you, if you want to win a man's heart, you first have to win his stomach." Once again, her father looked at Tu Yen with a serious face. This much is true. "Wait a minute, so you plan to learn how to cook, huh?" Futai crossed his arms and placed them in front of his chest, his face full of contemplation. "My daughter, who was once famous for being dark, is now attracted to a man and even decided to become a housewife, huh?" He sneered with a triumphant smile and thought that with her appearance and figure, maybe she could really win his heart. She turned away, still holding her hand in front of her, saying, "I'm not going to learn to cook because the kitchen in the old house has been destroyed so many times, I've decided not to touch that anymore." Futai chuckled helplessly and asked what she planned to do then. After hearing that, Ziyan immediately turned around and showed her father the writing on her jacket. "Order super fast, conquer your hunger. I am the only one who delivers meals to him, and I even registered a food delivery company under my grandmother's name some time ago." Futai looked at her with confusion and despair. What? The daughter of a wealthy family, delivering food and bringing it back? Tu Yen smiled brightly, her eyes still fixed on her father, and spoke confidently, regardless of where Transo had rented a house before, whether it was at Tahoe or even a villa around the mountain. The girl stood with more confidence than ever. As long as she didn't go into the city, he would order takeout for meals, even breakfast. She smiled wickedly, having taken Transo's phone and installed the food delivery app. As soon as he places an order, she will be the first to know and then personally deliver it to Transo. Futai suddenly felt as if he had a heart attack, blaming the food, this unfilial thing. Tu Yen stood there looking at her father with a determined and confident face. She believed it wouldn't be long before he would be moved by her sincerity. Transo parked his car in front of the gate, one hand on the steering wheel, the other resting on his chin in deep thought. At the West Nindai gate, a crowd gathered upon seeing Transo's car, whispering excitedly, "It's his senior brother Tran's car. It really is his." Tian Tian suddenly appeared from the crowd, walking towards the car, waving and offering a polite smile. Someone among the gossiping crowd overheard her and said it would be great if the senior brother Tran was picking her up. Transo looked at her affectionately and said, "Get in the car." Tian Tian, who was leaning against the window, immediately cheered up upon hearing him. The team leader, standing in a corner opposite the car, said loudly compared to him, "We really are useless." Monduk immediately retorted upon hearing this, "Captain. You're boosting others' morale, but you're destroying your own team's spirit. We are all evolvers, so why can't our hero team keep up with him?" His face suddenly hardened. Monduk continued speaking. "Isn't it just about being the first to break through 5 stars? Near the end of his words, he shrugged and then resumed. "According to what the bureau chief said, the 3 of us are chosen brothers from thousands in N City. While that wild seed Transo is just a very lucky guy, how can he compare to us? Monduk shrugged at Luantu. But, unfortunately, Luantu didn't seem to pay any attention to what he said, his eyes looking into the distance, and the young man asked him, "Is that right, Luantu?" The boy nodded in agreement with the young man's words. "Yes, that's right. Our talents are not inferior to him, not at all." His eyes suddenly lit up with a mischievous gleam, and Luantu said, "That girl just now was really pretty." Monduk got angry and hit him hard on the head, making his head snap down, and he scolded, "Luantu, stop thinking with your little head. Wake up a bit." Monduk continued, a hint of irritation flashing on his face. "As long as Transo keeps boasting for another day, those girls will only pay attention to him. Our top priority is to become stronger quickly. We have to surpass him to be truly formidable." Luận tử, nghe vậy, nhìn về phía hai người con lại và tiếp lời, mắt hỏi trầm xuống. "Các cậu nghĩ sao? Chúng ta có nên kể cho Lam Nhục Nha nghe những gì vừa rồi không? Cố về nhũ trần sở dàng gì cùng một cô gái khác." Monduk placed his hand on Luantu's shoulder as a sign of reassurance and said, "I know you like Lam Nhục Nha, but right now she also likes Transoman." Duke looked directly at Luantu and said, "You can compete fairly with him, even if you fail in pursuit. You are still a true man." Manduk's face slightly darkened, he said with a frown, "But if it's just gossip behind someone's back like this, that's not the behavior of a hero." Transo's yellow car sped down the road. In the car, Tiantin sat in the passenger seat, looking at Transo with a serious expression as he focused on driving. "Elder brother, half a month from now will be Mathi's second monster attack," she said with a worried look, then softly asked, "If many monsters appear and the special task force can't stop them, will you step in?" Transo, with water-purple eyes, looked towards Tiantin and asked, "Why are you suddenly asking that way?" She lowered her head and put her hands in front of her to hide her face. Tiantin continued, "Recently there have been many comments online criticizing you, saying you're afraid of death." Transo asked while focusing on driving, "So he doesn't participate in the special task force?" She replied, "More or less." Tiantin continued, her eyes fixed on her phone, saying that those people claimed he didn't join the special task force because he was afraid to face the monsters that would appear in the second wave of the attack in half a month. Transo immediately replied, still focused on driving ahead, that after I was awarded the honor of being the first in the new generation of evolution across the country, I predicted there would be slanderous remarks because anyone who wants to wear the crown must bear its weight. Tiantin responded, "If a monster were to emerge from the ocean and the special task force lacked personnel, would the senior brother be able to handle it?" Transo smiled confidently, still looking ahead, saying, "I will stand at the forefront without hesitation." Transo's car continued smoothly on the road, as he added that not participating in the special task force was because I didn't want to be bound by government rules, like having to submit reports before acting, which I find unsuitable. Tiantin blushed shyly, thinking to herself that surely the man she likes isn't a coward, afraid of death. At the Triton Hotel, Transo and Tiantin stopped in front of the entrance, and he began to introduce himself. "Hello everyone, I am Transo." Tiantin was thinking and quietly grateful that everyone here was wealthy, with companies worth over $1 billion and personal assets exceeding that amount. Chung Hong greeted him warmly, saying he had heard of Tran Kong Tu for a long time, and before he arrived my dog had already mentioned Tran Kong Tu's story, to which he immediately responded, "Just keep it brief." He continued with a smug smile, "Then I won't beat around the bush anymore. To enhance safety against the upcoming threats, we decided to establish a safety council and invite Tran Kong Tu to be its chairman." Chung Hong still smiled, looked down, and continued, of course, as the protected party, he would pay Tran Kong Tu a monthly fee of 100 million. Tiantin was surprised, her eyes wide open, and she immediately thought, "What, at least 100 million a month?" But the 100 million is used to protect the residents of the mountain villas and to charge all the wealthy families. Transo half smiled, "The fee paid for being a member of the safety council, which you charge to about 30 wealthy families living in the mountain villas if divided evenly, each house pays only 1 million or 10 million. Transo rested one hand on his hip, his purple eyes staring straight at Than Hong, "And I also don't know how much you plan to charge them to join the council. 10 million or 100 million. He said regretfully, making the person opposite, Chung Hong, feel awkward. "But no matter how you look at it, this is a definitely profitable business, right?" At this moment, Lao Tai, sitting in the middle of the table, suddenly spoke with a serious expression, crossing his arms in front of him. "So what does Master Tran think it is worth?" Transo said, and looked towards old Tai, both hands raised to emphasize, "In peacetime." You are wealthy people who travel in luxury cars with many subordinates. And even when something happens, you can easily resolve it with money, which is why you always appear superior. So then put his hands in his pockets, tilted his head up towards Tran, and continued, his face showing contempt because when the face of the world changes, in an instant you will return to your original form. All of you are threatened by contaminated monsters with no difference at all. Transo lowered his head, but his eyes still fixed on him as he continued speaking, saying that people would no longer be distinguished by wealth, which would make those who spend their whole lives earning money, like you, very unwilling to accept it. Transo then admitted that he understood the petty thoughts of you all better than anyone else. Then Hung suddenly raised his voice, showing 2 fingers in a V shape, and said to him, "Isn't this the result of the space water that appeared a few nights ago? The government used new tactical nuclear weapons to push back the monsters. As long as Tran Kong 2 agrees, even 200 million, we can pay it. Old Mr. Lai, my father Lai Tongvan, isn't he in the special bureau? You are the one who understands best the efficiency of those opportunists. If they were trustworthy, we wouldn't be gathered here." He made a 3-finger sign and said, 300 million yuan a month for the position of chairman of the Safety Council. Old Tai chuckled happily, leaning forward and looking at Transo. If Tran Kong 2 nods, I can add 100 million of my personal business paper. Transo held up a bill, twirling it like a piece of paper, and said, "Money will become waste paper." He just burned the bill while looking down at the people opposite him with disdain. After a few more collisions, I doubt the money in your hands isn't even enough to light a fire. Thien was stunned by the scene before her eyes wide open but speechless. What, young Master Tran, do you mean that after the second collision, half a month later, Tien will turn into paper? Then Hung was so surprised that he couldn't believe his own hands and tried to deny what Transo just said, speaking awkwardly. That's not right at all. The government reports that the level of the face world's collision is only at a normal level. You still haven't seen the true nature of this face world, have you? According to media reports, the government's response to the face world's collision seems to be just ordinary, evolved humans. Chung Hong said nothing, only able to sigh and say, in that case, it really is so. Transo looked out the window at a helicopter constantly flying over the vast city, then continued, try to guess. The reason why even 4-star awakened individuals aren't involved in this special operation is because the government's main forces are suppressing the 5 face world gates. Transo smiled and looked with his purple eyes at those people. The real battlefield isn't here at all. If even the shell can't protect itself, how can it protect you? Old Tai slammed the table in disapproval, angrily shouting, "So what exactly do you want for me to agree?" Transo raised both hands and said, "I don't need money, but I do need the special reinforced concrete from Qlong Real Estate." Qlong, who looked somewhat mature, also turned to look in Transo's direction. He continued, and at the same time his entire body turned black, with the special metal from Lam Thien Hai Von. Batai also stood up, his hands slammed on the table, looking extremely uncomfortable. Hai Van looked at him, as if stunned, his eyebrows furrowing. Transo continued speaking, his other hand in his pocket. Over the next 3 days, I want to see the design of the fortress around the mountain, and within a month. I want to see a super shelter completed. Then Hong suddenly spoke up, saying that the design for the mountain fortress, when did the mountain villa turn into a fortress? Then Hong briefly thought of Qin Hai, then stammered until he finally managed to say, fortress. Transo continued to present, using the mountain villa as the center, leveraging the mountain's advantage to build a super fortress and villa, so that, even during a global crisis, people could survive inside for many years while ensuring ventilation, electricity, space, clean water, sufficient food, and medicine. He raised his hand and said, "Once my requirements are met, I will voluntarily serve as the Security Committee Chairman and promise to provide protection for everyone." After Tran So finished speaking, Elder Tai clapped and praised him, clearly the strongest person of the new era across the country, with formidable strength and tactics. Everyone around now applauded together, Elder Tai continued, and your vision even surpasses ordinary people. Tian smiled shyly and blushed, looking at Transo with great pride. Outside the building, Tian Dui kept praising Transo, that impressive younger brother. Those old men, including my father, were all convinced by his words. This is a win-win plan where no one gets hurt. Holding a gold card in his hand, Tian Dui looked down at the two of them with a triumphant expression. He said, "Well then, little brother, this is a hotel with my father's shares." Tian Dui quickly handed it to Transo generously, one hand in his pocket, and continued, "So today you two can enjoy yourselves freely. I have to leave now. I won't disturb your good time anymore." Transo, holding the yellow card in his hand, turned to look at Tian with a smile and said to her, "Little sister, I happen to have something I want to talk to you about. If Li Ka has already presided today, then we shouldn't waste his good intentions." Tian blushed shyly, stammering for a long time before finally speaking. "Senior brother, yes, that." Outside, the hotel looks very modern with tall buildings and vibrant entertainment and shopping areas, bustling with crowds passing by on the street. The luxurious presidential suite, a space where all sounds are cut off, shielded from any signals or surveillance. Tian blushed shyly, covering her chin with her hand, and asked, "Is it too fast, Senior?" Transo then stepped forward, gently holding her head, his eyes still glowing with red sparks, and looked straight into her eyes. "Become the woman of my life, woman." Transo carefully pondered, a red spark flickering from his finger, because Tian was an ordinary person. So when directing energy within her body, he had to be extremely cautious. After all, he was a superhuman with a physique 4,000 or 5,000 times stronger than normal. Now, Transo brought his finger with the small flame to touch Tian's body as she lay down. He thought as he touched Tian's body, causing the flames to spread all over her, making her suffer and twitch in pain. A moment of carelessness could crush a normal person's body. Now, Tian is lying on the bed. Transo is leaning on his hands and checking her condition. Very good. Her body is merging with that power, and miraculous changes are happening inside her. He smiled briefly, then thought that if there were no contamination or mutation, he would see the effects of the fusion tomorrow. Transo left the room, pouring wine while pondering that he had used the dragon seal to transfer part of the demon's power he had swallowed. When the seed is planted in ordinary people, it will promote their transformation into immortals. After pouring the wine, Transo sat down, holding his glass, still deep in thought. Although this is somewhat dangerous, I will also help Tian become an immortal. About an hour ago, Transo was lying comfortably on the bed, looking at Tian, and he said, "And in this world, only becoming stronger, in this atmosphere, you basically don't need to go to university." She was also sitting on the bed, looking at him with a very surprised expression. After hearing Transo's explanation, Tian immediately replied, "Senior, if I don't read books, then what can I do when facing attacks from monsters? Isn't the best way just to stay as far away as possible?" Transo calmly smiled and continued to ask her, "Better to rely on yourself than others. Tian, do you want to become a transcendent?" Once again, after hearing this, Tian was suddenly surprised and immediately agreed, "Senior, you mean I can also become a transcendent? I want to, of course. I want to." Transo, now sitting nearby, said that he could use the sealing spell to eliminate some of the demon's powers, then condense the energy into a crystal. And as your body gradually absorbs this energy, you could gain the corresponding divine transformation power. He continued to Tian with a very awkward expression. "But if you can't control this kind of demon power..." Transo's face changed, no longer calm when mentioning this matter, and the result would not only be that you cannot become a fairy, but also that you might mutate into a demon. Are you willing to face this danger? Tian froze, her face turning serious, and she couldn't bring herself to speak at this moment. She pondered deeply, her expression darkening. If it was her senior's own body doing this, she wouldn't be afraid at all. She also wanted to become someone who could stand on her own. She recalls her beloved mother, the image of Tian tenderly hugging her mother appearing, and she continues, able to stand up and protect her in dangerous moments. Her face immediately becomes serious and determined, Tian says, and at any time to help her senior, absolutely will not become an obstacle. After hearing that, Transo looked at her with a proud face and praised her. "Well done." Transo looked at her with an awkward expression and said in a gentle voice, "Don't struggle like that. I'm warning you first, this is my first time." The seal might cause the target to be off, so Tian closed her eyes and shouted, "Everyone!" It's also their first time. Amidst the thick smoke rising over the city center, when the smoke cleared, a powerful warrior appeared, a body like steel, embodying strength and courage, defending the city, Dian Long. The 4-star enlightened one, each attack is a defense of justice. Every appearance strikes fear into evil, a true man. Never looking back at the explosion because he knows his battlefield is still ahead, like and cheer for him. Every reward you give is a support for his continuous progress. Let's witness the legend of Dian Long. Dian Long's entire battle scene is broadcast live. Director Wang shows him Tran Tien Sin. This is a short video we shot for Mr. Dian Long of the Tem Tui City Special Bureau. He is currently a major star on our short video platform with 8 million fans. There is also the 5-star team leader of the Jinghai Special Agency, Zhen Dongju. These online celebrities can easily earn hundreds of thousands just by live streaming, right, Tran Tianxin? Transo is still skeptical, claiming all these videos are not made with special effect A at all, and she denies it completely. Tran Tianxin, our audio device can only activate beauty mode and special effects with a single click. It can automatically coordinate with the user's abilities to enhance the special effects and make the text more powerful. Because all short video platforms actively promote evolved individuals to boost public trust, we have signed agreements with many specialized agencies and civilian evolvers in recent days. Mr. Tran Tianxin, you are a top internet celebrity that we especially want to sign a contract with. After all, you are also the first officially recognized new generation evolution. Just show a little of your power, then add our makeup and propaganda, and your reputation will surely explode in the future. By then, you won't have to worry about not gaining trust anymore. You can watch these confirmation videos first. The screen displays promotional information for an evolved person, featuring content about eating superhuman instant noodles, and you will become an extraordinary workforce in the age of apocalypse, taking only 3 minutes to evolve from 996 to 007. All bosses will say that's a good thing. Inside, there are gen boosters, including disodium ribonucleotide, calicibate, and 58 other high-quality food additives to keep you energized under the double pressure of the apocalypse and capitalism. Remember, you're not a superhero, just a zombie. Worker kidnapped by instant noodles. Eat noodles to strengthen the flavor of capitalism. Next, a promotion for our best-selling item, Super Discount. Wearing blaster stretch shoes will help you run faster as rent prices rise in the concrete jungle of the apocalypse. The spring-loaded, eco-friendly plastic body allows you to dispel life's pressures and beat your KPI scores, reminding you that your shoe soles may fall off if you use too much force, but your dreams won't. Running fast isn't as good as running at your peak, and the Doomsday Escape Plan is final. No returns or exchanges. The Absolute Defense BII is specially designed for love in the era of the apocalypse. It uses nano-grade bulletproof materials to make you invulnerable to both love and virus attacks. Whether dating or eBay, it can help you retreat safely from the flood of desires in the future. Safety comes first. After showing him a few flagship commercials, Manager Vuong continued to persuade him, Tran Tianxin, meaning you agree to start live streaming on our platform and become a beloved host of MUAM, with conditions at your discretion, soft or hard advertising, you can choose freely. Transo is not interested in this project and refuses, saying, I am not a star, where would my fans come from? She was surprised and asked, Mr. Tran Tien, don't you realize how famous you are nationwide now? Just based on your handsome face, a perfect face without any flaws, there are countless female fans lining up to cry for you. As long as your face appears before the fans, don't you want to know who your fans are? Transi coldly replied, Sorry, I'm not interested. He ordered Secretary Tien Kash, the envoy, to politely invite her out, and Director Vuong to this way. She still insisted on her reasoning. With $100 million a year in advertising fees, all Mr. Tran needs to do is shoot a promotional video. Transo almost lost his patience, his face darkening. And Director Vuong took the opportunity to introduce Sam Hawk, a martial artist from the mysterious country, who can instantly transform into a towering 5-meter-tall green giant, incredibly powerful and nearly indestructible. Capable of destroying a tank with a single high-speed charge, he has become a god in the hearts of the people of the foggy country. Next, she introduces another person, a member of the Royal Guard of Country Y who has a superhero named Alexander. His left ear can transform into King Excalibur's sword. With a single move, he split a battleship in half, reaching 500 million views. He is known as the multi-touch shipbreaker, the divine general protecting Y, and his juice can turn into a fire person. Meanwhile, Country D can freeze the air like a solid, and Country G has a mutant who can jump between skyscrapers like rubber and even hide himself. Ordinary people face harsh conditions of the end times, filled with fear and anxiety, and they need a true hero. A hero who can make them feel safe and give them hope. Whether from Country M or Alexander from Country Y, they have all become symbols of their nations, and we are in great need of such a hero. Transo begins to consider that expanding his influence might also be a good idea. Especially now, when there are many negative opinions about him online, he requests that if it's direct, then forget it. But if it's just filming a video, then he can consider it. Finally convincing Transo, Director Vuong Sukdong exclaimed, so he started making promotional videos. In the darkness of the night, Transo stands atop a building, his cloak billowing in the wind. Then, he jumps down without hesitation, his movements like flowing clouds and water, each strike precise and deadly, as if he is performing a dance of death. Every monster managed to escape the fate of defeat at Transo's hands. He is a true hero, not one to boast of power, but a protector of all ordinary lives. The camera captures an absolutely cinematic angle as Transo swings his sword horizontally to cut through the monster. Transo, the pioneer of the new generation of mutants, a protector, an unyielding warrior, a transformed human. Someone watching this video would exclaim, "Wow, we're all just playing around in the apocalypse, and they're asking how we, the enlightened ones, are supposed to handle this." At the special branch in N City, Quan Duke's team keeps discussing Transo's video. The special effects are really impressive. Look at that. The aura is so intense that anyone can tell this is a video without special effects. And its original content has been exaggerated way too much, damn it. Quan Duke knows that this Transo must already be far beyond the level of last year. Right now, he's fully an awakened level, and it seems like the gap between us and him is getting wider. At the same time, in some ancient realm, a space door opens, and a group of ancient people are waiting. A person steps out and bows respectfully, greeting Lord Tengu. Tengu emerges from the space door, followed by another individual. That person is Izanami. Upon seeing her, he knelt down to pay respects and addressed her as Izanami Daiton. Izanami asked, "Are you sure you have found the offspring of an ancient beast?" Han replied, "Yes, great lord. This ancient beast is currently near our murky waters, but in fact, the country that discovered it first is the Open Nation. According to international customs, the resources of the beast belong to all mankind, and whoever discovers it has the priority right to exploit it. We are the ones who discovered it later, so we can only claim up to 30% of the resources of the beast." She said calmly, "What international customs? If we can kill the beast first and take control of its core, then at that point, how to divide it will naturally be decided by the Supreme." On the vast ocean, a submarine slowly descends to the deep sea floor, moving gradually, with a team of special forces from Country M dispatched outside. They are armed with guns, and upon seeing the large footprints on the seabed, a member reports, "This place has footprints, and they are really big." "Over there," a team member shouted. "Captain, there's a skull nearly 20 meters wide from the giant whale beast." The team moved closer to observe the skull. On the handheld sensor device, the radiation level is rising abnormally, currently at 46 sieverts. A team member confirms that's correct. This is the location of the abnormal radiation source. Suddenly, a strange sound came through. The team leader asked cautiously, "Did anyone hear that?" Someone immediately wondered, "What did you hear?" The team leader quickly realized that there was something wrong with this mechanical device. The radiation detector in his hand suddenly spiked from 88 sieverts to 459 sieverts. The captain reached out in shock and exclaimed, still rising, until the radiation level reached 1,000 sieverts. The team leader started to panic, with the radiation level rising so rapidly that only being very close to a nuclear reaction could cause this. In a dark corner, the ghostly figure secretly watched the team, and when the radiation meter hit 1,500 sieverts, the leader stammered, speechless. "What the hell is this?" At the same time, on land, at the haunted house in the amusement park, Quan Duke came to investigate the management here. Someone went missing the day before. Why didn't they call the police immediately? The manager explained that he thought it was a lost tourist because it hadn't been 24 hours yet, so we arranged for a few people to search around, but unexpectedly. After hearing this, Quan Duke slammed the notebook shut, making the manager's face turn pale. He bluntly exposed, "I think you're afraid that this matter is too big and will affect your business, so you deliberately didn't report it, right?" The manager had no way to deny it. Quan Duke then made a report, adding the 3 people missing this afternoon, 1 missing yesterday, and another missing the day before. Your haunted room has already swallowed 5 people. This could very well be a doomsday-level crisis. The Special Task Force officially takes over. Unrelated parties, stay away. When entering the haunted house, Mung Dae felt very strange. The sensor only showed contaminated energy, but after going inside, there was no reaction at all. The other members suggested that, in this case, the target is very likely a strange creature, and only within its rule domain would the contaminated energy be absorbed. Monduk, curious, asked if this themed room was included in the route map provided by the manager. Suddenly, some talismans fell from above, and Monduk immediately saw something unusual. A ghost hanging upside down with glowing red eyes stared at him, and he was so frightened that he attacked it immediately. It's just a wooden puppet, so when it was physically impacted, it shattered into small pieces. Yuknya saw that and mocked Monduk, saying it was only a scarecrow prop, so is it really necessary to overreact like that? "I swear I thought I was really seeing a ghost." Lao Li announced to the group that they were getting close to the contaminated object. After that, a supernatural power descended where they were standing. Luantu used his shield to block it, shouting, "Be careful! A muscular demon creature is fighting against them, then it immediately runs away. Its power makes Old Lee terrified. The 3-star demon creature is a rare type that enhances energy and defense, and it also has a super regenerative ability. The weak point is, Monduk said confidently, even if it has the strength of 5 people and turns into a blood-colored demon, it still can't stop my divine weapon. Old Lee helplessly finished speaking. That was the head. Meng De was stunned and exclaimed, "Huh?" Li Lao was extremely annoyed because his teammate's weakness was the head. He stabbed the head part, you idiot. Nimble and quick, he shot the monster, and the bullet pierced straight into its body. She casually blows on the smoke rising from the barrel, then turns to Miem Mai Monduk, a 3-star strange monster. It doesn't seem to be much, just 1 round and it's done. Mạnh dục hú lạnh một tiếng không phục. Anh cho rằng do là vì cây dao của tôi ra hạn chế chuyển động của nó. Nếu không thì làm sao dèn luật viễn dẫn của cổ trung vào dỗ của nó. Old Lee stepped forward to mediate. All right, we are a team, and this is the result of everyone's joint effort. Check around. If there are no other contaminated objects, let's go back and report to the director. Everyone is now standing separately, and Ban Luan speaks during this silence. Director Quan Duc comments that there are critical issues with your coordination. He sternly asked Fan Hao, why did you act on your own without waiting for the captain's orders? Do you think your judgment is more accurate than Tongvan? Fan Hao stammered and replied, no. Quan Duc continued, Li Tongwen, although you are responsible for deployment and intelligence reconnaissance, why did you just stand by and watch during the critical moment? He pointed sharply and reminded you that you are not only the brain of the team, but also a warrior. If you always see yourself as an outsider, it will only lead to your team members sacrificing themselves in vain. Tongvan softly said, I was wrong, Director Quan. I will provide support in time. After those 2 people, Quan Duc turned to Ban Luan and asked, who is your shield meant to protect? Answer me quickly, Ban Luan stammered. To protect my teammates. He pointed sharply at Nuoc Nha and asked, is she the only teammate you have? Quan Duc angrily raised his voice. On the battlefield, put aside your selfish thoughts and focus on protecting every teammate. His gaze shifted to the 2 girls standing timidly on the other side, and he let out a few snorts. As for the 2 girls, Quan Duc looked at Nuoc Nha with reproach. One acted recklessly and couldn't even manage basic vigilance. He cast a stern look at Meng Hai and questioned the other person. When your teammate was fighting the monster up close, you just went ahead and shot without hesitation. Quan Duc crossed his arms and asked sternly, who gave you that courage? You 2, he frowned. The battle with monsters is not a game. If you're not careful, you'll lose your life. Quan Duc declared that everyone must take responsibility for their teammates, and they must survive when entering and leaving the battlefield. Do you understand? Everyone shouted in unison, yes, Director! He looked at the monster being transported away smoothly. I've already given my comments. As for the flaws, this is also your second mission, and the overall performance is acceptable. With your current strength, you are enough to deal with 4-star monsters. What I am about to say next is a military secret, and no one is allowed to reveal it outside. Smoke billowed from his mouth as he said, yesterday, the MA, the base of the Mo Nation, was destroyed by a monster with power surpassing that of a 10-star monarch-level creature. Quan Duc concluded that the government had quickly upgraded their level to 11 stars, defining this as a new era. The official was stunned and stammered upon hearing this, and even fans were shocked. This was the first time I had heard of a monster with such a level. He said that the Shadowed Nation lost over 17,000 evolved people in just 1 night, and that the government had to use new tactical nuclear weapons to forcibly repel the monsters. Quan Duc frowned and said that according to the intelligence I received, no demonic creatures were found among the wreckage, and the government's combat report only suspected they retreated. He wondered, even with tactical nuclear weapons, how could they fail to completely destroy the monsters? He confirmed that due to the impact of this event, all 17 demon gates experienced varying degrees of shock. Along with the spread of the spatial tide, the size of the demon worlds in the coming dozens of days will surpass expectations, and with their current strength, it will be very difficult to counter the invasion of monsters after they are enhanced. Nyatnya clearly showed concern and asked, Director, what should we do to increase our strength? Is there a special training program? Quan Duc picked up a glowing crystal and dropped it. He continued, time is running out, so the Special Task Force has issued another batch of spirit crystals. Everyone must understand what this means, right? Fan Hao looked on with joy, as spirit crystals can activate human potential and accelerate the evolution of abilities exponentially. He added that you have been approved to use spiritual energy crystals to aid your evolution process. Quan Duc added that the requirement is for all members to break through to 4-star level within 10 days, all for the future of humanity. Tongwen clenched his fists and looked determinedly to speak. "Director, we will definitely live up to your expectations." Fan Hao smiled broadly, for the future of humanity. Transo sat on the ledge, thinking that based on the bait ratio of the divine sword in the North Sea fishing area, it wouldn't take more than a few days to meet the requirements for the fourth evolution. He threw his hand behind his head, looked up at the sky, and let out a loud shout, then focused solely on the process of Tiantian's evolution. Now, a blank stare with stammering voice echoes, "Where am I right now?" Surroundings are just the dreamscape of Tudo Thien Thien. A giant dragon monster with glowing eyes is staring at Tien Tien, its huge mouth opening wide, ready to swallow her whole. Tien Tien screamed in fear. "No, don't come here!" Her whole body suddenly snapped back to reality, and she sat up straight loudly. "Don't come here!" Tien Tien was panting and sweating heavily after the terrible nightmare. Suddenly, she was startled when Transo, sitting not far away, asked how it felt. She pulled the blanket up to cover herself and shyly asked back, "Big brother, what does it feel like?" He didn't say anything, directly pointing the glass on the table towards Tiantian. She quickly reached out and grabbed it, and the glass, which only touched Tiantian's hand, had already shattered, tearing her skin. Shards of broken glass fly everywhere as Transo slowly stands up and asks what it feels like to become an evolved person. She looks at the fragments in her hand, confused, wondering what just happened. "You said that a one-star evolved person has a punch force of 500 kilograms and a speed of up to 15 meters per second. Congratulations, you have successfully evolved." After hearing this, Tiantian couldn't help but be amazed, feeling like her strength is immense, and she truly has become an evolved person. The information appears, becoming an evolved person, now a dream goal for countless people around the world. On the black market, a low-quality evolution-enhancing artifact has skyrocketed in price to over $50 million, but using this poor-quality stimulant comes with significant risks. If not careful, users could become terrifying, contaminated monsters. So many ordinary people eager to evolve are chained up all over their bodies. The family must resort to extreme measures, armed and vigilant, to monitor the evolving individuals. Once they turn evil, death becomes a tragic certainty. Despite that, many people are still willing to risk becoming contaminated monsters and pursue evolution without hesitation, and now the era of global evolution has begun. The scene shifts to the international waters around Okamachi Island, where Izanami orders Ebisu to lead the way. Ebisu immediately agreed, "Yes, Lord," and upon hearing that, he immediately plunged downward, his hands forming a shadowy sphere. Ebisu, like a fireball, rushes down into the whirlpool of the sea, continuing to dive deeper into the ocean. Everyone following Ebisu's path moved forward and descended. Izanami stepped down below, surrounded by strange skulls. Then everyone also moved down and stood behind. Suddenly, from inside, a wave of sound and the shape of a monster emerged from the dark, deep cave. At this moment, a girl named Benton soared into the air, jumping over the large lake where the mighty beast was displaying its dominance. Everyone must not look directly into its eyes. Another girl named Inari removes her cat mask and speaks. It's just a young one. Yet its aura is no weaker than a level 9 demon beast. It has already reached the king level. Susanoo said, "Inari, are you sure about that?" She assessed that this giant beast, even stronger than a level 9 demon beast, attacked our base last month, and I can't be mistaken about my sensing ability. Inari chuckled softly, an ancient beast truly magnificent. She believed it would produce a large amount of primal energy for us to use. Inari turned to urge, "Benton, use your illusion magic to control it." She waved her hand back to give the order. "Everyone else, drain its primal essence completely. Not a single drop will remain. In the end, destruction and annihilation. I will not allow anyone to possess it." Everyone shouted in unison, obeying the order, as the beast continued to emit powerful sound waves outward. Benton unleashed lightning bolts that fiercely clashed with the terrifying power as the two forces collided and intertwined. Izanami raised her hand in praise. "Look at that! The power of this beast is truly wondrous. We will devour it, absorb it, and become it." She keeps twisting her waist and adding words. "Darkness will swallow everything, and chaos will reign over all. Praise the darkness, praise the chaos, praise the endless void." Izanami smiles wickedly, the intertwining of light and darkness, the cycle of life and death, all returning to nothingness. We will become eternal. We will become gods. Praise the darkness, praise the chaos, praise the infinite void. Our pursuit of divine power has never stopped. As the destructive flames tear through the sky, the mushroom clouds symbolize the bloom of death. Shockwaves sweep across the land like divine strikes, shattering civilization and order into fragments, and the world returns to chaos as in the primordial chaos of creation. After 30 days and nights, the dust finally settled, the majestic mountains were flattened into barren land, and the raging rivers were cut off and turned into dead waters. When the watermarks of the fallen blocks appeared, the survivors were horrified to discover the skeleton of a giant beast as tall as a mountain, its mist shimmering with a strange metallic hue. Even after destruction, it remains in a fighting stance, as if silently recounting the death of a lost era. Inside its core, we discovered a mysterious, luminous substance that shines like a star. When the light hits it, the material ripples as if alive, refracting colors beyond the visible spectrum. After 700 days and nights of research, we have finally unraveled the mystery of this substance. It can regenerate the molecular structure of living beings, allowing life based on carbon to break through evolutionary barriers. The man, moved, exclaimed that this is the fire of Prometheus, the forbidden fruit of knowledge, as the Prime Minister held a vial of bioengineered blood containing a luminous blue substance and announced it at a press conference. The Prime Minister spoke, "Today we will hand ourselves the crown like gods do. We call it the origin of the divine." But fate quickly turned, and I laughed with a sinister smile. The first group of volunteers turned into crystal statues in the pure blue light. Their final expressions were forever frozen in blissful agony, as the mortal bodies were like paper grass surrounding a blazing fire. In the end, we realized that it's not the primal essence that is too weak, but that the human body made of dirt and ash is fundamentally unworthy of the gift from the gods. However, even in darkness there is divine will, and after the impending catastrophe descends, monsters begin to run rampant. We were surprised to find that survivors who had contact with the primal substance could evolve by absorbing contamination from monsters, and then we realized that the myth was not far from us but was approaching at an even faster pace. In this era, we are the messengers of mythology, constantly evolving and growing stronger, and one day we will reach the realm of gods, Izanami exclaimed. "We will become gods!" Everyone shout out, "Praise the angels!" Suddenly a voice shouted out, praising that thing. She was lost in ecstasy, but then snapped back to reality. Who is there? At this moment, the beast appeared. Transo pointed at himself and smiled softly. "Praise me, I am Transo." Izanami immediately ordered Inari to analyze his information. Without hesitation, Inari obeyed and respectfully addressed the Great Lord. She took the mask in her hand, then lowered her face to perform the ritual, while the divine horse spirit had already jumped down below. Transo glanced around, sensing a power like clairvoyance. As Transo was slightly startled, no, the strength difference was significant. Suddenly, Inari's mask cracked as if a stone had been thrown at it, and she was thrown backward. Inari fell hard to the ground, causing confusion among everyone. But she didn't care and only anxiously asked for information. She struggled to sit up and replied that the enemy also possessed a similar cursed technique related to assassination intelligence, which her divine horse did not expect, but was now countered. Izanami was stunned. "What did you say?" Susanoo approached and said, "Big Lord, no matter what kind of curse technique it has, my punch will make it explode." He moved closer to deliver the final blow, but when Susanoo launched his attack, Transo leapt aside with a faint smile, uninvited, and even dared to strike first. He was startled and turned around to see something streak past, then quickly was kicked away by him. At that moment, Black Heaven charged forward, twisted the giant's arm, and flipped him. Susanoo was twisted around and slowly fell onto the sharp spikes sticking out of the ground. Transo laughed loudly. "Controlling gravity with ease, you guys have quite a few tricks, huh?" He was saved, but didn't thank him, and instead turned to blame him. "Mind your own business, Big." Black Heaven. Heotin, upon hearing this, also retracted his hand, and immediately Susanoo lost gravity and fell heavily below. He turned to look at you with a faint smile. "Now it's your turn to experience what it feels like to be pierced through." Haktien finally lowered himself, supporting himself with both hands. A violent upheaval erupted toward Transo, causing stones to fly into the sky, followed by a powerful explosion that shook the heavens and the earth. But then he suddenly staggered, and the gravity couldn't suppress him anymore. Now, after that explosion, sparks of earth energy burst around him. Inari was stunned, realizing he could completely negate the effect of gravity. Haktien's whole body roared with anger. What kind of joke is this, that he has the strength to surpass even the gods? Susanoo clenched his fists, and the insult you threw at me will be paid with your blood. He swung both hands wildly, shouting fiercely. Chensuo thought to himself that he hadn't yet awakened to the superior physics. When the punch was delivered, he blocked it with one hand, then Chensuo responded with a powerful strike. Susanoo felt incredibly shocked, this monster. He said nothing, only chuckled softly. Transo twisted his arm, breaking his joint with a cracking sound, then forcefully threw Susanoo backward. Before he could regain his composure, he saw Black Heaven reach out with a giant hand and rush at him, and he barely managed to react. He charged forward quickly, clenching his fists, but Chansuo was faster, delivering a powerful punch downward that sent both of them flying back. White smoke rises high into the sky, the dissipating mist revealing your figure gradually emerging from within. Your entire body surges with a fierce aura, blood-red flames raging fiercely inside. Izanami issues the command, High Heaven. Pray to the gods, unite our strength to fight our enemies. All obey the order. Yes, Lord Daton. Ibasu softly chuckled with a sinister smile, his hands clenched tightly downward. The divine forge, blazing sulfur, immediately unleashes a barrage of sharp rocks rushing toward Transo, surrounding him completely and quickly curling his body inside that large stone. Ebisu arrogantly said, when magma is enhanced by divine power, it becomes even harder and more durable than steel. Even with your extraordinary abilities, you'll die in my stone prison because you can't breathe. But then Inari was stunned and exclaimed, he's actually using high heat to melt the lava. Now the round stone is melting from the intense heat, and Chansuo's arm punches out. So, he gradually appears. Susanoo sneers, look, your stone shell is as soft as natto, can you finally do it or not? Ebisu, furious, slams his hand down again and again. One layer isn't enough, so he adds another. The ground quickly cracks open and explosions burst from beneath. Divine creation, heavenly remains. He charged forward, roaring. 2 layers weren't enough, so he added a 3rd layer. Countless. Large rocks rose up, creating divine constructs and celestial corpses. After Ebisu collapsed, he rolled his eyes and muttered, these 3 bindings have drained all my divine power. Susanoo turned back and taunted, I told you, you don't need to go all out, just use your strongest ability, I was just joking. Daiki announced that no one can survive against Ebisu now. This battle is over. He clutched his injured arm and turned back, wondering, I thought that guy would be stronger than the girl. Isn't he still suppressed by my Takaamagahara system? Izanami chuckled softly, and with the fog cleared, looked at the beast and said, kill this divine beast now, and take its primal essence. Seeing Inari's somewhat hesitant attitude, Izanami asked, what's wrong, Inari? What does your divine gaze see? She hesitantly replied, this seal can't contain him. Inari's face showed clear fear. He can suppress metal creatures, but Ebisu's triple seal is ineffective against him. At this moment, lightning sparks burst from within the floating rocks as the divine beast steps out, accompanied by Transo's loud laughter, saying if you want to kill this young prehistoric beast, then step over my corpse first and talk. Ebisu was stunned. I clearly sealed him, but before I could finish speaking, he was hit hard in the face by a large stone. Inari quickly covered his head with both hands and dodged the flying rocks all around. Transo stepped forward and said, I will take each of your lives one by one. The boy smiled softly, then tilted and threw himself into the muddy ground. The Great Lord still arrogantly declares that those who kill us won't say much. Anyone blocking our path to become gods will only have death awaiting them. Transo smiles softly. My flames and your magic are not the same. My divine power can ignite a hellfire that burns for 7 days without extinguishing, while your small flames are better suited for brewing tea. He said nothing and continued to attack, with the divine fire burning fiercely, a deadly strike. Hathian moved closer. This is death! He immediately drew his sword and the flames rushed toward you. Transo showed no fear or hesitation. He sighed and blew out, and immediately the fierce flames turned into smoke. The Great Lord was stunned and stood upright. Susanoo stepped forward and shouted, Don't waste words. I will attack the realm. You press from above. The great heavenly song. Use gravity to shield. Heavenly song immediately obeyed. Understood. Both of them rushed forward. He sneered and shouted, I don't believe you can fight 3 at once. Izanami, sensing the tense situation, asked, Best. And you, is there anyone else who can help us subdue this demon? Benton spoke. Lord Great, a direct confrontation is ineffective. Let's try a different tactic. Now Susanoo charged forward, raising his hand to unleash a furious roar and cannon fire, but he was then easily pushed back by Transo's gentle wave. The flames flare up around your body, burning fiercely, destroying everything in their path. At that moment, Inari looked up and shouted loudly, Be careful! It's a wind vortex inside it! But before Haetian could do anything, the magic circle appeared beneath his feet. His body was quickly wrapped tightly by chains, and Haetian was immobilized, lying still on the circle. She was terrified. This is a powerful demon spell, even stronger than Lord Ebisu's seal. Izanami wondered, Then what does your family plan to do? Benton decided that now was the time for our spiritual team to appear. Then her beautiful face suddenly transformed into a sinister visage with a torn, bloody mouth. The long tongue hanging loosely, Benton chuckled softly. Even if that demon had a strong body, it couldn't withstand my spiritual attack. Her voice grew deeper, this sound coming from the underworld. Listen carefully. Dispel the chaos. This is the soul-honoring underworld. So silently listened. Then his hand released the ancient kneeling figure he was gripping. Benton moved closer, with the corruption of the underworld binding the soul. Listen now. The voice of death like a mother's embrace, like a child's final breath. She extended her hand, releasing waves of malevolent energy, guiding the path into the underworld where even gods can be corrupted. The great kneeling figure embraces the reverse and judges that the source of the spirit still works. The demon cannot act and is likely trapped in a nightmare. Transo stands still, hand on his forehead, observing, as cracks like dry earth appear all over Benton's body. The power in reality is meaningless. This is my spiritual realm. Crushing someone is as easy as turning over a hand. Your enhanced body is useless, and even your love spell cannot be cast. Your body is frozen solid. But she suddenly smiled strangely. This is a challenge that only involves mental strength. Transo spat out a mouthful of black blood. Benton sneered, "Pain, huh? In my domain, the sensation of pain is amplified 100 times. She raised both hands with sharp shadow claws rushing toward him, and the amazing part is that you won't lose consciousness here. Instead, you'll become more alert. The attacks pierce through Transo's body as Benton's laughter echoes, and every nerve will faithfully transmit this pain. After a while, his whole body bleeding quite a bit of black blood, he spoke. And since this is a mental realm, this imagined pain, Transo stopped and chuckled softly. It's basically not lethal, right? Benton stuck out her long tongue to mock. But that alone is enough to make someone wish they were dead. My spiritual source will make you beg me to end it. For example, right now, do you feel like you want to be free? The corner of his mouth lifts up. What I mean is, if even you don't feel pain, then your spiritual source is just noise. She was surprised to hear that. No way, absolutely impossible. Benton angrily launched another attack, but then her expression changed. She was truly not hurt. Transo chuckled softly. If pain were scored out of 100, then when I activate the bloodfire surge, that fiery sensation of blood boiling, what do you think it would be? I'd say there's a 100% chance. Transo's eyes sparkled with lightning, his imagination's power truly quite fascinating. You declare that from now on, the soul of the person will forever remember one thing: you have lost. Benton's whole body loses its balance and falls backward, muttering, "I have lost." Izanami stood silently watching her fall to the ground. Transo urged her to get up, and immediately Benton shot up into the air. She couldn't hide her shock. How could he turn her into a puppet? Has her spiritual voice been reversed? At this moment, she has been tamed and lowered her sword in acknowledgement. "Leave here, this is an unholy land." Izanami's expression darkened. It's a betrayal, yet she has learned how to kill her master. You smile softly and say, "Let's end everything here today. You can take her away. My control over the king will automatically jight you in 3 days. Just don't target the sword god from now on." She was unwilling, her hand twisting as she raised it to speak again, saying, "You think this is the end? Anyone who dares oppose the will of the gods must pay with blood." Izanami declared, "Heavenly spirit, you can go and die now," as Tengu rushed forward and beheaded Benton. Transo was a bit surprised. I've never seen someone so cruel before, even killing their own people. Inari spoke up. "Great Lord, why is that? She clearly belongs to us." She just whispered, "The useless ones have no right to become gods." Izanami's eyes narrowed, the hollow gaze of a defeated soul, not pleased to offer herself as a sacrifice to the gods. She looked up, light born from darkness, life and death of reincarnation, all returning to nothingness. We will become eternal. We will become gods. Izanami's hands spread wide, light born from darkness, life and death of reincarnation, the dance of Takamagahara's ultimate darkness. A faint smile touched your lips, and suddenly your entire body transformed into a different demon. Form 3. Izanami's expression clearly shows shock and disbelief. Her innate energy closely resembles the sword lizard god behind her. What exactly is your relationship with it? Then Transo, in his third form, charged forward with great force. He directly charged at Izanami, just as Tengu swooped in to shield her with his wings. At that moment, Transo launched a divine wheel attack straight at him, and Tengu escaped into the air to counterattack. He lowers his gaze to the divine wheel of the 8 trigrams, the divine wheel of the 8 suns, as Transo's legs slip along the ground. Smoke billows around him, and his whole body seems to crack like a desert terrain. Izanami chuckled softly. This is the divine mirror of the sun wheel that can pierce through the defenses of demons and destroy their bodies from within like a wave of destruction. Enraged, his eyes blazing and teeth clenched, Transo raised his sword high, unleashing his suppressed power with a loud roar. Then the sword was driven straight into the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Suddenly, from beneath the dirt and rocks, a head peeked out. A man lunged forward, his figure flickering with a flash of light and a burst of deadly speed. He thrust his sword straight into Transo's body, but Huingak hesitated for a moment. This was when his entire body transformed into a different form, the Demon Emperor armor. Transo turned around and shouted, "Get out!" Immediately, he was forcefully thrown away until he was no longer close. Izanami watched from afar and concluded, "It's useless. Where is light, there is shadow. As long as the shadow still exists, Tsukuyomi will be immortal and indestructible." At that moment, the Huinyak had already begun to merge into the ground below, then was reborn and floated back up above. He launched his attack, but the Tuo, Lung Nguyat Steel, and the reverse martial arts were all ineffective against Transo. The entire Huingak was once again dissipated, only a faint aura remaining, his defensive power too strong. Behind him, Tengu's power was also extinguished. He was furious and charged forward with an extremely fierce face. Without saying a word, Tengu immediately used her wing like a sharp sword to slash directly at Transo's side, causing his arm to bleed from the strike. She soared up, believing Tengu's attack could break through the enemy's defenses. No matter how strong the shield, it would be destroyed with just one blow. Transo made no reaction, quietly lowering himself, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Just in time. Transo swung his sword to strike at Tengu's neck, and Huinyak seized the opportunity to rush from behind, far from home. Both of their powerful strikes collided fiercely, causing a chaotic explosion. Transo quickly stepped forward to block the attack, his figure tense. "You swing your sword so hard that Huinyak's sword barely moves. Useless." He's once again destroyed, making Transo smile foolishly. "As long as the shadow remains, I can't be killed." He roared, "Then I'll vaporize your shadow too." With that, Transo swept his arm, sending Huinyak's whole body flying backward amid a loud, agonized scream. He collapsed onto the ground, smoke billowing from his body like a dying flame. Before he could regain his senses, you had already swung your sword and charged forward. Transo delivers a fatal stab, pinning Huinyak deep into the ground. And after a lifetime of his, you stand on the broken rock, daring anyone to step forward another step. At that moment, when Tengu was about to charge forward, Huaqiu, moved by emotion, shouted loudly. "Brother?" He stopped, turned around, and shook his head. Izanami shouted, "What are you just standing there for? Raise your swords, all of you, and charge together." At that moment, the great demon and Inari were terrified, trembling all over. Huaqiu trembling with resentment, stammering each word. "Why must we sacrifice like this?" Her entire body collapsed to the ground, screaming because she sacrificed her brother to obtain the primal essence. At that moment she spoke, "You are the candidates of the gods." Izanami sharply pointed at Transo and declared, "Kill him! Kill that rebellious traitor! Then we can obtain enough primal essence and become stronger." Huaqiu bowed her head, crying loudly, "But I don't want to become powerful. I just want to be an ordinary person, to be someone who is simply good." As she finished speaking, her neck was tightly grasped by her. Izanami roughly pulled Huaqiu up and cursed, "You cowardly traitor who broke the oath of the 8 extremes. This is a death sentence." Her eyes narrowed as she looked closer. "We are the heirs of mythology. We keep evolving, keep growing stronger, until one day we can reach the realm of gods." Huaqiu now no longer cares about power or anything else, only about the lost bloodline. Bitter and cursing, "Get out of here, get out of my sight." Izanami, provoked to madness, turns sharply and commands Tengu to kill the traitor. Her inner turmoil has been stirred. She cannot find happiness in possessing divine beauty. Tengu hesitated for a moment before turning back, glancing at the two behind her, who were also cowering and cursing in fear. "Damn it. Now that the sword is lowered to the ground, I cross my arms and smile faintly. I never intended to fight to the death with you, so drop your hostility. You can leave now." Izanami, now filled with extreme rage, forced a strange smile and refused to admit defeat. She transformed into a multi-headed serpent, wrapping around Huaqiu's neck and pressing her down, shouting, "Never!" The snake's mouth opens wide towards her beautiful head, slowly swallowing Huaqiu's body. Izanami chuckles softly, Every drop of essence will be my nourishment. Her entire body was quickly swallowed inside. The snake heads roared with pleasure. She clasped her hands together. Your strength will all belong to me. Immediately after, the snake swallowed person one inside, from Tengu to Ebisu, and even Huinga's dead body. Inari behind was extremely frightened. Using the combined powers of the Ancient Ones, could she only see us as... Izanami turned back with a gentle smile. That's right. The ancient beings are superior. It's truly ridiculous. You are merely tools nurturing the primal essence, she coldly declared. Only I am worthy to become a god here. Transo crossed his arm and spoke coldly, saying this development was beyond expectations, and for now, you should settle your internal conflicts before her. Susano, on the other hand, loudly warned that although he was annoyed with the others, this was our clan's private matter, and if you don't want to die, get out of the sanctuary. Hearing his words, she threw the huge rocks with great force toward Izanami, a blow meant to kill her to survive. But she was countered by the serpent's retaliation, Izanami whispered softly. Even a person is just a dog to be killed anyway. Then she still has the power to make all the surrounding rocks encase her. Hateno almost cried out. We used to be orphaned children, test subjects, lucky survivors of disasters. The old images of UOV, Izanami once said that becoming a god could help escape human suffering. The children were repeatedly attacked by her, directly hitting their hearts and minds. Izanami laughed, saying from now on, you are the Batki. Returning to reality, he clasped his hands together, and we all stood here, becoming the Batki, for one reason only, to live on and live well. Following her command, the stones shot straight at Hat Thien, and the space erupted with a blinding light. As he shielded his eyes to regain his sight, Izanami appeared from behind and said, I now possess the power of light and darkness. Don't think you have the right to defy me. She stretched out her rough, scaly hands, images of the eight-legged prison, and quickly, Hat Thien was bound tightly by the serpent. Although unable to breathe, he remained determined. I will never submit. Izanami raises her hand to control the serpent, trapping Hat Thien inside. She laughs with triumphant joy as the black serpent opens its mouth wide and the shining stones glow brightly. Transo just stood there, staring at Izanami as she laughed uncontrollably like a madwoman. The vacuum environment causes Susano to lose balance and float upwards. Inari and Daikui also experience the same. She stands below, looking up and shouting, Surrender your power! At that moment, Transo's hand appears and grabs Inari's ankle. She was startled and exclaimed, It's you! Why? Daikui seized the moment, gathering fiery energy to rush toward Izanami, and I risked my life against her. Susano on the other side clenched his fist confidently. Today, even if it costs my life, I will absolutely not let her achieve her goal. Izanami remained calm, a faint smile on her lips. She suddenly rose from the ground, two heads of the serpent countering their attack. Susano was bitten in half and lost half of his body. Daikui still did not retreat, continuing to fly forward and shout, Even if I cannot resist, I will join you in the eternal fate. He then charged straight into the snake's mouth. The snake's belly swelled up and burst into flames. Daikui self-destructed, causing a huge explosion right in front of Izanami. The serpent's head was split in two. She looked at the crystal shard lying there with a hesitant smile, preferring to self-destruct rather than let me take it. Izanami commanded the serpent to bite the crystal shard left by Daikui. Her eyes flash with a mocking smile. You think everything is so simple. Izanami stood there full of pride. The human body is just a vessel for the primal force. Even if they choose to end their own life, the essence inside their body will not vanish. The serpent slowly swallows the glowing red gemstone into its belly. Immediately, its whole body burst into flames like the great turtle before. She soared into the sky. Now Izanami had gained the fire attribute. She laughed eerily, having devoured 7 of them. Seeing this, Inari was a bit frightened. She clenched her weapon and muttered to herself, Even ending her own life is useless. There's no way out anymore. Tengu is gone, and her eyes focused silently on the scene. Izanami looked down and continued, Now only the 2 of you remain. Tengu quickly raised his hand to form a seal and muttered a spell. Then he disappeared mysteriously right before everyone's eyes. Izanami coldly said, Clever, cowardly, a very practical choice. Inari, with a worried frown, begged Transo, Bothering you with your strength, you can definitely destroy that core crystal of mine. She stepped closer and asked you to kill her and then destroy it. I don't want to become Izanami's power. Only someone else can do this. This request leaves Transo momentarily speechless. Inari desperately begged, "Hurry, kill me now, destroy the crystal inside me." She pressed the knife into Transo's hand and said, "If not, everything will be too late." Izanami looked down and asked, "Do you want to die?" She smiled confidently, saying, "I will swallow both you and the origin of that demon and that snake god together." Her eyes flashed with a deadly gleam as she affirmed, then ascended to become a god. Below, Transo snatched the weapon from Inari's hand. He stepped past her, approaching Izanami, and said, "Inari, you don't have to die anymore." She activated her serpent heads to attack and shouted, "You two become sacrifices for the new god together!" Tran so coldly threw his spear forward, striking directly at her head, causing Izanami to fall backward. "Along with the swirling dust, you say that I have already decided not to interfere in your deceptions anymore, but since you just tried to take my crystal sword into the fight, I've changed my mind." Blood drips out and a clean cut appears on her forehead. She replies, "Based on this alone, you can't kill me." As soon as she finishes, Transo appears in front of Izanami, fist clenched and ready. You throw a powerful punch, knocking her to the ground amid thick dust and shattered earth, her face trembling with fear as tears stream down her unyielding face. He asked, "How do you feel after this blow?" Now a faint shadow of Izanami appears from the smoke, swaying and staggering. Then came the loud, deafening crashes from the heavy falling force. She quickly stood up, brushing off her waist, though it wasn't entirely from an itch. At this moment, Transo is covered in sparks of electricity, his body transforming into a different form. A body forged with lightning, tempered by fire, blood boiling fiercely, fourfold. Izanami's eyes widen as she witnesses this scene, as Transo now radiates immense power with crackling internal lightning. He didn't say much before launching his attack, but she quickly soared up into the air, and Transo laughed, so he managed to dodge it. "You hold the body turned to dust in your hand, still have any tricks left, then bring them out and use them all." Izanami clasped her hands together, still wielding her power, still imprisoned. Transo snapped his fingers, causing all the electric circles to spin around him. She looked utterly incredulous. How could his barrier be useless against him? At this moment, as he steps forward, lightning strikes wherever he goes. Izanami silently thinks, the way this demon walks carries a dominance that is even more terrifying than that of a god. She sniffed and waved her sharp-clawed hand as she spoke. The body of the green and silver spirit soul, Izanami, suddenly moved her hand away, and the golden spot took its place. A green snake suddenly burst up from the ground behind Transo, opening its huge mouth as if to swallow the world. He glared with disdain, sneering, and immediately summoned lightning around himself to torment the snake with electric shocks. From behind, another blue snake lunged forward, and his hand crackled with continuous lightning, quickly transforming into a giant hand that seized the snake tightly, tearing it apart. At this moment, beneath Transo's feet, powerful strikes erupted, and an orange snake looked up while his entire body was trapped inside its mouth. Transo became thoughtful, unexpectedly. The orange serpent closed its mouth and dropped a powerful force downward. Izanami smugly rubbed her fingers and smiled with arrogance, and the orange serpent suddenly turned yellow due to being metallized. Transo's entire body is now helplessly dragged downward, speechless, until a horizontal slash cuts through the serpent, causing Izanami's smile to fade as the serpent is split in two. "Where did you come from after she stepped back? Even if you wipe out all your allies, your strength is only this much." Without letting Izanami say anything else, Transo immediately delivered a horizontal slash across her neck. Izanami slowly raised her hand tremblingly, saying each word. "No, I am a god. I cannot die." Her whole body trembling. "I should have become a god among 10,000. I should have entered the divine palace." Izanami knelt down and muttered, "I should have observed all living beings with the mindset of a god." Transo coldly said, "You're suffering. Stop here." Now she has completely lost her voice and can only stammer in her mind, "No, I can't." Izanami collapsed to the ground and only managed to cry out one word, "No." Inari is now sitting curled up, trembling, behind the large stone, shivering in fear. Transo slowly walks over, like a god extending his hand and saying, "Let's go." Then he lifts Inari into his arms and swims upward from the bottom of the ocean. Thanks to your strength, they rushed up, and Transo landed below the boat, surprising everyone on board as they whispered to each other in their native language. Where did these two people come from? After listening, he thought to himself, "Are they foreigners?" And then Transo pointed at the unconscious Inari and said, "Please wake her up." He gestured to go ashore with this look and nodded with two fingers showing okay, asking if that was okay. The two foreigners looked at each other, not knowing what they were saying, and Yu smiled helplessly, unsure if they understood. Now she is resting on the bed. Humans are a very selfish species, and they are also very good at internal conflicts. Transo's gaze is contemplative. Throughout history, the number of people killed by humans has been thousands of times greater than those who perished in disasters or at the hands of monsters. After gaining power, most people no longer think of helping the weak or defending justice, but instead turn their pain against the vulnerable. You wave goodbye to the two foreigners as you step outside. I won't deny that there are good people in this world, but they just rush forward because of the foolish nature of humans. And the two foreigners look up in astonishment. Transo rushes away, so I won't hesitate to doubt any existence that could threaten my survival. I am neither good nor saving crying souls. I am neither evil nor driven by hatred. I am neither chaotic nor stirring chaos among living beings. I dislike order and refuse to be bound by the roots of heaven and earth. I am not the light that illuminates a lost city, nor the darkness that hides the flickering flame of judgment. I do not truly exist, nor create an eternal form. I am not a fake, and I will not leave a faint shadow. I am the sword hanging between good and evil, and I will cross the chaos of dawn and dusk, alone. The scene shifts to the special branch. Kwon-duk raises his hand to the video on the screen and speaks. This is a video of Transo's battle. He states that, according to the latest data, Transo's strength has been confirmed to have broken through to 5 stars. Everyone couldn't help but feel shocked when they heard that, a breakthrough to 5 stars. Kwon-duk pointed at the image of Transo launching his attack and continued. A high-quality concrete pillar with a diameter of 100 centimeters has been shattered by a single punch, with preliminary calculations indicating the force of this punch exceeds 1,500 tons. After hearing that, Fan Hao couldn't help but spit out the water he had in his mouth. He asked aloud, 1,500 tons. Is she still a human woman? You always look at your clenched fist in confusion, but my maximum punch strength is only 1.5 tons, and his strength is more than 1,000 times mine. Tong Van said based on the Global Evolution Assessment Standards, the basic punch force of a 5-star is 100 tons. 1,500 tons. Should we consider rating it as 6 or 7 stars? Is he clasping his hands together nervously, or what? Kwon-duk explained that once an evolved person surpasses the 5-star limit, strength metrics are no longer the measure of power. His eyes narrowed, but instead, it's called superhuman strength. Fan Hao wondered, what is superhuman strength? Do I also have it? Kwon-duk said seriously that it is said that each country's evolved individuals have their own evolution system, and that the ultimate goal of evolution is to awaken superhuman powers. He recounted that abilities like controlling gravity, spewing hellfire from the body, controlling spirits, and so on, are all driven by humans to surpass the 5-star level in evolution, and will do anything, at least as far as I know. Our neighboring country is trying to use technological means to accelerate the evolution process of the evolved. He sighed. You rookies who just started haven't even reached 4 stars yet, so stop wasting your days in the rain. Everyone turned into adorable little chicks, raising their hands to obey. Yes, Captain. In another place, Transo's hand lifted a crystal to examine it, saying that the primal essence was just a higher-grade spiritual energy crystal. The scene shifts to Transo's house, where he is lying back on a chair lost in thought. Even if Izanami dreams, she would never have imagined this becoming a stroke of luck for her. Transo clenches his fists as fragments of stones break apart, and the system notifies that his physical attributes have increased. Seeing this, he was a bit surprised, stuck at 9,999A with his physical points reaching the limit. Could it be time to start the 4th evolution process? Suddenly, he appeared and called out, So, Tiu, he asked, startling Tron. So, are you okay? I sat up quickly and replied, Little he, I'm fine. The girl pouted and said, Little he is hungry. Transo opened his hand and showed her some energy crystals he had. Do you want to eat some? He saw this and immediately agreed without hesitation. Then she took the crystal-covered finger from him and put it in her mouth. Seeing Little he eat voraciously, Transo also felt it was quite tasty. Eat more and wait until she recovers her abilities to open the door. Then let's go fight monsters together. The girl smiled happily and adorably. Now in the laboratory, warning lights are flashing continuously, indicating abnormal global contamination levels. All nearby bases are to immediately activate Level 1 defense protocols. The helicopter soars high in the sky, accompanied by loud announcements and warnings, indicating that the contaminated energy has exceeded the critical threshold by 20 times. Energy fluctuations are still increasing, and all personnel are required to be ready immediately. The alarms keep ringing non-stop. Attention, those with less than 4 stars must not leave the purification field. Remember, contact with contaminated areas will cause irreversible mutations. Hurry up and move quickly. All warriors, get into position. The first wave of pollution is expected to reach the defense line within 72 hours. The scene shifts to the Hwanson villa, and Transo's eyes suddenly widen with a bright glow. He suddenly sat up in bed, feeling like ants were biting his head. Transo reached out and thought to herself, "It seems like a major disaster is about to happen." At this moment, a motorcycle suddenly arrives with long, slender legs stepping down, and hearing the engine sound, he turns to look outside. It's Tuyen. She lowers her hat, turns her head, and shakes her long, smooth pink hair. Transo walks out empty-handed, knocking on the door and saying, "Please don't wake people up like that again." Huang Fu Tu, what was it again? Tuyen slowly walks over, points, and says each word clearly. Huang Fu Tu Nien, your order has arrived. He tilts his head in confusion. I haven't placed any orders for the past 2 days, so where did this order come from? She opened the box and continued. It's been 2 days since you last ordered takeout. I'm worried you'll starve in your room. Tuyen carried 2 bags. On the left is the braised chicken you call 3 times a week, and on the right is the spicy hot pot you usually order at midnight, with an extremely spicy flavor. Transo looked a bit suspicious and asked, Are you sick or something? Are you stalking me? She softly replied, Little sister, I said I would pursue you. Tuyen handed you the 2 gift bags, so I'll be watching your every move in life. Tran. So looked at the 2 bags with confusion, then turned to her car and urged, Eat it while it's hot. As she left, she winked seductively, saying, I'll go now, little sister. Tuyen simply got into the car and drove off. I wonder why it matters to her whether I eat the food I brought home or not. Then suddenly Transo's stomach growled softly. He looked at the 2 bags of food and thought, This girl is definitely very calculating. He appeared from behind and called out, So, Tran. So turned around. What's wrong, little clown? The girl mumbled. The door, the new door, little clown. I understand him. You're happy now. Great. After breakfast, we'll take action. The scene shifts to an unfinished abandoned building. Transo stops at a teleportation gate. The girl appears. So, we're here. He turned back to remind you that the door is open. So, be careful. Quickly, you appeared in your new form. The system announced that the demon armor can enhance resistance to contaminated energy. Transo spoke. Let's go, little clown. The girl immediately obeyed and waved her hand to create swirling air currents, which released powerful gusts toward him. Transo judged that the level of pollution was so severe that even the enhanced resistance of the demon armor couldn't withstand it. Suddenly, the entire space was engulfed in darkness, making him wonder why he couldn't see anything. Transo's eyes lit up with sharp insight as he opened his vision. At that moment, a giant stone was rushing toward him from somewhere, but Transo quickly swung his sword to cut the stone, causing it to shatter into countless pieces. Transo leapt up from behind the smoke and dust, laughing loudly. Just a second after meeting, they started fighting, but it actually suited me. Just then, a monster appeared from afar. The system reports that the demon orb with 4 arms has been detected. Suddenly, the orb burrows underground and disappears. Then it leaps high into the air and strikes down with a punch towards you. System warning. Pollution level increasing. Transo wondered to himself if pushing his power to the limit, he could defeat it with just 1 strike. Suddenly, the surrounding space turned into a raging whirlwind. Behind you, fiery circles appeared and burst into fierce flames while the demon orb's eyes widened in shock. Now the mountain behind blocks the flowing lava, and it is forcefully thrown up into the air by Transo. You also soared up there and whispered, Quick attack and quick victory. Without saying much, Transo threw a punch directly into the demon core's stomach, while the other hand swung to split it in 2. The 2 halves of the demon core fell to the ground, and he chuckled, thinking this punch's force is close to 500 tons. Even a strong muscle wouldn't withstand such an explosion. Meanwhile, the demon orb gradually disappeared like dust in the air. Transo sat down and thought the extremely high energy concentration was very similar to Izanami's primal crystal, but much smaller. He clasped his hands together with great force. The system notified, you have gained 1,000 evolution points. Transo estimated that a simple crystal of this kind could directly grant the evolution value with just 1 absorption. He looked at the screen. He still needed 10,000 more evolution points. Unexpectedly, I found a way to speed up my evolution. A few minutes later, Transo continued into the dense jungle, and an incredibly beautiful scene like a fairyland appeared before his eyes. He stands on a rock ledge observing this uncharted tropical forest holds countless evolution crystals waiting for me to discover. Transo burst into laughter, unable to wait any longer. Then he proceeded deep into the forest. Transo's eyes lit up as his perception and senses reached their maximum. In an instant, the beautiful space from earlier turned into a dark realm filled with giant creatures surrounding him. The system alerts, deploying maximum visual and auditory perception. He thought to himself that the demon spirit energy in the ants was much purer than that of the demon orbs. So could they be feeding on the primal demon spirits? That's interesting. Now above, countless insect-like demonic creatures are flying like giant planes. The system displays a warning about the ant demon and the demonic creatures disrupting the natural order. Transo looks up at the ants thoughtfully, realizing that the demon's nose has detected a target, but it's not him. At that moment, the poison needle shot down, piercing straight into the insect demon. I looked on with a bit of surprise, this is. At this moment, the vitality of the ant was completely drained by the venomous insect, and its entire body gained a new power through evolution. Seeing this, Transo was amazed that it evolved on the spot. He chuckled. The four-eyed demon fly hunting ants for food could evolve into a five-eyed elite being. That's really interesting. Suddenly, beside the figures constantly jumping and rushing forward, a giant figure burst out from the bushes, swiping upward as the demon orb flew past Transo below, toward the nose demon. An explosion immediately erupted, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. The dust settles, and now the demon orb is devouring the demon nose in its mouth. Numerous wing-like shapes resembling flowing robes appear on the demon orb's body, and the system displays a notification that the demon orb belongs to the natural system of the Luke Dai. You think to yourself that each hunt is a step of evolution. This is how the energy is refined layer by layer in a primitive way. At this moment, the entire body of the demon orb was infused with more power, causing it to roar loudly. Transo sank into thought as these high-level monsters reached the end of their life cycle, returning together to kneel beneath the tree of life and hide within the shelter of the towering tree. Then their bodies will gradually decompose, and the essence of demon crystals will be refined within them for a lifetime, eventually returning to the great trees to nourish them forever. The tree of life remains silent, simply relying on its roots to caress these loyal workers. Then the new demon eggs will be raised again in the ant nest, and the next group of demon miners will hatch soon after and continue this endless cycle of energy. Born as slaves, dying as food, for eternity. He paused for a moment, Transo looked at the swirling source of aura and concluded that this perfect cycle of energy would have to stop here today. His eyes sharpened, the essence that you all have been refining your entire lives, preparing to become my nourishment. A few minutes later, the sun had set behind the mountains, and the ground trembled with devastating explosions. Transo's small figure swiftly dodged the attacks of the insect demons and demon cores, continuously swinging his sword to cut them all down. Transo's entire body gently lands on the ground. He stands watching the corpses below, being consumed one after another. The demon cores are killed in a tragic manner, with their eyes wide open and unblinking, gradually dissolving into dust, leaving behind the crystal chunks. The system keeps notifying that you have killed a level 6 demon core and received a medium-length red demon crystal, and that you have killed a level 3 demon core and received a short-length red demon crystal. You have killed a level 4 demon core and received a low-length pink demon crystal. So orders you to absorb them, and the crystals are then fully absorbed into your hands. The system displays the fusion rules. 8 low-grade scarlet demon crystals equal 1 medium-grade scarlet demon crystal, and 8 medium-grade scarlet demon crystals equal 1 high-grade scarlet demon crystal. Transo commands the fusion. A notification appears indicating that the evolved power has condensed into a crystal. The high-length pink demon crystal not only offers enormous evolutionary value, but also has a 1% chance to trigger super evolution in the random field during the process. Once successful, you will gain a power breakthrough far beyond the normal level. He thought, is there really such good stuff as this super evolution random field item? Transo thought to himself, a 1% chance is still too low. If this evolution can't trigger super evolution, then this precious long red demon crystal is nothing but trash. His legs turned around, and Transo was sure there must be something higher than the red demon crystal. Now he was surrounded by demon orbs and demon spears. A faint smile appeared on Transo's lips. Let's go again. But he quickly delivered a sweeping attack that effortlessly took down all these monsters one by one, and the notifications kept popping up. Transo deduced that it was almost enough. Your hand forms a fusion crystal. Notification. You have collected 8 high-quality red devil crystals and can fuse them into a dark blue devil crystal. Transo is a bit suspicious. Red devil crystals evolving into dark blue devil crystals. He clenches his fists and fuses. System notification. You have obtained the dark blue demon crystal. The chance of super evolution increases by 10%. Transo whispers to himself. 10%. He ponders, it's still not enough. I want it to be 100%. Then all the explosions will erupt powerfully. After a fierce attack, his energy was also drained. So Tran stood there, panting heavily, sheathing his sword out of curiosity, wondering what the forest's monsters would ultimately fuse into, his thoughts swirling as the fusion began. And all around him, a storm of wind surged fiercely. System notification. The deep blue demon crystal has been successfully fused. It is now a high-quality deep blue demon crystal that can help the user activate 100% super evolution. Transo smirks. I've cleared out all the monsters in the forest. Luckily it was successful, and just using it will give me a 100% chance of random super evolution. Suddenly, a demon lion monster rushed down towards him, and Transo quickly leapt back to evade the fierce attack of the demon lion. He still held his sword, his eyes full of vigilance, as this overwhelming and domineering pressure was something he had never encountered before. When the lion demon's foot touched the ground, everything below had withered, and Transo's eyes sharpened. Moreover, its 3QE domain could directly deform the environment. You swing your sword and chuckle to yourself. This is no longer the power that ordinary monsters can possess. I have to clear out the entire forest to get the magic crystal, and yet you want to benefit from it. System alert, level 9 demon creature. Chimera King, Tron. So paused for a moment. Wait a minute. He smiled faintly, thinking to himself that maybe letting it eat this demon crystal might actually be better. If the rule of the Death Forest is devouring to evolve, Transo thought to himself, then I will let you complete this final trial for me. Now the monsters begin to appear, and the Chimera King roars loudly. He chuckled softly because I want the super evolution chance to be over 100%. Evolve now. The system alert the ultimate Chimera King has evolved into a level 10 monster. Sue, evolve now. First I'll feed you, then make you spit out 100 times more to pay me back. Now the dragon is puffing up its mouth and spewing a stream of liquid toward you. Transo looked a bit surprised, then jumped up and swung his sword to cut through all that green slime, which dripped down and sizzled as it hit the ground. Transo looked back and thought, shooting acid. No wonder the fairy tale has a breakthrough trait. If it even slightly touches, the level of contamination could be deadly instantly. He glanced back and pondered. Although this giant monster's body had lost the agility of a human, its strength advantage was clear, and its enormous size gave it the ability to surpass human power. As Transo's eyes narrowed, he added that being at the top of the food chain seemed to mean it had been hunting in this deadly forest. More than 10 years have passed, and the demonic energy accumulated in its body can no longer be measured. At this moment, the monsters are constantly growling fiercely. He hesitated. No, maybe decades aren't enough. This one might even be a level 100 king-class demon beast. Transo brushed himself off and thought, then let's see if your armored scales are tough, or if my sword is sharper. So Transo gracefully flew toward the Chimera King, letting out a soft cry as a powerful sound wave radiated fiercely toward him. He quickly leans back in surprise at the overwhelming pressure. The wounds on the Chimera's body are gradually healing, and Transo is full of amazement. This rapid healing speed is astonishing, healing in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, it is starting to move as if about to attack, and the entire surrounding scene seems to freeze in the air. The boy is puzzled, and the lightning element magic system in the sky then forms a magic circle with rays of light shooting straight down. Transo keeps jumping to dodge the lightning attacks, while the Chimera King's eyes suddenly widen as he raises his sword with internal energy to strike at it. Transo's sword erupts with flames, crimson energy, and lightning. His horizontal slash cuts through space, leaving a blazing streak. But then Transo's eyes widened. What is it? At this moment, the Chimera King shows no signs of injury and even strikes back, knocking you back. Transo's whole body trembles uncontrollably, his legs dragging on the ground as he silently thinks, his arm gradually going numb. This guy's flesh is even tougher than a corpse. Lost in his thoughts, Transo suddenly realizes something. At him this moment, small drops of purple blood are flowing down its face. A faint smile appears on your lips. But if you can see the blood, your time is almost up. Suddenly, the Chimera King radiated powerful waves of sound toward Transo. He looked up. This is it. Transo smiled softly. This time, even space itself is evading. They won't even let me do that either. In his mind, he thought that only direct confrontation was possible. System notification. The level of the Demon Emperor armor has returned to 0. Transo has made his judgment. A slight smile appeared on your lips. The Chimera is a creature with intelligence. In close combat, you must abandon lightning magic because, after all, wide-area magic damage is ineffective in close-quarters fighting. Transo reflected, because he himself was also hit. Now the Chimera King's vitality has been completely drained. It quickly anticipated this and folded its wings to cover its body. Seeing that, you praise him. Well done, I guessed you would use this move. It turns around and Transo prepares to attack. He rushes forward to strike, but this time the blow won't cut into your head. Without hesitation, Transo cut through the Chimera King's pair of swords and mocked the head of the dragon. You know, you can't save each other now. It's screaming in pain, and Transo just laughs. Aren't you surprised? This is actually your tail. The boy raised his head high, which is also your greatest weakness. That thing, spewing acid. Transo's hand clenched the head, forcing all the acid in its mouth to spray out. The Chimera King was stunned by this scene, and quickly spread its wings to shield itself from the streams of acid being blown towards it. But how could it resist? That powerful acid beam pierced right through the king's tough wings, making it writhe in agony. You throw the head down and declare, "Now it's over." With that, Transo grabs his sword and leaps into the air. Without hesitation, he directly thrust his sword into the Chimera King's head. A notification appeared. You have slain the 10-stage Ultimate Chimera King. The system notification confirms the receipt of the ultimate dark obsidian crystal. Transo picks up the crystal and praises it. A great success. His hand clenched tightly, unleashing all his power with fierce intensity. The golden heart within Transo throbbed with each fierce breath. His whole body has completely transformed into a new form. The system reports 3 super-evolved armored energies, 3 peak breakthrough energies. Transo glances around, the space responding to his will, and he quickly shifts to another side. Transo realized that it wasn't movement, but that space had directly shifted him here. Wanting to test his strength, he raised his hand and softly called out towards the giant stone. "Come on!" That entire giant rock was lifted high by Transo with one hand, a faint smile on his lips as it shattered. At that moment, the rock exploded like a delayed bomb, bursting into fragments that flew everywhere. Transo thought to himself, the density is terrifyingly high. He pointed at that sphere and wondered, the force must be pretty strong too, right? The sphere rolls forward forcefully, carving a deep groove like a water ditch. Then an explosion nearby erupts, shaking the space. Transo slowly rises above the ground, looking down with a bit of boredom. This world no longer holds any interest. Transo observes the explosions below and decides it's time to leave. Thinking, he swung his hand to deliver a horizontal slash through the space, opening a portal to another dimension, and the scene shifted to Transo's house. Transo yawned repeatedly as he stepped inside, exhausted and collapsing onto the bed. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly opened his eyes. So, something's wrong with my body. You tell her that these 2 days she must not run around. Understood. If she wants to eat, then use it. Transo's eyes slowly close. If not, then wait for the Huangfu to naturally bring food. Anyway, she always comes to bring food every day. He quickly fell into unconsciousness, evolved, and his soul had already flown out of his body. After a moment, the caller's name appeared on the screen, and Tudo Thienthian called. Thienthian anxiously looked at the phone, but no one answered, only the sound of the operator. The person you are trying to call is currently unavailable. Please try again later, she thought to herself. I really want to share with him the joy of having become an evolved person. But why isn't Transo answering the phone? Over there, Ban Luan was devouring a chicken leg and asked, Hey, do you guys know about Tu Dao Thien Thien? He was curious and heard that she was already Transu's girlfriend. Tong Van, who was chewing on a drumstick, reminded him to stop talking nonsense. Fan Hao sighed and said, I'll give you another chicken leg. I don't believe I can't stop your mum. Nguok Nya spoke up. Transo probably still doesn't have a girlfriend. How could an ordinary girl be worthy of him? She smiled softly, or maybe as I said, maybe Transo would prefer someone more capable. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Ban Luan spoke softly to Fan Hao, saying that her dress was worth 80,000 yuan, and the bag she carried was bought by Transo, costing hundreds of thousands. He then turned to Fan Hao and whispered that ever since Transo brought Tu Dao Thien Thien back, she had declared to everyone that she was Transo's girlfriend. Nin Yuknya seemed a bit uncomfortable, threw her chopsticks down and stood up. I'm full, everyone can continue eating. He grabbed Ban Luan's collar tightly, close to his face. Luan Tu, why did you suddenly bring up this topic out of nowhere? That almost scared me to death just now. Ban Luan wondered, everyone at Nin University knows about it. It's not a secret, so why can't it be spoken of? Fan Hao analyzed. Indeed, everyone knows. But what you're doing is no different from lighting a fire in front of Lam Nyu Nya, so for the next real combat training, Mong He also stands up with a tray of food, as someone with a very high innate talent is coming to register. Have you all met yet? Fan Hao was a bit stunned when he heard that. What did she say? Ban Luan was confused. I've never heard of anyone with such high potential joining before. She listened helplessly. What were those two fools just talking about? Tong Wen turned around and looked. Could it be her? He looked at the two people approaching. Look over there. Two people are coming this way. Over here? Ninga approached and spoke. Lam Nuok Nya, you're here today too. Let me introduce you to them. Ninga gestured towards Tiantian and continued. This is my junior, Tiantian Tudi. During class this afternoon, she suddenly was engulfed in flames and then awakened as an evolved. She spoke, Tudi, congratulations, you've also become an evolved. She replied softly, just lucky, that's all. Tiantian moved closer, her tone sounding rather unfriendly. Compared to the older sister Lin, who was chosen by the government and directly became an evolved person, there's nothing worth mentioning. Fan Hao watched this scene and shook his head, feeling helpless. At this moment, Quan Duc appeared to interrupt the tension and said, 2D student, before registering as an evolved person, we need to check your data and determine your level. He urged, if you have time now, please go for the check. She turned around and said, no problem, Director Quan. Director Quan, my partner and I are both spiritual university students, so how about I take my junior 2D to get tested instead? Quan Duc praised, that's good. Since you're the most familiar with the testing process, I'll leave this to you. Fan Hao propped his chin with his hand and concluded that now Lam Nuok Nya's anger has a place to vent. Tudo Thientien is really unlucky. The scene shifts to the evolution test room. Nuok Nya slams her hand on the punching bag to demonstrate that testing strength is very simple. Just use her maximum force to hit the machine's resistance area. When she hits here, the machine will measure her strength value, Tiantian thought. Just need to use force. Just need to use force. Then she fully exerted her inner strength and launched a direct attack at the bag. And the displayed number made Nuok Nya praise, Tom, this girl is not simple. She stepped forward and announced that her strength had reached 4,700 kilograms, hitting the limit of a 3-star evolved person. Pretty impressive, little brother. Outside, Ban Luan and Fan Hao watched in shock. How did she do that? Ban Luan muttered nervously. When I first evolved, my old punch only had a strength of just over 1,000. But during her first test, she scored nearly 5,000 points, so she's close to breaking through to 4 stars soon. Then came the continuous attacks from the enemy, sending dust and smoke into the air. Nuok Nya commented that her speed was 68 meters per second, reaching the limit of a 3-star evolved person, and her powerful explosion made the two young men outside recoil in fear. She assessed that her superhuman fire attribute energy was characterized by intense heat, high temperatures, and explosive convergence. Nuok Nya continued, manifesting her power as a fiery sphere about to explode, with a maximum range of 20 meters and a destructive force comparable to a high-grade grenade. She raised her thumb in an OK sign, giving a comprehensive assessment, a top-tier 3-star super-evolved individual. Fan Hao couldn't help but be amazed. Just after evolving, he's already reached the limit of 3 stars. Tudo Thientian's talent is indeed extraordinary. Ban Luan also agreed, that's right, we've encountered a genius again. Meng Si speaks up, you two just broke through to 3 stars today, right? And you're even borrowing stuff from Captain Guan. And Gu Qi Mai, don't mention us anymore. Didn't you also just break through to 3 stars? Ban Luan rested his chin on his hand, pondering. No, the superior said our innate transformation talent is the highest in Bloom City. His eyes widened, but now there's Transo in front and Tudo Thientien behind. Does that make sense? Tongwen stepped forward to remind him not to worry about others. Talent only determines the starting point. How far one can go ultimately depends on personal effort. His gaze turned cold. Our innate abilities are definitely a gift of nature. Tongwen thought about Tiantian's assessment, and some people might have taken shortcuts with external help. Gaining rapid strength, then losing it. Who could really know? A few minutes later, Quan Duc spoke up, saying she was a 3-star transcendent and was about to break through to 4 stars. Cut to Quan Duc's office. He asks what her plans are for the future. Thientien is a bit surprised and replies softly, I haven't thought about it yet. Quan Duc believes that your classmate Tudo's talent is not inferior to the genius Lin Nyu Nya. I believe it won't be long before she can break through to 4 stars, 5 stars, or even become an awakener. He comments, I see her as a good seed. Maybe you should consider joining the special agent program. Then Duke handed over a set of documents, a confidentiality agreement, and asked if the talented student you might consider joining the special operations team. Duke tapped his fingers on the agreement. For the country. He continued, and more importantly, the government's independent sources can help you cut through the detours, improve your strength, and achieve 2 goals at once. Duke's tone hardens. How do you feel about this? Thien lowers her head and replies, Thank you, Director, for your kindness. But I want to discuss this with Transo first. He stood up with his hands empty, asking why she needed to discuss with Transo about joining the special mission. She shyly replied that Transo is my boyfriend. Duke's tone softened. So she's the guy's girlfriend. Interesting. Thien explained that Transo, he might not want me to join the special mission. That's why. Before she could finish speaking, he took out a card and interrupted, I understand. It's okay. Duke held up the card. The Internal Affairs Department has already prepared the Certificate of Evolution for you. You can take it and go home. She happily approached and thanked him, but when Thien tried to take it, he held on to it. Duke added, By the way, tell Tron so that the matter with the Thuong Hoi Hung Than has been settled. He said that all 3 related corporations have been destroyed and thanked him for the intelligence. She replied sincerely that she would definitely pass on the message from the Bureau. Watching Tian leave, Guande sighed and thought that maybe Tian wouldn't participate in the special mission from the start. The scene shifts to Tranyenso's house, where he is slumped down observing Tranyenso sleeping. The girl was a bit puzzled. It's so strange, her temperature was rising. He reached out and touched So's forehead. The girl immediately pushed herself back, feeling too hot. Transo was still lying motionless. You are continuously sinking into a deep sleep, unaware of everything. Transo's entire body is almost in a state of utter unconsciousness. Haha, So is dreaming now. Transo has been asleep for 3 days. On the screen, notices are broadcasted by members, 6 days before the impact of the celestial event. To better protect the safety of the people when the disaster occurs, the authorities will organize an orderly evacuation plan over the next 6 days. Loud shouts echoed as all villages and towns within 10 kilometers of Mac the Gate were forced to evacuate to nearby cities and wait until the next solar storm passed before returning. The man with the loudspeaker shouted loudly to coordinate the forces better during the upcoming solar storm. We will centrally manage essential supplies like food, despite strong protests from many. And the city of Yu is not that easy. With so many of us living here, what will we eat and who will take care of the houses? The city lowered the speaker and spoke out. Everyone voluntarily chose to come to the city, and we absolutely did not force anyone. He turned back and shouted into the speaker, but as long as everyone agrees to focus on the city for shelter, we will arrange accommodations. At least there will be running fire, clean water, and food, enough to meet the needs. The announcements keep ringing loudly, even as people choose to stay. If monsters invade, we will do our best to send rescue teams. Sitting stiffly on the chair, listening to the loud broadcast, we will not abandon anyone easily. She just nodded slightly, trying to send people to help, not easily abandoning anyone. Only a fool would believe that. The government's strength is no longer enough, so now we must focus on managing the population. Now Lan Nguyen is going to Tronan, where the boss is, so she doesn't need to worry. The boss has already arranged and built the Doomsday Base with the wealthiest people in the city, and he even said that we can hide there. She opened the box, and inside were glowing crystal blocks indicating this was what the boss sent this morning. He asked everyone in the company to take one each. Inside the box are blue crystals. Lan Nguyen picked up the gemstones and deduced that they might be some kind of precious stone. Suddenly, her hand froze, and waves of aura surged wildly into the air. Nai Hin saw this and was terrified, slipping to the ground and hurriedly asking, Lan Nguyen, what's wrong with you? Lan Nguyen's whole body slowly rises. This seems like the power of an evolved person, but then her eyes focus on the knife stuck in the apple on the table. Lan Nguyen swings her hand with that aura of power, instantly tearing the knife out and spinning it around quickly, grabbing it before the other person can react. Lan Nguyen, what did you do? She turned back to look at the crystal box on the table, suspiciously wondering if it was the same crystal from earlier. Lan Nguyen said nothing, just waved her hand lightly, and the knife was already embedded straight into the wall. Then she turned back to say that this was a gift from her uncle, and using one crystal could lead to immediate evolution. Lan Nguyen clenched her fists tightly, determined that this time she could protect herself. The scene shifts outside, whispers spreading, Look, there's a big hand on the alcohol bottle. Alexander raised his sword high in front of the large pond and said, All right, brothers, the whole world is watching me. I have a very important announcement, he asked recently. Everyone knows about the so-called hero Transo on the internet, right? Alexander arrogantly declares, Today, I will expose this ridiculous lie. He stomps hard on the ground, making a loud splash, saying what's superhero in reality, it's all created with special effects. On TV, it shows that the Sword Supporters Association is fighting against scams, warning people to stay away from the internet because some rely on special effects to attract viewers. Even heroes have to depend on them to make money. It's funny how the fire of truth can defeat fakes instantly. Ask the Sword Spirit organization for a special program to expose Transo. The audience is eager for a fight, but Guande looks at the screen and calls someone, only hearing beeps. The automated voice says the number you dialed is now off and cannot be reached. Please try again later. He shouted angrily, Alexander from Y Country has challenged us directly to our door, train. So, wait for me. The scene shifts to Transo's company. This voice says, sorry, the boss has not been at the company for the past few days. He said he was in seclusion to deal with the explosion. Wanduk was surprised, meditating and retreating. He slammed his hand on the table. Are you joking with me? It's already that time, and you're still saying you're in retreat. She responded carelessly because of that attitude. That's right. Our boss likes it this way. If anything happens, just do it directly without reporting to us. Sorry, we also cannot reach that person. Kwanduk turns around and walks away. Tell him that Alexander from Country Y is broadcasting live to expose counterfeiters and fake heroes, and so far he has eliminated at least 100 people. He warns that Transo is now the face of our country Z. If he still dares not show his face, our country Z will lose credibility in the international community and have a distorted international image. The two Kwanduk eyebrows furrow tightly as the doomsday crisis approaches. If we lose the support of the people, the consequences will be disastrous. Suddenly, someone approached and spoke out. We must fight, set a time. The expression on his face became confused. Boss? He turned around in confusion. Is that you, Transo? I almost didn't recognize you. He went to reply, but with only a few days left before the attack, it was time to update my online presence and image, going back 10 minutes earlier. At Transo's villa, Tu Yen brought a bag of food and asked, her sister, is Transo's seclusion about to end? The girl replied, not yet, but soon. Then he flew up, casually closed the door, and went back inside to deliver the goods, while her sister said goodbye. She sighed helplessly. What, the immortal who secluded himself, just like in those cultivation novels, right? It's okay. As long as the person I like can become stronger, I don't care what you cultivate. Suddenly, just as Tu Yen was about to leave, a voice called out, Tu Yen's younger sister. She chuckled softly, then said, so Lord Li is also visiting Transo. Tianyu wondered. So you also didn't get to see Brother So. Tu Yen turned and walked away, reminding him that Transo was still in seclusion and shouldn't be disturbed. A beam of light suddenly shot from inside the mansion straight into the sky, causing a huge explosion. He looked at the falling rocks and couldn't help but be surprised. Oh my God, what is that? A little boy pulling his mother's sleeve, pointing up. Mom, look, there's a fairy. Quick look. Over there, in the sky, a naked figure suddenly appeared, smoke billowing like a launched missile. Tiandui exclaimed in shock, no way, little Sui, he's ascending to the heavens. Tu Yen concluded that ascending to immortality is truly a divine transformation. Transo spun upward like a whirlwind, freely drifting into outer space, and calmly said, this kind of feeling, it's really not bad at all. The system announced that the spirit rolling sword evolved into the Black Destruction Dragon of the Great Nation, and gained the Emperor Gene, which can steal fragments of defeated monsters' genes and learn their abilities. After reading this, Transo couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, oh, as his whole body was now lying on the spirit-rolling dragon. Transo looked down at his hand and praised it. Very good. Now it's time for the body check after this transformation process. He clenched his fist, now in Transo's office. Kwanduk stood there and said, I have to warn you. The Sword Saint Alexander is a major star in the International Alliance of Fantasy Countries. He warned that if you fall into a trap, our special agency's reputation on the international stage will be ruined. Transo slowly stood up to reassure him. Don't worry, it's just a small matter. Kwanduk laughed loudly, pointing behind him. If you feel 10% confident, then there's no problem. I will represent the special agency and send an official challenge letter to Country Y. Kwanduk's expression hardened, but I warn you first, in the face of danger, international relations are as fragile as a sheet of paper. He pointedly declared that you must win this battle beautifully and not embarrass yourself. Do you understand what I'm saying, girl? You also have to consider international relations. This matter is much more complicated than just defeating Han alone. Tran smiled softly, understanding that a water gun would do. Now at the Y Water Evolution Arena, loud shouts echoed. Sword, Saint Champion, fraud, 3 devil cords. Alexander, with confidence, drew his sword and laughed loudly, the sharp tip pointing toward the camera. He declared boldly, "I, the special hero of Country Z, will show the world your true face." The live stream is broadcasting, and the quick comments appear on the screen, a fan club of the Sword Saint eagerly waiting for him to reveal the clown's identity. But right now, he faces no one at all. Alexander laughed loudly. What's wrong? Too scared to fight her? Who would have thought that the strongest trans migrant in Country Z is actually useless? A few hours earlier, Transo looked at his phone and asked about the battle location in Country Y, and the time was tomorrow morning. Kwon-duk said you only have 6 hours. He said seriously that the capital of Country Y is at least 10,000 kilometers away from us, and that an important factor in determining the strength of an evolved person is their speed level. I believe he definitely intends to use this maximum speed test to assess your speed and endurance. You realize, as expected, there is a scheme. If I can't arrive in time, it means he has successfully exposed me. Kwon-duk agrees, yes, a special mission will arrange a dedicated private jet to pick you up. The jet transport plane can reach Mach 2, including refueling time in the air, so we can arrive within 5 hours. Both of you tighten your brows. You have to trust our mobilization capabilities. See so? 5 hours is still too slow. Kwon-duk shouted, "This is a special mission, don't mess it up." But before he could finish speaking, he rushed out of the glass window, which had already been shattered by Transo. He snorted in frustration, just as expected. The stronger the power, the harder it is to control. Damn it. He just flew past casually, making Transo notice something. In City M, he thought to himself, there is intense energy fluctuation. Transo lands below the central bank building of Daha, first using his observation ability to assess the situation. He observes the crowd below, witnessing a bank robbery in another country. But you didn't care and just flew away, thinking it was a waste of time and not your business. A robber watching from above noticed the shadow of Transo. He turned back and shouted loudly, "That's right. Now the evolved ones have been sent to guard the gate, and no one is watching over us while we rob." Then the robbers grabbed their suitcases full of money and ran away. The police shouted that our guns are useless against these evolved beings and ordered the command to bring larger weapons. The thieves were delighted as the bullets couldn't penetrate the shield, but suddenly their smiles vanished instantly when a bullet shot through. They looked up with wide eyes in shock and asked what that was. At that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky. He stammered, turned around. The previous immortal had returned, and before he could finish speaking, an explosion erupted, shaking the space. The dust settled, and Transo slowly appeared. Speaking, he didn't want to get involved in much, just to warm himself up. The gang of robbers threw money and shouted loudly, firing nonstop with loud shouts. "Bullets flying towards you like burning steel," Transo laughed foolishly, "that's all. Too weak, just young men." His eyes sharpened and flashed brightly, and suddenly all the robbers were struck by lightning and fainted. They knelt down one after another and vomited. A robber steps out of the car with his hands clasped together and speaks, just by narrowing his eyes, "He can disable my squad. You are also a gifted person with some abilities." He dodged the incoming stone and shouted, "But you've got the wrong target. I'm also a transcendent. I can control metal and turn any metal into a sharp spear." The rocks seem to blend into the air and scatter everywhere. A loud explosion erupts, startling the thief. But then Transo appears behind him with a cold smile. And next, use your powers to do something good. Then he launched a powerful attack, kicking him down, while the reporter just stood there watching Transo. The robber was now pinned to the ground, and Transo continued to fly up amidst the commentary on the live broadcast. The Divine Angel B quickly resolved the hostage crisis in the blink of an eye. With that speed, did he fly here himself? Wait a minute. He looks like him, the one from Z country. Isn't he fighting in Y country? Why are you in City M now? Could it be that he really can move at supersonic speed? With 30 seconds on the countdown, the flycam soars above as time keeps passing in the transformed arena. Alexander laughs loudly. "Brothers, today's live broadcast is about to end with a sense of regret." The transformed person, Tran, so turned out to be a useless guy who didn't even dare to fight. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, and an explosion erupted in front of him, knocking him back violently. Alexander steadied himself and exhaled. "What the hell is that? Why can't I go through the main gate? That guy is really rude." Tran, so holding a potato chip bag in his hand, naturally replied, "Sorry, I took a roundabout route. It was difficult to go on a business trip, so I wanted to experience the local specialties." He mumbled and asked, "You are Transo?" And he put the potato cover in his mouth. Transo, dressed casually at home, naturally replied, "Yes." Alexander sneered, "You're in pajamas ready to fight? You don't look like a top expert at all." He put his hand in his pocket and asked, "What's wrong? Do I not look like an expert now?" Transo's call appeared on the phone screen. Kwanduk was so angry he almost exploded. Damn it, I forgot to tell him that the program is live there this time. It's really embarrassing for the international community. He slammed his hand down on the table and said, he must remind this kid to pay attention to the international image. You look at your phone and think to yourself, Director Kwan, huh? Tran. So turns around and lifts his phone. Wait a moment before you speak. Let me listen to a few things first. 5 minutes. He glares angrily as he approaches. This guy answers the phone right in front of me and on a global live broadcast. He clearly doesn't respect anyone. I'm here to reassure you, don't worry, I will go easy. Alexander angrily raised his sword. Go easy? After a while, Transo returned, having waited too long. Alexander clenched his fists and replied, It's okay, after all. I will lose badly in this battle anyway. No matter how clean his clothes are, they will be covered in dirt after just a minute. He pointed his finger and shouted, Today, let me. Alexander, completely strip away Transo's mask of hypocrisy. Vu's shouts of sword kept ringing out, and he charged forward, shouting loudly, Take my sword! But Transo reached out to stop him. Wait a moment, Alexander asked bitterly. Why do you still want me to kneel? He pointed at the sword emitting sparks of electricity. Is your sword an electric attribute? He smugly asked again. What's wrong? Are you scared now? Transo warned, don't use electric attribute. It will backfire on you. Alexander angrily shouted that even the Huchuangtan has its limits, Transo. Everyone knows that to reach the level of attribute backlash, you must be at least 100 times stronger than the corresponding attribute of the elementalist. Transo denied. I don't understand your reasoning, but my instincts tell me that if you put your hand across your neck and strike down with your sword, I'll be fine, but you will die. Hearing this, Alexander was struck by lightning. He bowed his head and laughed hoarsely. Tren. So, do you know you're turning yourself into a fool? Alexander leapt forward and declared, I won't give you a chance to ruin my reputation. Go die. Tron. Tron. So softly called out Loi Kwang. A massive explosion shook the heavens and the earth violently. As the dust settles, Alexander appears battered and exhausted, lying there with his body sprawled on the ground, covered in wounds, as the frantic shouts continue. The Sword Saint stands up and walks away. The medical team is also allowed to come out. Emergency team, move quickly. Alexander's arm raised high. He struggled to stand up, and I admit I was at fault just now. Alexander raised his hand high and shouted, That sword just short-circuited. Grab another one. The fly cam quickly spread mana petals. The new sword appeared along with his voice. I admit I made a mistake just now, wasting a good sword, but as a sword master, there are plenty of good swords. Alexander still chuckled softly with his sword of fire, ready to taste his daddy's fire attribute sword. At this moment, Transo reached out his hand again. Wait a moment. This time, he didn't hold back and charged forward. I'll cut you down with one sword. But still, Alexander was pushed back and fell to the ground. His face now looks like a ghost, and a few minutes later, everyone's expressions turned to confusion. No way. The new sword is the clown. At this moment, Alexander was once again lying battered on the ground. Tron rubbed his neck. I was about to tell him that fire attribute wouldn't work either. Choose something else. He struggled to stand up, clutching his face, his consciousness already hazy, realizing he had just cut something very hard. The two swords were dropped again, and Alexander shouted, yet he still turned me into a clown right on my own turf. Even if you have some special attributes, it doesn't matter this time. I will use a great sword without any attributes. I will chop you into pieces. He jumps up, shouting, Go to hell. You, as if you haven't even joked, pick up the phone and say, Wait a moment. I have another call. Alexander staggered, his feet skidding across the ground. Still not over? Transo answered the phone and explained, Hello, Light Bureau. Just now it was clearly not me who initiated the attack. You can't blame me. Your gaze looks back. I understand what you mean about the international image, but he's just headlong into a wall. I really can't stop him. He swung his sword and charged forward, shouting, I don't care about the international image anymore. Die for me. Transo dodged to the side. You see how Alexander missed his strike, right? He never cared about his international image, attacking someone who isn't even fighting back. Transo leaps up. I've held back enough. Is it time to fight now? Alexander turned back around. Suddenly, he appeared in front again, pressing down on the sword in his hand and taunting, I know your limits. Alexander frowns and asks, What did you just say? What are you doing on your phone? And why are you looking at me? Transo's eyes sharpened, and I am waiting for this opportunity. A loud voice announced that Transo was handling the terrorist crisis in Mist City. and it was said that he was on his way to confront the counterfeiting expert Alexander. Everyone is wondering, isn't this the person the Sword Saint is exposing as a fake Transo? They deny it, so how could this person be fake? Transo gestures towards Alexander and declares that he is a true hero, currently fighting against the chaos engulfing the world, while the fake hero here is just a clown pretending to oppose fakes, but actually causing conflicts to attract attention for himself. You speak coldly now, so tell me, who is really the fake? The shouting grows louder. Sword Saint, aren't you planning to return to the fake Tron? Among all those who have evolved like that, you're the one who talks the most nonsense, right? The Sword Saint is the fake. Alexander, unable to withstand the blow, yelled loudly, Tron! So, you're the fake. Clearly, you're the clown. But when he wiped his face, you suddenly gave him a flick between the eyebrows, causing Alexander to lean back forcefully. He lies motionless on the ground, eyes wide and mouth agape, and his face filled with terror. Transo calmly replies, It's over, I'll be back soon. You should go back and know that the face of the world was never a live broadcast because it was truly bloodthirsty, and ironically, some people used the tragic scenes to attract viewers. Transo grew serious and said, Today, I want to ask you all, when the darkness of the world covers the entire world, who will be the true hero? He spread his arms. I have seen that in the ruins where monsters run wild, only ordinary people quietly deliver supplies, and the elderly and children use their own blood to block the way into the hiding place. Transo loudly declared that even they might not receive the so-called law of preference, but it is these anonymous people who are trying to protect the last seed of civilization. Their heroism has never been defined by any ranking or strategy. And what stance should we take to oppose those imposters? Everyone listened and agreed, saying, You're right. Quanduk chuckled softly, saying Transo probably won that round easily. A man named Koza sitting nearby looked on and asked, Catherine, what does this mean? Are they really planning for everyone to evolve to this superior level of strength? Catherine asked, If the evolution process is that easy, then we wouldn't need to carry out the spaceship project. Our ship project and their purification project have both been prepared for over a decade now. It's finally time to see who is right. He concluded that the inferior evolution crystals were created by the purification project. They only turned ordinary people into human shields and used them to reduce pressure on the mutant battlefield. After all, the more people willing to step onto the battlefield, the more attractive it becomes to monsters. This benefits our strategy. She gently spins the glass in her hand and smiles, as the explosion and the apocalypse gate loosen. We will work together to completely destroy those weakened apocalyptic monsters. Once successful, we'll have a ship to survive the end of the world. Do you have a sinister plan in mind? No, it will be very soon. We will have 2 apocalyptic ships. Catherine wondered, What do you mean? He said that we also detected a huge primordial energy signal underwater. The estimated mass is that of another apocalyptic level, and he is at the counterfeit countermeasure site in Alexandria. Hearing this, she was a bit surprised and gasped. Catherine asks, Is the initial power emitted by the monster related to human evolution? Za responds, According to the data, the person at the counterfeiting site in Alexander might be a clone, while the main body is probably moving near the Atlantic Ocean. She said coldly, No wonder Alexander was defeated by him, because he is not human at all. That's good. Very good. If he is not human, then injury is also unavoidable. Catherine listened and continued, If they find the target again, they must kill him at all costs, even with tactical nuclear missiles. He obeyed and flew away after the battle, while you and the divine serpent swam across the ocean. Then both the human and beast soared upward. Suddenly the phone rang. Transo picked it up and looked. The caller was to Lan Nguyen. Inside, Lan Nguyen's voice sounded, Boss, we've arrived. You just go in. We'll meet later in the backyard of the villa. Following their shadows, they quickly disappeared and returned to the villa area, with a streak of lightning crossing the sky. Their shadows swiftly appeared in the backyard of Transo's villa. Nisang happily said, Boss, I heard your cultivation has finished. She was a bit puzzled, boss. Why did your hair grow so long? Nai-hin. He sinks into confusion. So handsome. If I like him too much, what should I do? He replies, My cultivation breakthrough made my hair grow longer naturally. She finds it hard to understand. Can cultivation help your hair grow longer too? Transo turned to praise. Lan Nguyen, I hear you've become an evolved person. Congratulations? Ling Yue couldn't help but be excited. What, Sister Lan Yue? You became an evolved person? Since when? What is your ability? Lan Nguyen replied, I honestly don't know either. The other day at the company, I accidentally broke the red crystal of the boss and I suddenly evolved. Then she pointed her hand toward the fruit plate on the table and the knife quickly lifted up. Lan Nguyen gently pulled it back and grasped the knife. Just like this. Transo's hand holding her knife. Transo opened his hand, controlling the weapon. Lan Nguyen asked, "What kind of ability is that?" He replied that it was a control-type ability. "Yesterday I encountered a guy with it." Transo recalled the image of the robber on the way to the competition, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Any weapon that Lan Nguyen confirmed could be controlled freely. The thief also said that he has the ability to control metal, turning any metal into a sharp blade. Transo turned around. This kind of ability can even be enhanced when it reaches a certain level, and the power is amplified. But the evolved individuals I've encountered, who have the innate ability to manipulate metal objects, can control metallic objects directly. His gaze hardened. More precisely, it was an iron atom. She denied it. "No, this is still too weak." Lan Nguyen continued, even with a more powerful ability than ordinary people. "I am still far from the super-evolved who control ice, fire, and lightning." She assessed that if we faced each other on the battlefield, for an evolved person who can cause psychic explosions from afar with just a wave, controlling only a small knife would be too weak. Transo leaned on his hand, thinking to himself that based on his intuition earlier, when the fruit knife flew away, it wasn't controlled by mental power or any telekinesis, nor was it due to electronic interference. It simply floated in the air. He recalled accidentally touching the knife and then looked at his scratched thumb, pondering. Moreover, when Lan Nguyen held the fruit knife, a sharp attribute power like a divine sword appeared. In an instant, the power of the fruit knife increased 100-fold. After thinking, Transo said that this ability isn't powerful because the target isn't right, but that's not her fault. He chuckled softly, joking that besides the fruit knife, there are no real weapons here. Transo raised his hand. Sparks of electricity appeared, as if he was drawing an indestructible longsword or even a super-phenomenal weapon. He swung the sword to demonstrate that with her weapon-controlling ability, her power could be instantly amplified. Transo drove the sword straight into the ground, immediately unleashing a powerful surge of aura. Ling Yui exclaimed, "That's incredible! This is Mr. Chu Yu's weapon." Lin Nguyen thought to herself, "The sense of oppression is really strong." She said, "If your commanding ability can control this Tuang Tien Badao, then your strength will skyrocket to that level." Transo clenched his fist. That's right. Her ability must be linked to the rank of the weapon. The stronger the weapon's control, the stronger her ability becomes. The image behind her trembled with waves calling out to Lord Chu. She staggered back. His pain, it's terrifying. Lan Nguyen, you know that, right? This Hongyoi Badao, it's countless. Even if just displayed here, the aura of blood emanating from it is the aura of a king. Now the aura is like a raging tornado swirling with incredible power. Lan Nguyen is sweating profusely, just standing still and already exuding such dominance. Surely it's because of Ong Chu's weapon. Her legs trembled violently as Lan Nguyen channeled her energy. Then she grabbed the giant sword, but the pure energy flowing from it caused her to bleed. She clenched her teeth and stammered each word. "Chu, how can you hold this sword so calmly and wield it to kill enemies?" The energy source radiated with immense power, causing Lan Nguyen's half-body to be drenched in water. Finally, she managed to lift the giant sword, and everyone watched attentively to her every move. "She managed to lift the giant sword completely," Lan Nguyen whispered softly. "I just need to draw the sword out, and it seems my strength has increased to a new level." Transo asked, "Secretary To, do you want to try cutting something?" She was a bit surprised, feeling privileged. He smiled kindly, of course. Lan Nguyen swung her sword to strike, her brows furrowing and her eyes sharpening. She raised her sword and sliced through the air, dust billowing up, while the two girls nervously hid behind Transo's imposing figure. Her legs buckled and cracked. Ling Yue gasped for breath. "I'm sorry, boss, I can't do it. This weapon is still too powerful for me." A loud shout suddenly rang out from the house opposite. "Damn it, what is that? Who dares to tamper with my house in broad daylight?" I look up at the slash on the wall. Did I just pull off that move earlier? Transo concluded, "That's right. Your firepower is still a bit lacking. You need a supernaturally powerful weapon better suited for you." He then added, "All right, let's not talk about that for now, but today the boss is inviting you to a banquet." The two girls replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Transo reminded her after lunch, "Secretary To, you go alone with me for a trip." "Boss, what does it mean to go alone on a trip?" the boy replied. "To the Special Agent Bureau. I will ask Guande to give you a super weapon." Now a hand has emerged from outside the teleportation door along with a loud shout, indicating a reaction from the primal hang. The damage to Gate Ma. The number 2 has expanded into the forest realm, visible to the naked eye, and the target's leg has broken through. At Gate Ma, the number 2, the estimated remaining time to fully pass through is 120 seconds. The tanks keep firing powerful shells, and the Gate Ma the is rapidly blown apart. A loud voice echoes. The creature's leg was hit by artillery, but still couldn't stop it from passing through the gate. It is estimated to have fully crossed, with 90 seconds remaining. A monster emerges from inside Gate Me, the 2, and the fighter jets immediately circle around to track it. The monster's eyes open wide and glow brightly. The target the monster is aiming at is the helicopter in front of it. The pilot reports that our armed helicopter has lost power for unknown reasons, and it seems that the active stance might be causing the loss of thrust. Catherine shouted loudly, this time as a primordial, ancient beast of the Monarch level. She then proceeded to say, "Abandon conventional tactical weapons and activate the tactical nuclear warhead immediately." The man looked up, but Colonel Catherine, we still have soldiers at the front line. She lowered her voice coldly and said, "Just follow my instructions." He was overwhelmed with fear and obeyed. Now the beast is drifting out of its stance and the missile is heading straight for it. The beast's eyes stare up intently. The man hurriedly reported that the tactical nuclear missile had lost momentum and was about to fall. Then suddenly it plunged into the monster's mouth. Immediately the monster exploded, black smoke and dust billowing into the air. Catherine smirked secretly, unaware that facing the gates of the world's nations. In fact, many types of superweapons have been used to destroy Monarch-level monsters. This is also one of the reasons why, over the years, countries have been able to suppress countless monsters facing the gate of the world. For years, whenever facing large-scale monster attacks at the royal or monarch level, nuclear bombs, hydrogen bombs, and tri-phased bombs were used continuously. Catherine's thoughts kept racing. Whether it was a major cleanup or targeting specific points, the strongest weapons humanity had were always the best way to delay the inevitable. Like this time, how long can we keep the fate of humanity alive? 3 months, 3 years, or less than 30 years as the dust slowly begins to settle? She sneered quietly. Truly foolish. Catherine raised her hand and shouted loudly, "Now we must do everything possible to extract the essence from this demonic creature. Even when facing radiation, we must create a new future for humanity. Your death will ultimately become the most glorious sacrifice for all of mankind." Her voice grew colder, "Because we will board a great ship and pass through this gate to build a new home for all of humanity. This is the plan for the great ship." Cut to the Special Bureau, Lan Nguyen asks, "Captain, is this the Special Task Bureau that manages evolved individuals?" Transo confirms, "I am very close to the director, so here you should be able to find the most suitable weapon for you." At this moment, a luxury sports car sped past, and Tian opened the door to get out and greeted you as an older brother, then looked towards Lang Yue with curiosity. "Who is she?" "You introduced yourself. I am Lang Yue, my company's secretary, and also a newly evolved person." Lan Nguyen, "This is Miss Second Young Lady Tian." The two girls looked at each other nervously, and Lan Nguyen bowed her head and said, "Hello, Miss Second Young Lady Tian." Tian waved cheerfully and greeted, thinking to herself, not as tall as me, but whatever. Today, at Guanday's desk, he leaned on the table and said, "I have to admit, your battle with the Sword Saint has directly elevated our country's international image. People say that our evolved individuals carry the demeanor of a great nation. All of this is thanks to you, Transo. Tell me first, congratulate me with a compliment. I'm here for a different purpose." Quan Duke asked, "Go ahead, what do you want?" Transo snapped his fingers, and 2 girls entered. Tian greeted, "Director, we meet again." Ling Yue followed and bowed. "Hello, Director." He stood straight and observed, then looked at Tian. "And besides, this face in the circle of officials, I think I've seen it somewhere before. Maybe in your shipping company, right?" She introduced herself. "My name is To Lan Nguyen, and I am the personal secretary of our boss." Quan Duc waited, joking around. "Transo, that kid also knows how to have fun." Transo reminded him, "Don't say useless things. I'm here to register as a transformed person." Quan Duc gestured towards Tian. "She didn't need to come here in person. I have already sent the ID of the transformed person to Miss Tu Do Tian. And there's also this person, Secretary To, who needs to register as a transformed person too." He was stunned. "What is going on? Your secretary has also become a transformed person." Moving to the testing room on the 3rd floor, Quan Duc operated the control panel and announced, "Strength of 3,300 kilograms, speed of 51 meters per second, body organization comparable to a low-level 3-star transformed person." But her extraordinary power is quite special. It doesn't affect her directly, but only enhances the cold weapons in her hands. Moreover, the greater the weapon's power, the stronger her overall strength becomes. He whispered softly, meaning her strength would increase by 1 star thanks to the enhancement of her weapon. Theoretically, she could reach the standard of a 4-star transcendent. Tian stood outside observing, thinking to herself that her spiritual power was not inferior to his. Back in Guanday's office, he wondered if it was just Tian's aura, then it would be fine. Suddenly, 2 transformed individuals with roughly 4-star strength appeared beside him. Transo, is there something you're hiding from me? Transo calmly replied, since I am sitting here, I will be honest with you. There is indeed a way to accelerate the evolution of ordinary humans, similar to the spiritual energy crystals you mentioned from your special project. He was stunned. How do you know about the secret spiritual crystal of the special mission? Your eyes sharpened. Nothing can hide from me. And don't worry, I have no intention of taking that crystal energy thing. What I mean is, Transo placed the crystal down, and Guande quickly recognized it as a type of corrupted energy. This is a demon crystal. He nodded in agreement. That's right. He was curious. Where did you get this? Transo winked and replied, found it. What's wrong? You don't believe it, Director Quan. Quanduk whispered, you must know how powerful the origin of a demon must be to condense a demon stone the size of a grain of rice, right? But this one, it looks like it's as big as a watermelon no matter how you look at it. Are you asking if I think this stone is very precious? He replied, not only is it valuable, but it also has immense worth. Quanduk's voice grew serious and honest, saying that the multi-energy crystals issued by our special agency are all refined from this type of demon crystal. He lowered his head, revealing 5 existing worlds behind 5 gates, and the most valuable resource in those worlds is demon crystal. Quanduk continued, but this is the first time in my life I've seen a crystal with such high purity. Only the level of contamination is so severe that even close contact is very dangerous. Transo said he still has a lot of this. He whispered, don't take it out anymore. This is considered a dangerous item in our special bureau. Are you trying to destroy this bureau? Quanduk recounted that this precious mineral not only boosts the rapid development of our supernatural abilities, but also has many tactical uses, and is one of the materials forbidden for great demons. He looked up and asked, act seriously this time, where did you get so many demon crystals? Transo stood up and turned around casually and replied, it's nothing. Behind that small world gate, whether you believe it or not is up to you, Quanduk thought to himself. Probably not. This kid's strength is growing faster than a missile. Turns out he's been using the power of demon stones. Transo reminded him again that this small world had already been destroyed, and the gate had been permanently closed. He turned back and chuckled, meh. Luckily, I managed to get a lot of red demon stones from there. He spread his hands and asked, how much money do you want? Our special agency is happy to pay you a good price. Transo replied, we both know very well that in this apocalyptic world, money has no value at all. Quanduk asked, so what do you want? You don't hesitate to openly express it, the strongest weapon of your special bureau. The hero squadron established by your special agency can combine evolved warriors with suitable weapons, and the team I am about to form will also need assistance from your armory. Transo continued, I am willing to exchange the demon crystal in my hand as a bargaining chip for a fair deal. At this moment, in the third-floor inspection room, Quanduk pointed and said, this Rulong sword was forged from a combination of meteoric iron from a shattered world in the post-apocalyptic universe. He stepped forward and said, compared to your heavenly saber, this blade is more suitable for a woman to wield. Quanduk approached Lan Nguyen and asked, how does it feel in your hand? This equipment was just transferred from that special agent agency's post-apocalyptic base. Her eyes flicker over to the blade and she responds softly, very gently. Transo picks up the curved sword and asks, what kind of weapon is this? Its shape somewhat resembles that curved blade. Quanduk said, this sword is called Tiem Lan. He explained that it was made from leftover meteorite iron during the forging of Rulong, but due to limited materials, the blade's durability in combat is not significant. He thought to himself, no, I have a vague feeling that there is some kind of energy connection between the Tiem Lan and the Rulong, maybe because they share the same origin. Transo secretly realized that the Rulong and the Tiem Lan are one pure, one dark. Transo expressed that he also wanted this Tiem Lan sword, which surprised Quanduk. What, this Rulong sword isn't enough for you? He threw the other sword towards Lan Nguyen and said, Secretary To, catch it. Lan Nguyen quickly caught it. Transo crossed his arms and replied, even your agency's people haven't fully understood the true purpose of this weapon. Clearly, Rulong and Tiem Lan only achieve maximum effectiveness when they unite as one. She smiled. Class A, truly feeling the two blades resonating together. Quanduk concluded that if you are a sharp-eyed person, then our special task force will consider this a buy one, get one free offer. You refuse? No need. I will pay with Martin stones according to the quoted price. Transo's eyes narrowed. As long as the special unit is ready to bring out their best weapon, that's enough. Now, the ring on that hand is radiating intense energy. Transo was drawn in for a closer look, sensing a powerful aura of fire element, but it was shrouded in a layer of toxic mist. Quanduk stepped forward to explain, this is called the Tuluan Huaduk, a support weapon. Wearing the Tu Luan Huaduk itself does not harm enemies. He added that it can enhance the fire attribute of the wearer's psychic power, even creating a pair of flame wings to temporarily enable flight. I want this too. Transo turned to ask Tian Tian, your ability is fire type, right? She nodded, yes. Quanduk was stunned, no. This equipment is not like the others because it was taken from a post-apocalyptic world, so it still contains residual, very strong, contaminated energy. He shouted loudly that normal transformed humans couldn't wear it before removing the pollution. Transo just casually snapped his fingers and called for the little clown, who appeared stammering, hungry, and Kwande was startled. Where did this girl come from? Don't be surprised, the little clown is my daughter. She is immune to pollution and can even eat pollution. Right now, she is inhaling that aura. The clown, after a while, happily exclaims like she's had a delicious meal, and the man clenches his teeth in horror, thinking to himself, what is that? It's terrifying. Our Special Operations Research Institute has spent $500 million to develop pollution removal devices, yet they are even inferior to the girl next to Transo Yu. Kwanduk's gaze toward him was filled with curiosity, wondering how much more we still don't understand about Transo. The bracelet was quickly put on Tian Tian's wrist, and he praised it, saying it suits her very well. Tian Tian was grateful. It's really beautiful. But suddenly, the bracelet curled up with a blazing heat, making her scream, it's too painful, too hot. Kwanduk hurriedly ran over. Oh no, her evolved level is too low to control it. Quickly take it out. Transo calmly said, you can do it, Tian Tian. Push yourself. Use your power to subdue this savage beast. Tian Tian clenched her teeth, enduring the heat coming from her hand. Dam Lin behind her rushed over with a fire extinguisher. Someone is burning. Save them first. Kwanduk raised his hand to stop them. No, it's fine here. Everyone step back. Transo continued, saying that you have a physique compatible with flames, so not only can you resist burning, but you can even heal yourself. The flames then swirled into a vortex like a fan, and a pair of wings appeared behind her, and Tian Tian spoke up, saying it seems you have adapted already. Then the wings gradually disappeared, Kwande pondered. Truly powerful. Anyone who follows Transo is no ordinary person. I never thought that a 4-star celestial could use 6-star equipment. A few minutes later, the three of them went outside. Transo said, from now on, you will be my powerful allies. Nunya watched from behind, standing to the side listening as he continued. You two are the first members of the Superhuman team. Nuknya thought to herself. Superhuman squad, damn it. What makes those two women so close to us? Suddenly, Ban Luan approached and asked, Nuknya, what are you looking at? She looked annoyed and said, the hero team, I see us clearly as a bunch of trash. He smiled foolishly. Nuknya must have taken the wrong medicine today. Manghai said, stupid, because Transo just passed by here. On the other side, someone stopped to look at the sky, the purple clouds. At this moment, at some base, a loud announcement echoes. The wave of the world has begun. Everyone panics and runs, warning that the wave of the world has started. Hurry and get out. The TV shows a scene of destruction. A disaster segment. An emergency event. In the hero squad's restroom, Mong-hee looks disappointed. Where is my superhero cartoon? She continued, saying that after the wave of the disaster started, ordinary people should stay at home. As a result, even the TV signals were cut off. Who could endure that? Funhouse stepped forward and said, our hero team is about to enter the neighborhood to protect the safety of the people. He reminded everyone to forget about those cartoons. At this moment, Guande opened the door and asked, are you ready? Everyone turned to look at the door and saluted the director in unison. He spoke. Now is the moment for everyone to fei-he their roles. Kwakduk pointed to the map with warning zones, indicating that in this wave, besides the main gate where the main force is entering, secondary gates have also appeared in many areas, so there are not only more monsters but also different forms, and their locations are not fixed. He continued, a few of the recent 4-star evolved humans can still handle 3-star monsters, but according to intelligence reports, a very small number of 4-star monsters have appeared in the area and are currently causing widespread destruction and are extremely dangerous. Tong Wen spoke up, Commander, even Bang Luan, who had the worst record in our hero team, has already reached the legendary 4-star level. So now, facing 4-star monsters is no longer a problem. Luan frowned and reminded, don't say such things out loud, Captain, Quan Duke added. Your strength is definitely not an issue. After all, I've personally taken good care of you all. He instructed that in this wave you must train your strength even more and strive to level up to 5 stars. Everyone listened to the order, understood. Fan of Tran-An will not let the director down. Nunya wondered if Transo agreed to go help, and Guande pondered. This Transo guy? He probably does. At this moment, an arm reached up to press the doorbell, making a ringing sound. Inside Transo's house, a girl with her hand on the doorbell sniffed her nose and let out a small cry. Transo thought to himself as he watched Tian Tian and Lan Yue, both of them using their gear quite smoothly. The clown appeared, pointing and reporting, "Sir, we have guests, children." Then, outside the door, the girl spoke up. "Yes, it's indeed Lord Transo." He observed her for a moment and recognized the mask on her head along with the animal hand. Transo remembered Inari and asked, "Are you the Yamata Orochi?" The girl replied, "Yes, my name is Yuko Inaba, and my code name in that organization is Inari. You just point out that you're a fox spirit with the ability to analyze information, right?" Yuko shyly replied, "Luckily, Master Transo saved me earlier. After returning, I tried to learn more about you. Unexpectedly, Lord Transo is actually a famous person here." The girl's voice softened, so Yuko quickly found Lord Transo's address through the NPC. Transo secretly thought, "Damn it, I wanted to hide my identity, but now I totally can't anymore. You wonder why I came all this way? Is something wrong?" Yuko winked. "I came to join the great person." Transo patted the girl's head and introduced the situation to the two girls, explaining that he had rescued Inaba and Yuko from trouble on Okumachi Island. He added that he heard there was no rice in her hometown, so she came here to join. Tiantian asked confusedly, "There's no rice to eat?" Yuko then lowered her mask, activated her skill, and used her divine gaze, directing her sensing power toward the two people in front of her. The girl observed Tiantian and said, "The fire element controller with 4 stars looks tall." Yuko commented on Lian Yue, the weapon user with 3 stars who is tall, but after wielding a weapon, her strength reaches 4 stars and is tall. Director Tron praised her. "Very accurate. Her intelligence-gathering ability is very strong. Our extraordinary young team." "We are indeed missing an intelligence expert," Yuko immediately replied, in front of Lord Director Tron. "My divine authority is only for children." Thian thought to herself, a girl who only knows how to hold back, but still seems not fully developed. She pondered, how can she compete with a true woman? He spoke, "This will be the first opportunity for everyone to carry out the mission as a team of 3. With Yuko being a spy, we will surely survive this wave safely." Thian wondered, "But isn't Transo going to stay here to fight off the invasion of the monsters?" "You turn around, I have an even more important mission." The little clown appears, the door opens, Lan Ningwiet points and I step back. "We just evolved, how can we take on such a big task?" Transo reminds them now, "There are 3 of you. 3 people are enough to save the world, so believe in your own strength." Yuko bends down and smiles kindly, hoping to learn more from the sisters. The scene shifts to the people's store. An explosion erupts, causing everyone to panic and scatter with loud shouts. "What is that?" Everyone is terrified. Monsters run quickly, soldiers shout loudly, "No matter what it is, we must hold our ground." "What exactly is this demon?" Behind the smoke, a monster appeared. It's a demon beast. All the soldiers started firing and shouting, focusing their fire to protect the civilians, but guns had no effect on it. Now the demon beast suddenly grew sharp spikes on its arms, swinging its arms to throw the spikes toward the soldiers. Suddenly, someone swooped down from above loudly, activating the protective barrier, which quickly deployed a shield to block all the sharp spikes. He urged everyone to retreat and let the hero team handle this. The soldiers couldn't help but rejoice. This is the special hero squad of the Bureau. Perfect. We'll leave this place to them. The report indicates that the pollution level here is very high, so the gate is also very tall. The secondary world gate must be nearby. Notify the special task force that a terrorizing demon has been spotted in the People's Square. He has about 4-star strength. He pushes up his glasses and gives the order. "Hero team, follow my orders to clean the contaminated area and close the secondary dimensional gate." Everyone in the team obeys and listens. Fan Hao happily wipes his face and says, "Let me try your move first." He grabs his staff, jumps high above, and unleashes a powerful strike down on the demon. Fan Hao clenched his teeth and thought to himself, their defenses are really strong. The spiritual spear's power can't pierce through. At this moment, it suddenly swung its arm and forcefully pushed him back. Dongvan Ko ran over, gathering his spiritual energy. Quickly, Fan Hao was caught by the net and was unharmed. He turned back. "Thank you, Captain." A gunshot rang out, then he bowed his head. At this moment, Meng He is aiming her gun straight ahead, unleashing a powerful blast that slices through Fan Hao's body horizontally. The shot made the monster recoil backward as smoke billowed up, and it slowly lifted its head again. The demon's head was cracked open, with a piece vaporizing into smoke. He was immediately stunned. Fan Hao pointed and he said loudly, "Your small gun can pierce its defenses." She lowered her gun, so then just fire a shot through its weak spot. Meng Hai once again launched a powerful shot, causing a huge explosion to erupt above. Tong Wen reminded her that if she kept destroying public property, her salary would be deducted. She shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. I'm clearly aiming at the weak point of the terror demon." He approached. "Don't make noise. The terror demon must have some kind of space teleportation ability. Weapons relying on precise trajectories seem to be ineffective against it. So why is your gaze so sharp then? Precise shots are ineffective." She adjusts her gun. If a large number of inaccurate projectiles are fired simultaneously, it won't have enough time to adjust its trajectory for each one. Tongwen whispered softly, "Listen to the command and go for me." He continued, "Wasn't it just last time that we got scolded by the director for poor teamwork? Before discovering the true weakness of the terror demon, we shouldn't launch a full-scale attack easily. Moreover, let Ban Luan attract its attention. I will find a way to shoot it at close range." Kimikian is determined. If one shot doesn't take him down, then shoot twice. Tong Van turns back and calls out, "Nuke Nya, protect Ngokimi and attack from behind." Its weak point is the back of its head. A close-range explosion could damage its main body. Tong Wen gave the order. Ban Luan and Fan Hao, a contrasting pair, to attract the attention of the terrifying demon from the front. Ban Luan replied, "Leave it to me." Fan Hao agreed, "Understood." "He has the net in his hand. I will use spiritual power to bind the terrifying demon and restrict its movement." Tong Van shouted loudly to the hero squad, "Prepare for battle." The monster then opened its wide mouth, splitting into several petal-like sections, and charged forward fiercely. He reached out his hand and shouted, and immediately the monster's legs were caught by the net. Tong Van pulls the net away, sealing the beast. At this moment, the monster has been subdued by Tong Van. He chuckled softly. "My spiritual power can transform everything, dispel evil, and bind tightly." The subsequent attacks are fired continuously around him. The monster also refused to give up and swung its arms to throw those sharp thorns. Nuak Nya used her sword to deflect them, while Kaimi gracefully dodged and evaded. The round table on this side is creating a barrier to block the attacks from those thorns. Fan Hao takes the opportunity to jump up. He swings the sword too broadly. "Take a spear of my spiritual power." As the sword plunges in, a bright light erupts, illuminating the entire space, piercing deep into the sharp teeth of the demon. Fan Hao lands awkwardly. His reaction was so quick. The giant demon is slowly pulling out his sword. He shouted loudly, "Ban Luan, now is the time. Thrust the spear tip in." Ban Luan rushes forward. "Got it." He spoke, "I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." The defensive barrier then dissipates. Ban Luan jumps up, pushes the sword down loudly, and charges in. The dagger pierces straight through the monster's head. He lands on the ground, quietly observing the green fluids flowing out. Was it a success? However, it was unharmed and simply raised its hand to draw the sword. The monster only let out faint sounds as gravity pulled it out. Tong Van was panicked, the head, but it's not its weak point. Kai. Mai charged forward loudly, taking the full brunt of my spiritual energy. He shouted, "Don't hit the head, that's not the weak point." But it was too late. She had already launched a powerful shot that pierced through the monster's head. The fan blade shattered into pieces. He stammered each word, spear, and his spiritual power. Kaimi smugly lifted her gun onto her shoulder. "It's over. At the crucial moment, you still have to rely on my spear." Tong Van shouted from the side, "Fall back! Stay away from the monster!" Although the demon beast had lost its head, it still raised its hand to attack her, when suddenly a foot shot up from the ground and Nuak Nya leapt forward, raising her elbow in a defensive stance. Blood suddenly gushed onto Kaimi's face as Nuak Nya spat out large amounts of blood because, at that moment, she had been pierced through by the sharp arm of the monster, which lifted her up like a piece of meat. Kaimi shouted in fear. "Nuak Nya!" Everyone shouted together. "Lam Nuak Nya, Ban Luan, what have you done?" He kept pounding his fists on the ground. "How dare you hurt Lam Nuak Nya? Die for me, die!" His sense of resignation suddenly exploded, causing Ban Luan to lose all reason and rush forward with a fierce attack. Suddenly, his eyes widened as the demon threw Nuak Nya's body down below. Her entire body suddenly slammed into Ban Luan, and Tongvan, witnessing this, couldn't help but be shocked. He clasped his hands together, quickly forming a net to catch the two of them. They were lucky to be safe inside as the monster's legs gradually loosened. Tongwen turned around suddenly, eyes wide with shock. Kaimi sobbed uncontrollably, blaming herself. "I have harmed Nuak Nya. I have hurt her." At this moment, the monster is slowly approaching her. Tongwen shouted, "Ngo Kim Mi, what are you still standing there for? Hurry and get out of there." He yelled, "Fan Hao, take no Kim me away, leave the previous monster to me. Fan Hao, I don't have enough spiritual power to heal her. If I rush in now, I will die for sure." Sorry, I can't do it. Tongvan thought to himself. The hero team had completely lost their spirit just because they faced a low-level demon. He clenched his fists and charged towards the monster. Tongvan thought to himself, if it were just a difference in strength, support and cooperation could still be possible. But once the fighting spirit is lost, how can the situation be turned around again? Remembering Quan Duke's words, Li Tongvan, although you are in charge of command and gathering intelligence, in that critical moment, you stood by and watched. Remember, you're not just the brain of the team, but also a warrior. If you only stand by and watch, your teammates will sacrifice themselves in vain. Tongvan rushed forward quickly, thinking, pulling from the back row, only giving orders from afar, watching helplessly as his teammates risked their lives in a dangerous battle. His eyes narrowed tightly, and in truth, Tongvan's whole body was tense as he shouted, truly neglectful. At this moment, the demon beast was raising its hand, preparing to strike down on Kaimi. But just when the fate hung by a thread, the monster's arm was tightly bound by the rope. Tongwen pulled the rope, knowing that not only you can exploit your abilities. He raised his hand to the large lake, now as a soldier of the hero squad. Tongvan clenched his fist, ready to challenge you, and threw a powerful punch aimed at the monster's stomach. It was knocked back by the punch. Tongvan slowly landed on the ground below, then counterattacked with a jump upwards. He whispered, "Battle shield, battle cover," and immediately a giant shield appeared, slamming down on the monster. Its body fell with a thud, dust billowing up, as the monster lay sprawled on the ground amidst shattered rocks. Tongvan watched intently, wondering, did we break its armor? But then suddenly the monster slowly got up. It showed no signs of damage and just stood up to continue. He watched this scene in shock, realizing that not only did he fail to break the armor, but the outer shell was about to shatter, and at that moment, the monster grew a sharp spike on its hand. It jumps up and charges toward Tongwen, who yanks the rope in his hand, determined to strike harder. The monster was quickly restrained again by Tongwen, and he leapt into the air to regain control. Tongs of Tongvan clenched tightly as he turned and dropped down below, hitting the ground hard. The demon slipped and dragged itself along the surface. He rushes forward, chasing after it, trying to escape. Suddenly, sharp spikes like a hedgehog emerge all over its body. Then the spikes shot out by the monster aimed directly at Tongwen. His eyes widened as he identified the weak point, which was the heart. Tongvan considers that if he retreats now to dodge, he will forever miss the chance to defeat it. He decides he cannot retreat, absolutely cannot retreat, not. If he pulls back now, he will only fall deeper into the trap. Victory or defeat, it all comes down to this moment as Tongwen charges forward, his hand piercing straight into the body of the demon. He suddenly fell to the ground, a slimy fluid oozing around and covering the ground. He landed with a faint bloodstain at the corner of his mouth, smiling softly, "I found it after all." Tongwen, in pain, struggles to stand up, his whole body trembling as wave after wave hits him. Chi-Mei runs over shouting, "Wait for the team!" But then her eyes widened and her face froze. "Team." Kai. My pointed tremblingly, and that was it. At this moment, behind him were countless other monsters standing in a line. Tongvan's face twisted in anguish. What kind of international joke is this? This is the joke of fate itself. The small drops of blood keep dripping onto the ground, and the fan kneels down. "We are too weak. Captain, we are too weak." He feels deeply guilty, even though he has reached level 4-star strength, facing a 1-star higher-level demon. Yet he still paid such a tragic price. Fan Hao's voice trembling, and with so many 5-star monsters, Tongvan urged, "Let's run away." He turned back to give orders, taking Lam Nyu Nya and Ban Luan with him. Tongvan collapsed to the ground, coughing repeatedly. The special unit still had the strength to protect everyone, surviving this ordeal. He looked up, still holding on to the chance to be stronger. "Kai." Mai spoke up, "Captain, we can't leave you behind." Tongwen suddenly turned back and shouted, "Go away, everyone, you can't do this. You can't sacrifice Vu." Seeing her stern attitude, everyone couldn't help but feel frightened and startled. At that moment, a different demon charged down right in front of everyone, reaching out to grab his face. Tongvan tried to muster his remaining strength to speak. Everyone has a responsibility to their teammates. This is the highest principle that the Education Bureau has taught us. When entering the battlefield, even if you fall, you must still survive. "Do you understand?" he shouted. "Throw it away, for me." Waiting for Transo to appear, I laughed and threw him down hard enough to make the monsters release Tongvan. Transo said coldly, "This line should be me speaking, right? Is it a bit too soon? He stammered, Transo. He simply walked forward with such ease that the overwhelming pressure made the monsters freeze in fear. Ki. Mai gasped. The pressure was truly intense. Tongvan fell to the ground coughing heavily. Yet it was Transo who was always the one he hated most. But anyway, I am saved now. Transo looked back at the monsters and declared, Your target is me. The monsters charged forward, spewing slimy mucus from their mouths. You chuckled softly, thinking they were so powerful, but it turns out they are only 5-star monsters. I don't need to summon the heavenly blade. Transo rolled up his sleeves and said, I will personally send you all to hell. Tongvan looked at this scene in shock. What? This Transo, could he really fight them with his bare hands? At that moment, you casually flicked your hand as they charged, instantly slicing the upper half of the monster in half. Transo sneered, Too weak for me, it's completely not enough. You spread your arms wide, I'm busy, so you all go ahead. The monsters watch one of their own fall and panic. Fans can't hide their amazement and exclaim, So powerful, it's almost unreasonable. Just a snap of the fingers and you defeated a level 5 demon. This is a target that only the 5 of us with 4-star ratings can barely forcefully handle. Mai helped Tongvan up and spoke, Stop dawdling, save the people first, and rely on him to help Ban Luan and Lam Nuaknya. At this moment, the monsters are frightened and retreating. Transo softly said, You guys are also afraid. He jumped towards them. Very good. If you hesitate and waver, then I have no choice. Transo smiled coldly, making a move on his own, but then suddenly disappeared. Like an invisible force, strikes were unleashed all at once, like a web, slicing all the monsters into pieces. Tongwen was stunned, simply singing, beyond normal logic to understand, his eyes completely blank. What exactly did he do? He fell hard to the ground. Luckily, Transo was not an enemy. Fan Hao concluded that this Transo was clearly more terrifying than a monster. As the smoke cleared, Transo gradually appeared, tossing the crystal to save Lam Nuaknya. Only this could work, and the crystal fell before Tongvan. He was extremely shocked. This is Tongvan picking up the crystal and pondering, casually throwing away this valuable gift. This guy's insulting us, you, he shouted, the life and death of our hero squad. What does this have to do with you, but... Then Tongvan felt a bit embarrassed when there was no longer any sign of him there. Damn it, he's gone, huh? At that moment, Transo appeared somewhere else, soaring high to observe, monsters blocking the city from all directions. The city below is under relentless monster attacks, with explosions turning it into a ruined chaos. Transo's eyes darkened, hoping they could withstand this pressure. Then you swiftly soared upward, thinking to yourself that it would be good to take advantage of this moment for me. At that moment, a shadow was rushing past on a motorcycle with the words, Super fast delivery to conquer your hunger, written on its shirt. A wolf with sharp fangs appears, and the scene shifts to the Huangson villa where the wolf chases after Tu Yen, causing her to panic and scream. What kind of monster is this? I just want to deliver food to my underlings. We have no grudges or debts. Yen glances back. It's over. She shouts, Don't come any closer. Tu Yen's entire body was controlled by the wolf, and she was thrown forcefully to the ground. She rolled across the surface like a ball, while the wolf landed and growled fiercely. It slowly approached Tu Yen. Tu Yen just muttered, Damn it, this kind of demon. Only Transo can handle it. She remembered the man saying at that time, Do you know why we spent so much money to move to this terrible place? He explained that it was because the real danger was coming, and there was someone here with true strength to protect us. Tu Yen's face suddenly looked sad. He leaned on the doorframe and continued, Look outside, the world is noisy. On the main street there are all kinds of crazy monsters. Where is Transo? Where is he? She denied it. I don't believe Transo abandoned us. After all, this is what he promised. Transo has never broken his word before. He said softly, You think too highly of him when faced with real danger. He will still prioritize protecting his own interests. Tu Yen turned around and said, I'm going to find him, Dad. I'm going to find Transo. She was so scared she knelt down, watching the streams of water flowing from the wolf. The wolf's eyes lit up like a starving beast and looked at Tu Yen as if she were a delicious meal. She screamed, I don't want to die. Anyone can live. Please save me. Just as 1,000 threads were hanging by a hair, a surge of fire energy suddenly shot through and struck the wolf. Tu Yen slowly opened her eyes and looked up, the fire energy blazing fiercely like a wave crashing to attack the wolf. She coughed repeatedly from the dust and smoke, then a shadow appeared in the distance. She looked up and softly called out, Transo. Tu Yen's voice lowered. Your subordinate is you, huh? Tian Tian turned back. Senior sister, Tu Yen quickly recognized her. She is Tian Tian. She wondered, since when did she become an evolved person? She jumped down and replied, "It's a long story, but now is not the time to talk about this." Tian pointed towards Lan Ngoyet and Yoko, and our group came here to clear the contaminated monsters. According to Transo's orders, the area around Huangson Fortress must be prioritized for cleanup. Tu Yen slowly stood up and asked, "What is your relationship with the subordinates of Transo?" Given the orders from Transo, Ling Yue introduced herself. "I am the secretary of the boss," and Aiko said, "Lord Transo is my benefactor. I traveled thousands of miles to repay my gratitude." Tian shyly said, "My senior is my boyfriend. Where did this little clown come from?" "So, the three ladies?" She rubbed her eyes. "Wait a minute, your group's background is also quite complicated." Tu Yen concluded that, after all, she was a person of Transo, right? Tian said that the senior appeared here and seemed to call Transo's subordinates just now, didn't she? She was curious. What kind of relationship do the senior sister and Transo have? She found it a bit confusing, thinking to herself, what exactly is our relationship anyway? When I recall what Transo said, "Tell me, what was your purpose in approaching me?" "Gathering intelligence, right?" Tu Yen unzipped her jacket slightly and softly replied, "Of course," to pursue him. Tu Yen remembered that when she delivered the package before, she was Huang Fu Tu Nien, living nearby, and we will meet again at the next order. Her lips slightly parted. "I see." Hearing that, Tian looked a bit confused. Tu Yen turned around and said, "I am a delivery worker for Transo's younger brother." "Bạn luôn dập, tôi không sao, chỉ là nhục nhã hình nhu bị thương rất nghiêm trọng. Lúc này nhục nhã giang nắm bất tin chen dắt." Anh ấy sốt ruột hỏi, "Chúng ta làm sao vậy? Thông báo cho cục đặc nhiệm và gọi rồi cứu viện." Kimai whispered that she had already contacted them, but no one was listening. Tongvan sighed, "It's useless," and after the sound of the alarm ringing, monsters appeared all over the city. His whole body swayed and he struggled to stand firm. Even the rescue team was exhausted and basically had no time to meet new demands. Tongwen's voice grew colder, saying, in other words, "Our hero squad now can only rely on ourselves." "Bạn luôn lo lắng, Nhu làm nhục nhã phải làm sao? Cô ấy dạng chạy mau, cứ thế này, thì cô ấy không chồng do ruột dầu. Bây giờ nhục nhã ho lên những tiếng hô màu." Tongwen held up the crystal to show that, according to Director Tran's plan, if Lam Roxia could reach 5 stars, her enhanced power could instantly heal most of her wounds. He clenched his fists tightly, but now this plan could only be carried out through it. She looked a bit curious. "Captain, is this Fan Hao Sungsuo? Could it be that these are the corrupted demon stones?" He concluded, "Captain, this still contains residual contaminated demon energy." The fan is shocked. The demon crystal has not been specially purified and processed by the Bureau, so it is absolutely forbidden. Tongvan asked, "Do you have any way to save Lam Nuok Nya?" He shouted, "What matters more right now, following the rules or saving a life?" After shouting loudly, Tongwan gasped heavily, then softly asked, "What is the purpose of us forming a hero team?" "Tell me, Fan Hao." Fan Hao tremblingly replies, "Follow the rules, protect the people, protect the teammates." Tongvan insists, "But if we follow all the rules but still can't protect the people and our teammates," he clenches his fist and asks, "What would you do?" Tongvan stepped forward and shouted, "What will you do, huh?" Fan Hao hesitated. This demon employee was given by Transo. Isn't it because you hate this guy for feeling that his power comes from illegal means? He does not deny, does not say wrong. We should not use power from unlawful ways. Once used, the consequences are unpredictable. Tongvan said softly, "I really hate that guy, Transo. He has always done things his way and has never cared about others' opinions. His eyes are thoughtful, but no matter if his strength comes from stealing, robbing, or using some unscientific method to obtain it." Tongvan softly said, "But he also used this power to save us. Without him, we would all be in the underworld by now." Everyone fell silent after hearing that. "Kai." Mai broke the silence with her words, and indeed, that was the case. Ban Luan also spoke. "If this is used on Runya, causing her to mutate, what should we do? The Special Agent Bureau won't allow a mutated evolved person to appear in the hero team." Tongvan's legs turned around. Lam Nuok Nya won't mutate, he was sure, because this red-colored gem wouldn't be used on her. Tongvan clenched his wrist, emitting blazing electricity, and resolutely said, "Let me bear this guilt. The system notified that your evolved level has increased to 5 stars. His whole body soared into the air successfully. The system displays that the DNA of the evolved person cannot load the contaminated power and is currently decaying." Tongvan's aura surges intensely. Fan Hao shouts loudly, "Captain, get away from me!" Then Tongwen transformed into a different form. The system notification says your evolved human level is abnormal. resetting to the level of a mutated human. 5 stars. Kai Mai raised her gun and fired shot after shot. A mutant, this is correctional chaos. A path to leveling up opposite to that of the evolved. Her face was full of panic, driven by greed for the contaminated power emanating from the gate, ultimately becoming a slave to the abyss, Captain. At this moment, he raised his hand and looked towards Nuaknya thoughtfully. After breaking through to 5 stars, I can feel the spiritual energy weaving around me, becoming much stronger. Kai Mi was a bit surprised. Nuaknya's wound had surprisingly healed, the injury on her stomach slowly mending. Kai Mai stammered, "Team leader." Tong Van calmly announced, "From now on, I am no longer your team leader. My goal is to catch up with Transo and become his replacement. As for you all." His eyes lit up. I have to become stronger and no longer let myself fall behind everyone else. Following Tong Van's words, he charged forward, shining with fanfare as sadness filled the air. The team leader has become a mutant. He can no longer continue to fight alongside our hero team. He's right. Without strength, even following the rules would be pointless. Returning to Transo's villa, Tuyen Yen spoke. "So with Transo's help, have all of you become evolved?" She angrily muttered, "Damn it, some people always get the best things just because they are in the right place at the right time." Tian Tian wondered, what, does the older sister also want to evolve suddenly? "No, she hurriedly explained. "I didn't mean that. I wanted to ask Transo's subordinates for help, because many monsters have invaded the Hoangson fortress, especially near the Huangfu residence, which is now almost completely surrounded by monsters." Lan Huitjung drew his sword and spoke. "Luckily, my inner beast is now crying out for food, so it's time to feed them." Tu Yen was startled. "Are there only the 3 of you?" Thien Thien pointed and teased, "It seems that Senior Transo has gone to handle his own affairs. He has entrusted us with protecting the Huangshan fortress." Iuko put on the mask to check the pollution level here after defeating the demon dog, which quickly decreased. The girl commented, "But the pollution level seems to be rising again," Iuko mumbled. "It looks like a tear from crying." The girl urged, "Let's go now and eliminate all the monsters here. She's also chasing after us to show her support, but I worry about everyone, so I will go with you." Thien Thien refused, saying, "No, you're not an evolved human yet. If you encounter monsters, it could be life-threatening." Tu Wai gently lowered her head. "Even if she's not an evolved person, that place is still my home." Her eyes sharpened. "My father is still in danger. I can't just stand by and watch." On the other side, an explosion erupts, sending thick black smoke into the air as people keep firing powerful bullets. The wolves rush forward repeatedly but are unaffected by the shots, leaving the guards all stunned. What is this? Why are the bullets useless against them? The bullets kept firing in a slow, bomb-like barrage, piercing the wolf's body like burning arrows. The gunfire suddenly stopped as the head chopper was stunned to find his gun out of bullets. The wolf lunged forward with its enormous mouth open, but suddenly its eyes lit up brightly, and it froze for a moment because a slash suddenly appeared from nowhere. Lan Nguyen quickly stepped forward and cut across the wolf's head, causing it to collapse instantly. The spearhead man lowered his head and embraced the giant statue's head. Then he shouted in horror, pushing away the others who passed the ball like a basketball. The wolves, frightened by this attack, hesitated and didn't step forward. Ngui Dang appeared, pointing up, "Damn it, we've been deceived by Transo. The reinforcements are not Han." Kailuk Ganlen. If it were just an ordinary, evolved person, I could call my son Lai Tong Von here. Suddenly, someone pointed ahead and said, "Look over there, isn't that the future Thien Kim?" Because at this moment, Tu Yen is running very fast. A loud shout rang out, "Tu Yen, why didn't she run away?" Lan Nguyen then launched a series of continuous attacks against the wild wolves. Thien Thien skillfully dodged, and flames burst fiercely. She stood tall and struck back. The flames burst out like a raging storm, and Tian Tian thought to herself that it was probably a divine weapon personally chosen by senior brother Chen Suo, as if it was designed just for her. At that moment, Yuko also chose a small, agile body to cut down the wolf pack just as they were about to attack Tu Yen Yen. She thought to herself, the two of them have just evolved, yet they can reach a strength comparable to the senior brother Transo. Honestly, it's hard not to be jealous. I also want to become as powerful as them. The girl reminded herself, you should step back a little. Facing the battlefield with monsters is extremely dangerous, and no one can protect you. Then the three of them continued to team up and attack to eliminate the wolves. The bodyguard rushed over and shouted, "Miss, why are you here?" Tu Yen sat blankly and said, "I want to see with my own eyes what true strength is." Ngui Dang raised his phone and shouted loudly, "Disobedient girl! Get inside the fortress for your father. If anything happens to you, how can I face your mother at Kutuyen?" He roared, "You bastards, bring Tu Yen back here." Do whatever it takes, even if I have to blame you, the guard stammered in response. Yes, sir. At this moment, the giant wolf suddenly charged forward, startling the guards who roared and bared their teeth. Nguyen Dong shouted, "You fools, protect my daughter now!" And the guards, terrified, quickly fled, apologizing to the master. Tu Yen stands firm, looking up at the giant wolf, this time holding a stick from the ground. I won't be bullied like last time. Tu Yen's eyes are full of determination as she shouts, "Come here, you bastard! Today I'll teach you how to be a human!" Now the wolf also charged forward, and Tu Yen rushed up as if she had become a different person, delivering a powerful strike at the wolf. It was immediately driven into a panic and ran away in fear. Guidang looking down at the scene, puzzled. What's going on? The bodyguard shouted, Tu Yen, she can attack the monster. Tu Yen keeps jumping up, launching her next attack, her eyes blazing as she aims her staff straight down. Ka Luke steps forward, placing a hand on his shoulder and assessing, Princess Len, she doesn't seem like a criminal. She's just like my son Van Tong. As a natural evolved person, Nguidang turned his head back. A natural evolved person. He rested his hand on his chin, pondering, and Ka Luke continued to speak, forcibly breaking the shackles of his genes. Her ladyship's command. At this moment, she is like a strange demon, filled with hatred, directly stabbing her staff fiercely into the wolf. A loud shout rang out, probably meeting all the conditions. The wolf was quickly attacked and spat out greenish, slimy substances. Tu Yen confidently said, I did it. She raised her hand and laughed loudly. I am really strong. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. That beast was just dealt with by her. Tu Yen stopped smiling and turned to look in the direction of the voice. It seems that Yuko took off her mask. It looks like she saw the perfect opportunity to awaken her evolved powers. She shouted loudly, Look at me, isn't it very powerful? Tu Yen rushed over and said loudly to the demon girl, showing that she has enough skill to cut through monsters. At this moment, the girl puts her mask back on, and Tu Yen shouts, I am now a level 4 or level 5 evolved person. But Yuko remained silent, saying nothing more. Then the girl turned around and walked away, still keeping some distance. She looked a bit unwilling and recounted, What does she mean? I just personally killed a hellhound with only a tire iron. Yuko explains that she activated a 1-star support ability. That hellhound was already out of blood. Even an ordinary person could kill it, and her ability can't boost her personal combat strength. The girl's voice softens as she apologizes for being in this dangerous battlefield, saying she has no survival abilities. Tu Yen shouts, What is she talking about? I clearly felt I had just awakened some kind of ability. Yuko turned and continued speaking, explaining that her awakened ability is called Life Wrap, which can transfer others' pain onto herself. She warned that using this ability would kill her. After her words, the girl jumped forward to swipe away, leaving Tu Yen standing stunned. She was confused. What does this mean? I have awakened a type of power I can't use. Tu Yen froze in shock. What are you joking about? Now huge explosions and uncontrollable flames are raging due to Tiantian's attack. Remembering the past, Transo assessed that the burns on her body reflected the extent of her backlash from controlling fire. He said that initially, when using her fire ability, it would start spreading from her palms. There are countless cracks on her body now, resembling a barren desert with flames constantly spreading across her skin. Transo takes Tiantian's hand and continues, In just a few minutes, her burns will fade, and she will be able to control the flames again. She asked with some worry, what would happen if I kept controlling the fire until my whole body was covered in burns? He replied softly, Once the burns penetrate your mind, you will die. Hearing what Transo said, Tiantian couldn't help but be stunned. His tone grew serious. Even if her body is compatible with the flames, she cannot change the negative effects of this equipment. Remember that. Transo advised her to learn how to protect herself and not to take risks. Currently, the wounds on Tiantian's body are spreading more and more. She was determined, absolutely not to take risks, and had to wait for the burns to fade. The scene now had become completely desolate, leaving only a pile of ruins and debris. Lan Nguit said, I have already killed 16 hellhounds. Tian added, I forget the exact number after that, but I think it was around 26 or 27. Yuko warned not to be arrogant. Recently, there's been a crack on the surface, and if only a bunch of hellhounds appear, that's not quite right. She mentioned that usually each gate to hell is accompanied by a demon leader who is at least 2 stars higher than the surrounding monsters. Yuko estimates that if the hellhounds are 3-star, then the leader guarding this rift must be 5-star. Lan Nguit feels a bit worried. The 3 of us might be able to handle a 5-star demon lord. Tian reached out her hand toward the falling droplets. Wait a minute. This isn't rain. Her eyes widened. This is a surge of power falling with Tiantian's loud scream, blood. At that moment, a giant wolf appeared, releasing a powerful wave of dark energy from its eyes, causing Leng Yue to immediately feel a surge of oppressive aura and pinch her nose tightly. Tiantian spat out a mouthful of blood and stammered, her eyes unable to look straight ahead. Now Yuko quickly put on her mask and whispered in her mind, "Divine steed. The aura is being blocked and protected by the mask." The girl stared directly at the demonic wolf, its eyes blazing red. Yuko roared loudly, "Everyone must not look directly at this creature." The girl shouted, "It has the power of a king. Anyone who dares to approach will be shattered inside." Lan Nguyet knelt down, puzzled by the kingly pressure. Where is this guy from? This is the 7-star sovereign beast, a 7-star king level. The three of them couldn't help but be amazed. How can a few 3-star and 4-star evolvers like us deal with this? Tiantian anxiously said that its strength has surpassed the combined levels of the three of us. Yuko assessed that under normal circumstances, a 7-star Emperor level would require a weapon with destructive power comparable to a tactical nuclear weapon to counter it. The girl added that our strength, even if it is transformed in quality, is no match for it. Only the Heavenly Emperor can deal with a 7-star sovereign. Lan Nguyet said the boss isn't here and can't help us now, so Tiantian decided that the only option is to run. Ngui Dong's voice sounded from above. "Just bring the girl back, and you can have as much as you want, no matter how it looks. It's just a test of strength." A call came through on the phone. "Tu Yen, can you hear me?" Tu Yen grabbed the phone and shouted loudly, still hearing her father's voice. He ordered, "Listen up. Immediately run back to the fortress, and I will close the gate so no one can get in." Chai, Dad saw something extraordinary over there, something that ordinary evolved humans couldn't handle. Her hand grasped the stick, and although she knew she couldn't do it, Tu Yen slowly stood up with a determined look, and she couldn't turn around and leave. Ngui Dong couldn't help but feel angry and anxious. She's doing something stupid, Dad's girl. She seems to ignore everything and stands up to walk away. Tu Yen's teeth clenched tightly, her jaw clenched. This is her home. She shouted, "I won't allow her!" But before she could finish speaking, the demonic hexagon object lunged forward with a powerful punch at Tu Yen. It gradually cleared the smoke like a giant wall, and Tu Yen swung her staff down fiercely, stepping into the palace grounds despite just a single step. Ngui Dang shouted like a madman from above, "You useless guards! Tu Yen gave me 10 million. No 100 million. Just bring my daughter back and you can have as much as you want." Then the tanks burst out from the underground bunker, accompanied by Tu Yen's loud voice. "Sorry." The wheels sped quickly toward both of them, guns raised and aimed, ready to fire powerful shots. He charged straight at the guard. The remaining guards stunned with their mouths open, while the flying cars kept rushing in and firing powerful cannons to attack. But it refused to yield, and the hand of the green 6 demon cast a cursed circle that rolled down like coils, wrapping tightly around the guards and pulling them up. Meanwhile, Tian was also pulled up above, and Tu Yen was stunned when she saw this scene. Yuko's inner voice echoed in her mind. This is the Finger of Death, a low-level fairy, which will be directly cut by Doluk Jiak Ma, but it seems his vision is not very good. I couldn't even see its eyes. Tian was worried, but you little girl, be gentle. Don't say anything. This is the voice of the heart. Yuko deduces that even if I don't speak, I can directly transmit information secretly through her consciousness, and I can hear your thoughts too. From now on, listen to my commands and slowly retreat. She raised her staff. Is that all she can do? If she faces an unbeatable demon creature, she can only turn her back and run away. Tuyen Yen charged forward, swung her staff into the lake. "I can't do it." She shouted out because I had no way to retreat anymore. Then, Tu Yen immediately swung her attack directly at the face of the green 6-horned demon, and her staff fell heavily into the ground. But it's quite strong, and it seems her attack didn't cause any injury, as the green hex demon reappeared behind the smoke. Tu Yen shouted resolutely, "Come here, you stupid incense head."